In Lang Valley, I first met him, the person I thought would be with me for the rest of my life. Under the moonlight, we vowed to be together forever. Yin Chen held her in his arms and said, Luo'er, take this opportunity to make a wish. Su Luo reverently closed her eyes and made a wish. I hope Yin Chen and I will be together through life and death until our hair turns white. The emperor bestowed marriage upon us, and I willingly married him, the Prince Shen. Unexpectedly, on our wedding night, he brought home a strange woman. He growled, I want revenge for Nyoer. Fate played a trick, and in just one night, I became the biggest joke of Prince Shen's mansion. I was framed for colluding with another man. The person I always loved didn't believe me, was indifferent, and even used torture on me. My family, the Su family, was suppressed by the emperor, and my 4-year-old son was buried in a sea of fire. Su Luo painfully cried out, Minner. The cry of Minner kept haunting her. Someone held her in his arms and comforted her, Luo'er, don't be afraid. With your master here, no one can harm you. She gritted her teeth, I must have revenge. I will step by step push those men who framed me into a cauldron of boiling oil. Then I will step on their bodies, down to their feet, bones, and ashes. I will step on everything. I want them to pay blood with blood. In the evening at Furong Courtyard, the door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Su Luo, who was lying on the bed, was awakened by the noise. She sat up and thought vigilantly, who is it? Then she quickly put on her outer robe and went out. When she reached the screen, she saw a strange man. She asked loudly, who are you? What do you want in my Furong Courtyard in the middle of the night? As she spoke, she held on to her outer robe. Suddenly, he approached her and laughed, what do I want? In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone, what do you think I want? Su Luo immediately retreated, don't do anything rash. I'll call for help. He heard this, and his smile became even more evident, Princess, be obedient. Someone told me to serve you. If you cooperate with me, I won't harm you. She frowned, thinking, it seems the visitor has no good intentions. Immediately after, she threw a strange powder at his face. This powder made his eyes sting, so he cursed, damn it. She took advantage of this moment and ran out of the room, shouting, help. Save me. She tried to push the door open and run away, save me. But the next second, he rushed over and covered her mouth before she could finish the word save. He angrily shouted, do you want to die? Do you think anyone will save you? Dream on. Then he whispered in her ear, it's better to save some energy and have some fun with me. He put on a disgusting face and pushed her onto the bed, the princess's woman, just thinking about it makes people excited. She shouted loudly, no. He locked her hands and said, no wonder you can still be a princess. You've already had a child and are still so charming. The prince has been neglecting you for so long. Let me help you regain the feeling of pleasure. At this moment, she anxiously hoped the effect of the 7-star powder should kick in now. Suddenly, he cried out. He touched his face, which had turned red and bumpy, and wondered, strange, why is it so itchy all of a sudden? Su Luo was secretly delighted, good opportunity. Immediately after, she kicked him in the stomach, causing him to spit out blood in pain. He knelt down, clutching his stomach, and cursed, damn it. She took this opportunity to run away, help. Her cry for help stopped. At this moment, a foot had just landed. That person was Prince Shen, Yin Chen. This embarrassing scene, she didn't know how to explain it to him. Concubine Lu Miao Miao covered her mouth in panic, sister. Yin Chen's face darkened. She immediately added fuel to the fire, sister, you were with another man. Yin Chen angrily shouted, what on earth are you doing? Su Luo and the man both called out, your highness. He immediately kowtowed to Yin Chen, your highness, spare my life. Then he shamelessly blamed her, it was the princess. The princess told this servant to come here, wanting to be with this servant. He hesitated to say the embarrassing thing. But she immediately cut him off, don't talk nonsense. He continued to be sly, this servant wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. Just now, the princess was doing this and that with me. Su Luo said angrily, don't slander me. Someone must have framed me. I have never done anything to wrong your highness. That man had been dealt with by Yin Chen and was now a pool of blood on the floor. Then he approached her. He angrily grabbed her chin, a man and a woman alone in a room, clothes disheveled, and pulling at each other. How do you want to explain this? Her eyes looked at him firmly, I really didn't do anything to wrong you. Yin Chen was slightly shaken by her gaze. Seeing this, concubine Lu started adding fuel to the fire again. Miao Miao really doesn't want to believe that Sister Su would do such a private thing with another person. But that man really said it was the princess. At this time, Yin Chen released her chin and said, the truth is right in front of me, what are you denying? I only believe what I see. Su Luo collapsed weakly, tears streaming down her face. He coldly ordered, someone, bring the instruments of torture here. The subordinates immediately obeyed. He turned his back and was about to walk away when her hand suddenly grabbed his robe. I wonder, I am so sincere to you, but you don't have the slightest bit of trust in me. Just then, a subordinate brought something up, your highness, the instruments of torture are ready. Yin Chen said coldly, your hand touched another man, it must be punished. Execute. The subordinates replied, yes, your highness. Su Luo's hand was clamped between the wooden bars, and she endured the pain. Concubine Lu was very satisfied and smiled smugly. But immediately after, she pretended to kneel down and beg for her, "Your Highness, you can't treat sister like this." Inchin frowned and asked her, "Meow meow, what are you doing?" Then he helped her up. "Get up, you don't need to beg for her." Seeing this scene, Su Luo was heartbroken and wanted to say, "I really didn't, Inchin." She grimaced, "I really didn't." Didn't. Her voice gradually became smaller. She tried to repeat it again. But in the end, she lost her strength and collapsed. The subordinate hurriedly called out, "Princess." They both looked at the moon. Su Luo exclaimed, "What a beautiful night sky." Inchin smiled at her, "Luor, look at that star, it's so bright." She looked up in surprise, "Inchin, look. There are meteorites." Meteorites flew across the sky. Inchin gently called her name, "Luor." Then he leaned closer to her, preparing to kiss her. She closed her eyes, waiting for his kiss. Then she suddenly opened her eyes. In front of her was not Inchin, but a ferocious wolf lunging at her. At this moment, she woke up in fright. It turned out it was just a dream. A small hand touched her and called out, "Mother." Prince Min, worried, cried, "Mother, what's wrong with you?" She smiled and wiped away his tears. "Minner, be good." "Minner, don't cry," he said aggrievely. "Which bad guy hurt your hand?" "Minner will go get revenge for Mother." Su Luo reassured him, "It's okay. Mother was playing carelessly and accidentally fell and got hurt. So when Minner plays, you can't be too naughty." Min sadly stroked her hands. "Does Mother's hand hurt?" "Your son will blow on it to make the pain go away." She forced a smile at him. "Mother is not in pain." Suddenly, the maid came in and said happily, "Princess, you're finally awake." Chunning was in tears. "You scared Chunning to death." Su Luo called out to her, "Chunning." But she immediately left. "Princess, don't say anything. Chunning will go get the doctor." Dr. Lu came to take her pulse and then reported, "The princess has a serious injury on her hand. She needs to change her medicine and rest every day. Now that she is pregnant, she must sunbathe and take walks to nourish her body." Su Luo looked at him anxiously. He went to the table and said, "I will prescribe some medicine to nourish the fetus." She smiled, "Thank you, doctor." Min asked excitedly, "Mother, am I going to be a big brother?" She replied happily, "Yes, Minner, you are going to be a big brother." He happily cheered throughout the room, "Great. I'm going to be a big brother." At this time, Chunning wiped her face with a towel. "Princess, during the 3 days you were unconscious, the little prince stayed here and refused to leave. Today, he finally smiled." Su Luo was surprised. "What? I've been lying here for 3 days?" Chunning held her hand and replied, "Yes, the little prince and I were worried to death about you." Chunning accidentally touched the wound, causing her to cry out in pain. The maid immediately knelt down and pleaded guilty. "Chunning deserves to die." Min also hurried over. "Mother, what's wrong with you? Does your hand hurt again?" Su Luo said, "Chunning, get up." "I'm fine." After she said that, Chunning whispered, "Yes." Next, she comforted her son. "Look at our Minner, why are you crying? Mother just changed the medicine, look." He looked at the injured hand she held up and sobbed again. "Mother's fingers clearly hurt a lot, but you say it doesn't hurt." She bent down and stroked the boy's head. "Mother will be fine after a few days of rest. Minner, be good, okay? Let Sister Chunning take you back to your room to rest, okay?" Before leaving, he turned back and smiled at her. "Mother, I'll come visit you again tomorrow." Su Luo replied, "Minner, be good." Then she thought to herself, "I've been in Prince Shen's mansion for 4 years, not fighting or competing, just staying in the mansion. Who is it that is slandering and framing me like this?" Thinking of this, her expression became very ugly. The next day at Furong Courtyard, Chunning brought in food. "Princess, you haven't eaten in days. Chunning cooked a bowl of lotus seed porridge for you. Eat it while it's hot." Su Luo grimaced and struggled to get up. "It hurts." Chunning immediately put down the food. "Princess, don't move." Then she came over to help Su Luo. "Princess, you have a wound on your hand. Please don't move around. Wait for Chunning to help you up." Su Luo then asked, "Is Minner asleep?" Chunning brought up the bowl of soup and said, "Don't worry, princess. The little prince had lunch and is now asleep." She said while feeding the soup, "You should care more about yourself." Su Luo looked at her close maid and said, "Chunning, look at your haggard face. You're the one who's tired." She frowned and objected, "If the princess says that again, Chunning will be angry." Chunning entered the Su mansion since childhood to follow the princess. "You always protected Chunning like a sister. Chunning is grateful, how could she feel tired?" Su Luo turned away in a huff. "Chunning is really a narrow-minded person." The maid asked in confusion, "What?" Finally, she helplessly helped Su Luo lie down on the bed. "Okay, princess, don't tease Chunning anymore. Rest well and don't catch a cold. If you want to do anything strenuous, just call Chunning. Chunning will go outside." Just as she was about to leave, Su Luo called out again, "Chunning, don't let my father know about what happened recently." Chunning stopped and looked at her. She lay down worriedly. "I wonder if my father is in good health recently." 4 years ago, at the Su mansion, a frantic call of father came from outside. The maid worriedly instructed, "Miss, run slowly, be careful not to fall." Her mother saw her and said happily, Luor, you're back from Medicine King Valley. But she said seriously, yes, mother. Where is father? Luor has something important to discuss with him. A moment later, her father's surprised voice rang out, what? Bestowed marriage to Inchen? No, this is absolutely not allowed. That Inchen is dictatorial. Selfish and cold. Luor, I can't push you into the fire pit. Don't mention this matter again. But she strongly defended him, father, Inchen is not like that. He treats me very well. We truly love each other. Luor has always listened to you since childhood. Let Luor decide on this matter. Her father frowned, Luor, I would agree to you liking any young master, except for Inchen. Give up on this idea. Su Luo said loudly, father, Luor has made up her mind. In this life, if it's not Inchen, I won't marry. Her father angrily shouted, shut up. Someone, lock the young miss in her room. Without my permission, no one is allowed to open the door. Food was brought in, but Su Luo didn't touch it. Her parents saw this and asked, isn't the young miss eating? Chunning said worriedly, the young miss hasn't had a drop of water for 2 days. If this continues, how can her body take it? Her mother sadly scolded her father, we only have one daughter. Do you really want to push our daughter to death? He also said helplessly, if something unexpected happens to Luor. What's the point of me living? Her mother kept blaming him. In the end, he lowered his voice, all right, madam. I agree. Why is this girl so stubborn? A few days later, Prince Shen's mansion was bustling. Drink, drink. Another cup. I heard that this bride is as beautiful as a fairy. Our prince is really lucky. Of course. At this time, Su Luo was in her room, wearing a veil. She smiled secretly, Chen, I finally married you as I wished. She was happy when suddenly Chunning opened the door and came in, Princess, something bad happened. She asked in surprise, what's wrong? Why are you so panicked? Chunning hesitated, Princess, the prince. She decisively pulled off her veil and asked clearly, what happened to the prince? Finally, Chunning mustered up the courage to say, the prince brought back a woman. In the evening at Furong Courtyard. Back to reality, Su Luo sadly shed tears. For years since the wedding, it turns out it was just a wishful thinking on my part. This dream should end now. Suddenly, there were footsteps. Inchen actually came here and stood beside her bed. She frowned and wondered, Inchen, why is he here? Su Luo struggled to get up, accidentally touching her wound and crying out in pain. Inchen secretly worried, her hand. After sitting up straight, she still tried to explain, Inchen, I didn't have an affair with anyone. His hand, about to support her, suddenly stopped, and then he shouted, enough. I came today to tell you that I want to take Miao Miao as a concubine. Don't make things difficult for her in the future. Su Luo immediately objected, no, I won't allow you to take a concubine, especially not Lu Miao Miao. Inchen turned away coldly, Su Luo, you can have an affair with another man in front of me, so why can't I take a concubine? What's wrong with that? She heard this and stammered, I. Then she lowered her head and thought, what can I do now? Then Inchen spoke again, Su Luo, today you openly defied me. I will punish you. You are not allowed to leave Furong Courtyard. With that, he turned and walked away. At Furong Courtyard, Minxiang Pavilion, the maid Chunning carried a tray in, Princess, it's time to change your medicine. Chunning sat down next to the bed and carefully changed Su Luo's bandage. Princess, did someone come here just now? Why is the door not closed? Su Luo hesitated, then slowly recounted what had just happened. Chunning was slightly surprised, really? Since the prince married the princess, he rarely comes to Furong Courtyard. The prince didn't come to visit the princess with her injured hand? Not only did he not visit, but he also wants to take a concubine. The prince is too cruel. When they were in Lang Valley, he held the princess in the palm of his hand. Now he's so heartless. Chunning gently removed the old gauze from Su Luo's hand, unable to help but curse, men are all pigs. Only then did she see Su Luo's swollen hand. Chunning was unwilling and wanted to say more. Su Luo stopped her, alright, Chunning, don't say any more. Half a month later at Minxiang Pavilion, Chunning was playing with Prince Yin Min in the courtyard, while Su Luo sat and watched them. Laughter filled the air. Chunning carefully reminded, Prince, run slowly. After playing for a while, Yin Min ran to Su Luo and pouted, Minner wants to fly a kite. Mother, come with Minner. Chunning smiled and walked over, Princess, the wound on your hand is gradually healing. Today the weather is very good. If you don't go out for a while, you can sunbathe. It's also good for the baby in your belly. Su Luo smiled and stroked Yin Min's head, alright, then mother will go fly a kite with Minner. Yin Min heard this and excitedly carried the kite, we can go out and fly a kite now. Su Luo walked behind the boy, carefully reminding him, Minner, run slowly. Yin Min quickly nodded, yes, mother. But just as the boy was eagerly going to fly the kite, the guards at the gate stopped them, Princess Furong, please stay. Chunning angrily put her hands on her hips and scolded, how dare you? How dare you block the princess's path? The guard clasped his hands, Princess, the prince ordered that you must stay in Furong Courtyard today and not go out. Luo slowly walked over, waved her hand, and said, Chuning, don't be rude. Chuning pouted and replied, yes, princess. The guard bowed, I am just following orders. I hope the princess will understand. Luo asked, what happened? The guard replied, princess, I really don't know. Luo nodded and turned to Chuning, let's go back. Min heard this and quickly grabbed the hem of Luo's skirt, mother, but Minner wants to go out and fly a kite. Seeing her son's tearful eyes, she couldn't bear it. She could only do this. She leaned over to Min's ear and whispered something. Min, upon hearing what Chunong said, cheerfully asked, really? Then, he quickly ran back inside. Minner loved to play hide-and-seek the most. Seeing this, Luo and Chunong both turned to look at each other and smiled. Suddenly, Luo's expression turned somber. What on earth had happened that prevented them from going out? At the Chenwang mansion, a lively atmosphere was underway. Luo stood at Furong Garden, gazing at the fireworks that filled the sky, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Chunong noticed this and came over to comfort her. Wangfei, don't be sad. If it weren't for Lu Miao Miao, bearing a striking resemblance to Nwaner, how would she have had the opportunity to conceive Wang Ye's child? Not to mention Lu Miao Miao has been at the mansion for 4 years, even if she stayed for a lifetime. Wang Ye wouldn't take her as a concubine. Luo felt a slight pang of heartache, and silently murmured the name, Nwaner, huh? She turned around and said to Chunong, it's getting dark. Go to the kitchen and cook something for Minner. Let him rest early. Chunong nodded and replied, yes, Wangfei. Now, only Luo remained, standing there with a jumble of thoughts. The first time she heard the name Nwaner was on the second night of her wedding. The memories of that day gradually returned. At that time, Wang Ye, drunk, staggered in. The servants behind him were worried. Wang Ye, I prepared some hangover soup. Please drink some. Wang Ye Yinshan angrily knocked it away, get out of my sight. The bowl of hangover soup fell to the ground and shattered. Luo, inside the room, heard the commotion and said, Chunong, go see what's going on. Before she could even prepare, a figure stumbled in, pushing the door open. Everyone was startled and exclaimed, Wang Ye. Yinshan loudly roared, everyone, get out of here. Chunong quickly pulled the other maid's hand, let's go quickly. Yinshan slowly approached and then suddenly grabbed Luo. He gripped her throat and screamed, Luo, you harmed Nwaner. Today, I want you to die. Luo was shocked, who is Nwaner? Yinshan angrily used both hands to squeeze her neck tightly. Luo, you're still pretending to be innocent? Luo didn't understand what was happening, only letting out a cry of pain. She tried to control her breathing and explain, Yinshan. I am Luor. Hearing this, Yinshan released his grip, Luor? Goer? Letting you die would be too easy for you. I want you to live a life worse than death. Luo, released, coughed continuously. Yinshan didn't wait for her to regain her composure and pushed her onto the bed. If you have ruined my Nwaner, then I will ruin you. Saying this, he ripped open her clothes. Luo struggled to push him away, Yinshan, no. Luo was unwilling. Why had everything turned out like this? Although she didn't want to, that night, Luo had to endure Yinshan's rage. Returning to reality, Luo still couldn't hold back her tears. Why have we become like this? Just then, Min hurried over, calling, Mother. Luo quickly wiped her tears. She forced her emotions inward and gently asked, why aren't you asleep yet, Minner? Minner replied, Minner wants to sleep with Mother. Chunong also smiled, Zayashizi is really attached to Wangfei. No matter how much we coaxed him, he wouldn't sleep. He insisted on finding Mother. Luo stroked her son's head, Minner, lie down obediently. Mother will sing for you, okay? Min clapped his hands, okay. Minner loves Mother's lullabies the most. Luo carried Min into the room, gently patting him and humming, tomorrow returns to tomorrow, what will tomorrow be like? I am born for tomorrow, and everything will. Early morning, at Furong Garden. Chunong brought a basket of ingredients to Luo and said, the past few days have been rainy. Wangfei has been diligently caring for them, but they still got a little wet. At this moment, a voice was heard, causing her to turn her head, Jia. It was Sifei Lu Miao Miao and her maid Xiaoying. Mimi has come to visit Jia. But in her heart, she thought, Luo, in these days of being neglected by Wang Ye, have you been living well? Luo stood up and replied, what brings Lu Sifei to my place today? Miao Miao leisurely leaned on her maid's arm, nothing much. It's just that I haven't paid my respects to Jia in many days. Miao Miao misses Jia a little. Today, I especially came to pay my respects. How has Jia's health been lately? Luo coldly replied, I've troubled Lu Sifei to worry. Miao Miao stroked her neck, arrogantly continuing, actually, Mimi should have come sooner. It's just that Mimi is pregnant. A few days ago, Wang Ye bestowed pearls, jade, and precious medicinal herbs, and wouldn't let Mimi walk around freely, saying he was afraid of disturbing the fetal energy. Only now does Mimi have the time to come and pay respects to Jia. Mimi is late in paying respects, and I hope Jia won't blame me. Jia, please don't be angry. Luo said indifferently, Lu Sifei, if there's nothing else important, please return. Lu Miao Miao was resentful in her heart. What? Fine, Su Luo, I don't believe you're not jealous at all. Miao Miao put on a pitiful expression. Jia Jia, are you angry with me? I don't want to steal Wang Ye away and harm the harmony between us sisters. Actually, I also advised Wang Ye to visit Jia Jia more often, but Wang Ye only wants to be with Mimi. Su Luo cut her off. Lu Sifei just said you intentionally came to pay respects to Ben Wang Fei, then you should follow the rules and perform the proper kneeling and bowing ceremony. How can you be pregnant before even getting married and entering the door? If you can't even perform the most basic etiquette, what rules are you talking about? Does Lu Sifei even have a Wang Fei like me in her eyes? Lu Miao Miao was shocked and hurriedly bowed low. Jia Jia, Mimi is pregnant and it's inconvenient. I just thought Jia Jia would be magnanimous and excuse me from the ceremony. So I was disrespectful just now. I beg Jia Jia's forgiveness. Su Luo chuckled. Jia Jia? I am the only daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Where did this Mimi come from? You are a commoner, and you have repeatedly committed offenses. Do you think you should be punished? Miao Miao was so scared that she knelt down completely, hurriedly performing the ceremony. Chieshen dares not. It is Chieshen who overstepped the rules. I beg Wang Fei's forgiveness. She gritted her teeth inwardly. Su Luo, one day I will definitely make you pay double. Su Luo expressed her satisfaction. I hope Lu Sifei will think more carefully before speaking in the future, to avoid trouble coming from your mouth. At this time, a voice came. Su Luo, how dare you? Lu Miao Miao smiled inwardly. Looks like I'm saved. Yin Chen hurried over. Do you treat Ben Wang's words like the wind? Miao Miao, what are you doing? Chen Ong hurriedly clasped her hands in greeting. Lu Miao Miao put on a wronged expression. Wang Ye, Miao Miao came to pay respects to Wang Fei, but unexpectedly, Wang Fei punished Miao Miao to kneel here, for the sake of the child in my belly. She rubbed her belly and then her head. Wang Ye, help Miao Miao, begged Wang Fei, and saying Chen Ong, she also pretended to faint. Yin Chen shouted in shock. Miao Miao. He hurriedly hugged her. The maid Xia Ying also played along, calling out heartbrokenly, Nyang Yang. Yin Chen roared, why haven't you gone to call the physician yet? Su Luo, Ben Wang is not here, so you bully Miao Miao and the child in her belly? Today, if anything happens to Miao Miao, Ben Wang will absolutely not let you go. Su Luo wanted to explain, but Wang Ye didn't listen. He just carried Miao Miao and left. After a while, a guard came to Furong Garden. Greetings, Wang Fei. Su Luo asked in surprise, what's the matter? The guard reported, Wang Fei, Wang Ye has ordered that Lu Sifei is pregnant and has difficulty moving around. In the future, she doesn't need to perform the ceremony when she sees Wang Fei. He hesitated for a moment and then continued, and he's dismissing all the servants in Furong Garden, except for Chen Ong Gunyang and the nanny. Su Luo sighed, alright, I understand. After the guard left, Chen Ong spoke up, Wang Fei, Wang Ye doesn't distinguish between right and wrong and punished you. Lu Sifei is pregnant, but you are pregnant too. Chen Ong really felt wronged for her. Su Luo placed the medicinal herbs into the basket. She pushed Chen Ong's shoulder. Quickly, take the medicinal herbs in the room out to dry. Today's sun is so good, they need to be dried thoroughly. Chen Ong could only obey and replied. Yes, Wang Fei. At this time, only Su Luo was sitting there. She thought to herself, between us, there's not even a shred of trust left. She looked at her reflection in the water. Why has my body become so thin lately? It seems I need to take good care of this pregnancy. The next day, Su Luo and Yin Min were playing happily in the courtyard. She kindly asked her son, Minner, do you like the daffodils in the garden? Yin Min obediently replied. Yes, mother once said that daffodils symbolize good fortune. Minner wants to put them in mother's room. I hope mother can have everything go your way and everything go smoothly. Chen Ong and the nanny couldn't help but exclaim, our Xia Shizi is really understanding. Su Luo smiled and stroked Yin Min's head. Mother thanks Minner. Yin Min excitedly ran and jumped around. Chen Ong also hurried after him. Xia Shizi, run slower. At this time, Su Luo felt something was wrong. That's not right. Normally, the courtyard smells of medicinal herbs. Why is there such a strange smell today? Su Luo said, oh dear, my memory is really. Today I was going to make some peach blossom cakes for Minner and forgot to pick some peach blossoms. She thought to herself. There's something strange about the courtyard today. I need to arrange for Minner to be somewhere else first. Yin Min tugged at her skirt. Mother, Minner wants to go pick peach blossoms. Su Luo turned to the nanny. Son Momo, please take Minner to the flower garden to pick some peach blossoms. The nanny nodded and replied, yes, Wang Fei. Yin Min excitedly jumped and skipped along with the nanny. I can eat peach blossom cakes. Minner loves the peach blossom cakes mother makes the most. Chen Ong smiled. Xia Shizi is really like a kitten. He gets so happy when it comes to food. Su Luo immediately reminded, Chen Ong, do you smell a strange odor? Chen Ong was surprised. A strange odor? Su Luo pushed the door open. Instantly, the scene before them made Chen Ong scream, snakes. There are many snakes crawling on the floor. The two of them retreated in fear. Chen Ong was so scared that she sat down. Don't come near. Stay away. Su Luo threw out a handful of powder, and the snakes immediately fled. Only then did she help Chunong up. It's okay, Chunong. I'm here. She patted Chunong's shoulder. Now that snakes have scattered to other places in the courtyard, take some more phoenix fairy flower powder and sprinkle it all over Furong Garden for me. Chunong breathed a sigh of relief, regained her composure, and replied, yes, Wang Fei. After a while, the snakes had been gathered. Chunong asked, Wang Fei, how did you know that these snakes are afraid of phoenix fairy flower powder? Su Luo replied, when I was young, I often encountered snakes and insects while gathering herbs with Shifu in the Medicine King Valley. The memories of that time returned. Shifu said, Luoer, this is the phoenix fairy flower. The roots, stems, leaves, and flowers of this plant all contain sulfur components. The taste is relatively pungent, but it can effectively repel snakes. She said to Chunong, Shifu was worried about me going up the mountain alone to gather herbs, so he specially researched and made some phoenix fairy flower powder to avoid insects and repel snakes. Chunong was extremely grateful and admiring. It's fortunate that Wang Fei is here. That really scared Chunong just now. Chunong has been afraid of such soft-bodied animals since childhood. Everything was fine, and suddenly so many poisonous snakes appeared in the room. Someone must be trying to harm Wang Fei and Xia Shizi. Su Luo quickly stopped her. Chunong, don't tell anyone about today's events. Although Chunong didn't understand, she still replied, yes, Wang Fei. Chunong then asked, Wang Fei, what will we do with these snakes? I'm afraid they will scare Xia Shizi later. Su Luo replied, these snakes have medicinal value. Let me put them away properly. She turned around and teased, what, Chunong, do you want to help me? Chunong quickly waved her hands, no, Wang Fei. Chunong should go water the flowers. At this time Yin Min and the nanny had returned with the flowers. The nanny reminded the boy, Xia Shizi, run slower. I can't keep up. Coincidentally, Yin Chen also happened to pass by and saw the scene. The guard saw this and said, Wang Ye, you haven't visited Wang Fei and Xia Shizi for a long time. Today you have some free time, why don't you go in and see them? Yin Chen coldly scolded, shut up. The guard realized he had spoken out of turn and fearfully replied, yes, Wang Ye. As soon as Yin Min entered the gate, he called out loudly, mother, mother. Minner brought back the peach blossoms. Can mother go make peach blossom cakes? Su Luo smiled. Of course, you're such a food-loving kitten. She stroked his nose. Minner and Chunong Jia, help mother put these peach blossoms in a vase. Mother will go make peach blossom cakes. You can eat them later. Yin Min giggled and replied yes, and Chunong also enthusiastically agreed. Seeing this scene, Yin Chen couldn't help but think to himself. A moment later, he turned around and said to the guard, let's go. Night at Furong Garden. Su Luo looked at the peach blossoms on the table and thought, the peach blossom forest of Medicine King Valley must be blooming beautifully now. The time I spent at Medicine King Valley was the happiest time of my life. Shifu would definitely like the peach blossom cakes I made. She happily rolled the dough. Shifu is only a few years older than me at most. It's just that Yang Wang died early, and Shifu had no choice but to take over the position of Medicine King. At that time, she eagerly presented the peach blossom cake she made to Shifu. Shifu, please try them. Shifu, however, lovingly stroked her hair. Luoer, now that you're returning to the capital, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again. Shifu hopes you will have a lifetime of peace and happiness. And that everything will go your way. She looked at the peach blossom branch and sighed, peace and happiness? I haven't had a single day of peace and happiness. At this moment, there was a sound of someone kicking the door open. Su Luo was startled and turned around. Yin Chen, drunk again, came to make trouble. Wine, pour Ben Wang another cup. Su Luo stepped back slightly, there is no wine here. If Wang Ye wants to drink, please go elsewhere. Yin Chen ignored her words and directly sat down at the table. He picked up a piece of peach blossom cake. Elsewhere? The entire Chen Wang mansion belongs to Ben Wang. Ben Wang will stay wherever he pleases. Saying this, he took a bite. Unexpectedly, the taste caused him to be stunned for a moment. After a while, Yin Chen regained his composure and asked, who made these peach blossom cakes? Su Luo tilted her head slightly and replied, I made them. He asked again, what did you put in these peach blossom cakes? Su Luo honestly replied, I added a little sweet-scented osmanthus to neutralize the coolness of the peach blossoms. Yin Chen gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Then, he clutched his head in pain. Su Luo worriedly held his hand. Yin Chen, what's wrong? Yin Chen immediately shook her hand off. Stay away from me. Su Luo didn't understand what was happening. He knocked over the plate of peach blossom cakes. Then, for no reason, he said, these peach blossom cakes are very unpalatable. Don't make them again in the future. He staggered away. After a while, he collapsed onto the bed. Su Luo worriedly approached and took his pulse, constantly calling his name, Yin Chen. Su Luo pulled the blanket over Chen Wang and thought thoughtfully. Indeed, if she remembered correctly, today should be the anniversary of Wang Ye's mother's death. A few months ago at Furong Garden. It seemed that Su Luo was grinding medicine. The maid Chunong chatted with her and asked curiously, Wang Fei, although this Wang Ye is hateful, sometimes when I think about it, he's also pitiful. Hearing Chunong say this, Su Luo was a little surprised and asked why she suddenly said that. Chunong replied, Wang Fei, haven't you heard the rumors in the mansion? Su Luo paused, suspicious of the rumor she mentioned. Chunong explained the rumor in the mansion. Previously, someone said that when Wang Ye was 10 years old, Taifei drank poison and committed suicide. Every time it's Taifei's death anniversary. Wang Ye's temper is particularly bad. The servants in the mansion are extremely careful on this day. Especially in front of Wang Ye, you must never mention Taifei. Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in. Su Luo asked loudly, who is it? She then discovered that Wang Ye was stumbling in, his expression not looking very good. Chunong stood up and performed a salute. Yin looked fierce and pointed, telling Chunong to get out of his sight. At this time only Su Luo and Yin were left in the room. Suddenly, Yin pointed at Su Luo and said, You vicious woman, why did you kill Nuaner? Why did you kill my mother? Then, Su Luo replied, Your mother? Yin, you shouldn't blame me for everyone's deaths. You're also too drunk. Please leave. Yin Chen's expression gradually became uncontrollable. He pulled at his clothes, revealing his muscular chest, and muttered, It's so hot. His eyes began to blur, and he saw Su Luo as Luo'er. He pounced on Su Luo and called, Luo'er. She resisted and said, Yin Chen, sober up a little. Do you know you've been poisoned with He Huan San? Meanwhile, Yin Chen said, Luo'er, you've changed. You don't love me anymore. He then hugged Su Luo tightly, his eyes filled with deep affection and longing, and said, Luo'er, I miss you so much. Please don't be so cold to me, okay? Su Luo blushed and thought to herself. Yin Chen, are these the words from your heart? Suddenly, he gave her a very gentle kiss. Then he picked Su Luo up. The two of them spent a passionate night together. Early the next morning, Yin Chen had already left Su Luo's room, his clothes neatly arranged. He was drinking tea when Chunong came in, hesitating and hurrying to inform her that Wang Ye had just given an order. Chunong was trembling, tears welling up in her eyes, and said, he ordered the maid Chen Tao to be beaten to death. Su Luo was also shocked to hear the bad news and dropped her teacup. Su Luo looked like she had lost her soul. The person lying down was Chen Wang, who was muttering in his sleep, Mother, don't leave me. Why do you all have to leave me? Luo'er, run quickly. He continued to call Luo'er's name like that. Su Luo at this moment really wanted to touch and comfort him, but she told herself to withdraw her hand. She smiled and rubbed her belly, thinking to herself, after this night, only now do I have a child in my belly. Early the next morning, outside Chen Wang's residence. He smelled something very strange. Just then, a maid came to serve breakfast. He asked, what is this pungent smell in the courtyard? She remembered Su Luo's instructions yesterday to not reveal this matter, so she lied to Wang Ye, saying, this is Phoenix Fairy Flower Powder to repel insects and snakes. In Su Luo's residence, Minna was playing with her. The boy called, Mother, Chun Ong Jia, the two of you are hiding. Minna is going to catch you. And so he played and ran around looking for her. The boy caught Su Luo hiding behind a bush. Su Luo cleverly flattered him, our Minna is so good, he found Mother so quickly. Outside the small backyard of Furong Garden, Yinchin standing outside could also hear the laughter of the two. From a distance, Lucia was peeking and secretly thinking, why did Wang Ye come to that B***TCH's place? As for Su Luo, she was still looking for Chunong with Xinger. Lu Miao Miao stood outside, feeling envious and jealous of Su Luo, and always thought badly of her, she must be using her son to seduce Wang Ye. At this time, Chen Wang looked at the scene of the two mothers and sons, playing and laughing together from afar. Yinchin thought to himself, why does this image seem so familiar? Wang Ye moved closer to the mother and son. Su Luo suddenly stumbled, but of course, Wang Ye was behind her and caught her in time. Su Luo, having just slipped, instinctively cried out. Yinchin leaned in, eye to eye, telling Su Luo to be careful. Why is Yinchin looking at me like that? Su Luo thought to herself. Of course, Lu Miao Miao behind had witnessed the affectionate scene just now, her heart filled with jealousy more than ever. She could only think bitterly, Su Luo, even though you have come to this point, Wang Ye still treats you like this. Yin Chen, after a few seconds, teased Su Luo, have you looked enough? She immediately pushed Wang Ye away, embarrassed, and tried to change the subject, asking, why is Wang Ye here today? Yin Chen replied, Chen Wang Mansion is mine. I can go wherever I please. Is there a problem? At this time, Minna was with Chunong, calling for his mother. Chunying hastily saw the prince and saluted. Su Luo then hastily told Chunying to quickly make tea for the prince. But Yin Chen said it was not necessary and turned away as if sulking. Chunying then comforted Su Luo, Princess, don't look at the prince treating you coldly, in fact, he cares about you very much. Last time, the prince knew that Furong Garden had snakes and insects. And at noon he sent guards to the imperial physicians to get medicine. And under the feet of the little prince who was clinging to Su Luo, spoke up to protect his father, Mother, is it because Minna was playful today and didn't read that father ignored Minna? Su Luo heard this and stroked the boy's head comfortingly, how could that be? Your father is just dealing with official business and may be tired. At Mantingshai, Lu Miao Miao had returned to the residence and was drinking tea. She was still jealous and resentful when she witnessed the scene just now, even the tea choked her, and she angrily smashed everything. Then she scolded her maid, asking, "Where did a Xiang die?" Lu Miao Miao was angry and picked a fight with her maid. "The tea is so hot, do you want to kill me?" The maid could only kneel and cry for mercy. Lu Miao Miao suddenly remembered something and told the maid to quickly call her mother over. So she went to see the madam and told her to meet Lu Fei. She saw her daughter's expression and asked sarcastically, "Where have you been, that you came back so angry?" Lu Miao Miao immediately rushed over and complained to her mother, "Mother, today I saw the prince and intended to follow him, but unexpectedly the prince went to Furong Garden to see Su Luo's mother and child playing together. His eyes were also very gentle." Her mother then shrewdly advised Lu Fei, "Miao Miao, in this Shenwang residence, you are only a small side concubine. And only by getting pregnant can you stabilize your position in the residence." But before she could finish, hearing the word but, Lu Miao Miao immediately pressed for an answer. The old madam whispered to her, looking at her with cunning eyes, knowing that she was doing something bad. Lu Miao Miao turned back and asked the maid, "My poor nephew, Tinger, how is he now?" Then she was informed, reporting to Lu Fei, "Young Master Tinger has been in the study recently, reading the poems that the prince taught him." Her face darkened and she sighed, unexpectedly, "My nephew already knows how to read ancient poems, so I must go and see." 3 days later, the little prince and his guards came to Furong Garden to find Su Luo. From afar, Su Luo heard Minner sobbing and hurried over. She asked, "Why are you crying?" and slowly coaxed the little one. Su Luo then asked the guard, "Why is the little prince crying?" Then he reported to her, reporting to the princess, "This subordinate is only responsible for relaying the message. The prince has ordered the little prince to be grounded for 3 days for being disrespectful to young Master Tinger." Chunying spoke up again, "Princess, the little prince is well-behaved and sensible. Moreover, these two children are still young and often tease each other. How can it be disrespectful to young Master Tinger?" Su Luo also protected the boy and comforted him, "Minner, don't cry. Can you tell mother what happened?" The little prince cried and said, "Mother, Minner and Tinger fought and were punished by father." Su Luo asked, "Minner and Tinger are good friends, why did you fight?" The boy began to sob and cry while answering her, "Mother, Tinger said that father hates mother and also said that father doesn't love Minner, so Minner fought with him." Su Luo stroked the boy's head and said, "Minner's father loves Minner the most. A few days ago, he even sent someone to give Minner new clothes. If Minner doesn't believe it, Minner can ask Sister Chunying." Su Luo turned to look at Chunying with eyes that said, "Hurry up and cooperate." She thought to herself, "My relationship with Yin Chen is usually not good, but he is Minner's father. I can't ruin Yin Chen's image in Minner's eyes." She then comforted the little prince, "Our Minner is crying so much he's turning into a little cat. How can a man cry like that? That Tinger is just a child that Lu Ro left behind after being violated. Although he was sent to the residence by the prince to be raised, he has no blood relationship with the prince." Su Luo's face darkened and she scolded Chunying loudly. But Chunying still insisted on saying, "Princess, now he dares to bully our little prince, it will be even worse in the future. Princess, you must think of a way." Su Luo shouted loudly to tell Chunying to shut up so that nothing bad would happen. She called Nanny-san to come over for a moment. Nanny-san saw the little prince with tears and snot and asked him, "What's wrong? Look at your eyes, they are swollen from crying." Su Luo said, "It's nothing, just children fighting and crying." Nanny-san, take Minner to wash his face, bathe him, and change his clothes. So she took the little prince away. Su Luo thought to herself, "In the Shenwang residence, I only have Minner and the child in my belly. I absolutely will not let them be hurt." Entering the study, Su Luo immediately apologized to Chunying, "I spoke too harshly just now, but you need to be clear that in the Shenwang residence, your every move is being watched. There are many things we can only suppress and keep inside, so that we won't be caught by others. Do you understand?" Chunying felt guilty and followed Su Luo's words. Su Luo gave her a letter and instructed, "Send someone to deliver this letter to the Prime Minister's residence." At the entrance of Furong Garden, Chunying ran in to report to the princess, "Madam has arrived." Su Luo was delighted and ran out to meet her. She took her mother's hand because she missed her. She felt sorry for her daughter, saying she had become thinner recently. Chunying standing next to her said, "Madam, the princess is here in the scorching sun, please come inside." Su Luo continued, seeing her mother eager to talk, "Let's go inside quickly." She walked inside with her, chatting along the way, "You're 4 months pregnant, right? At this time, you need to eat more and rest well." Chunying was making tea when Su Luo stopped her and told her to do it herself and quickly go call Minner to visit his grandmother. Pouring tea into a cup, Su Luo invited her mother to drink. She drank the hot tea. Then, Su Luo felt sorry for her and asked, "Mother, you look so haggard. Is there anything wrong with your body?" Reassuring her daughter, she replied, "Silly girl, your mother is getting old. Some time ago, I felt a little uncomfortable, so I came late." Hearing this, Su Luo was worried and hurriedly asked, "Mother, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong with your body? Let Luo check your pulse." She said, "It's not necessary, it's just old age, nothing serious. Besides, it's not easy for us mother and daughter to meet, we should talk more." Su Luo turned to ask about her father's health recently. Her mother avoided it a little and hurriedly replied, Luor, don't worry, your father is still very healthy. As if hiding something from her. She put down the teacup and said, Luor, don't blame your mother for being verbose. This Shenhuang cannot be compared to our family. Everything must have a plan. You must take good care of the child. It's just hard for Luor. Also, from ancient times to the present, the harem and the royal palace have been fiercely fighting. You must be careful with those side concubines. She smiled lightly and replied, Mother, don't worry, I will take good care of myself. The madam suddenly cried, thinking that she would no longer be in this world and no one would be by her daughter's side. She felt sorry. Su Luo turned to comfort her, Mother, you are thinking wildly again. Then suddenly she asked about the letter she wrote, asking what she wanted to talk about. She said there was nothing, it was just that she hadn't been back to the residence for a long time and missed her mother and father. Actually, she thought to herself, I want to ask my mother and father to help me leave the prince's residence, but looking at my mother now, I still have to wait until my mother's health is better. And then decide. She suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen Minna for a while and asked why she hadn't brought Minna. She came to visit the boy before leaving. Hearing this, Su Luo sadly asked, Mother, it's not easy for you to come here, why don't you stay for a few days? She said, Your father has important work. There are still many things in the residence waiting for your mother to solve. But, Mother, Luo can't bear it. Just then, the little prince was led by Chenying to visit her. Su Luo led the little prince to her and said, Minna, this is your grandmother. Quickly call her grandmother. The boy called her grandmother. She smiled kindly and said, Minna has grown so big. Soon, you can protect your mother. Remember to listen to your mother and don't make her angry, okay? She hugged her grandson and choked back tears. Stepping out of the residence, she instructed, Chenying, you must take good care of the princess and the baby. Turning to Su Luo, she said, Luo, I know a little about your situation in the Shenhuang residence. I'll give you some money. Use it when you need it. Don't make things hard for yourself. Su Luo quickly refused, Mother, I'm still living well. You should take this back. But she still insisted on giving it to Su Luo, take this. With tears in her eyes, Luo, your father asked me to tell you this. He said he's sorry, he hurt you. Luo has suffered grievances. Su Luo's heart was heavy, thinking of her father. The two mothers and daughters hugged each other and cried. She stood from afar and watched her get into the carriage and return. She also asked Chenying if she saw anything strange about her mother today. But Chenying didn't think so deeply, and only thought that it was possible that she hadn't seen the princess for a long time and was too excited. 3 months later, Su Luo's belly had also grown bigger, it was obviously autumn, and she was playing with the little prince. She remembered a few months ago, and didn't know if her mother and father were well during the autumn. Chenying advised, Princess, the weather is changing, and there is wind outside, be careful of catching a cold. Su Luo just then told Chenying, quickly make me some pear syrup in the room, to offer to the old master. Looking into the distance, she saw the figure of a strange maid, isn't this the maid of Manting's? What is she doing in Furong Garden? The maid saluted, greetings to the princess. Then she said in a hesitant voice, my lady ordered this servant to inform you that the entire Su family was beheaded today. Su Luo was stunned by the bad news, and couldn't believe it was true. The maid continued, Princess, this servant is responsible for delivering the message. There is nothing else. This servant will take her leave. Su Luo was stunned and couldn't believe what was happening. Chenying's calls were also ignored. She could only think of Yin immediately. Only Yin at this time could save the Su family. Su Luo hastily told Chenying to help her to Yushuan Hall. The two hurried away, leaving the little prince behind. Su Luo told the boy to go find his wet nurse first. His mother would leave for a while and then return. Yushuan Hall. Su Luo arrived at the front of the residence, demanding to see the prince. Lu Miao Miao came from somewhere to taunt Su Luo, Sister Su, don't you know? Today, the prince went out to do official business. I heard he went to be the supervising executioner. Su Luo's abdomen or heart ached, because her family was about to be in danger. She turned to ask the two guards and was told that they didn't know about this. Su Luo and Chenying quickly prepared the carriage. She wanted to leave the residence. Lu Miao Miao still didn't give up and mocked, sister, the prince ordered early that the princess is not allowed to leave the residence, otherwise she will be beaten to death. Chenying spoke up to protect her mistress, see who dares to touch my family's princess. Su Luo turned and told Chenying to go back to Furong Garden. She couldn't stand, her whole body was trembling, but she still told Chenying to hurry. Take some jewelry, and the purse that mother gave me earlier, find a carriage and leave the residence. Hearing her mistress's instructions, Chenying immediately obeyed and left. At this time, Su Luo also felt that her body was not well, so she took some perilla to stabilize the fetus. Just then, Chenying ran in to report that the carriage was ready. Su Luo hurriedly left. But she was blocked by Lu Miao Miao standing at the entrance of the residence, not letting her go. Chenying spoke up again, you are just a side concubine, how dare you block the princess's way? She dared to slap Chenying and said, insolent. A lowly maid also dares to show off to me. Someone, Chenying disobeyed the prince's order, drag her down. The princess was furious and shouted, "I'll see who dares." She slapped the brazen third party, Lu Miao Miao. "You dared to commit insubordination. Do you know what crime that is?" The slap was too strong. Lu Miao Miao covered her face with her hand, but it seemed that she still hadn't come to her senses. She still said strongly, "I am only following the prince's orders. Doing wrong is insubordination." The princess's close maid, Chunying, couldn't stand her arrogant manner either. She tried to speak up for her mistress, but the princess didn't want things to get more complicated. So she stopped Chunying, saying, "I'm fine," to reassure her. Lu Miao Miao's two servants were whispering to each other when she suddenly scolded them. "What are you standing there for? Do you also want to disobey the prince's orders?" She took out her anger on the servants and ordered, "Someone, bring my sister Su back to her room." The princess stood in front of Lu Miao Miao and had to humble herself, reluctantly saying, "What can I do now? My arms are twisted behind my back. If I fight back, I'm afraid I'll hurt the child." Lu's mother also came and brought a bowl of something to the princess. She said it was rose water. The princess knew for sure that there was poison in the bowl, so she was very angry and lost her composure, saying, "Lu, you dare to harm the blood of the royal family. Aren't you afraid that the prince will punish you with death?" Lu Miao Miao held up the bowl. Her face looked very vicious and she said sarcastically, "Su Luo, you really value yourself. Do you think the prince will believe you or me? What time is it, and you're still pretending to be noble?" Lu was even more excessive when she made the request. However, if sister is willing to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, this Miao Miao might think about it. The princess couldn't believe that she was so cruel and ruthless. She said, "Lu Miao Miao, I have no grudge against you. Why do you hate me so much? Must you push me to death?" Lu put her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, "No grudge? Sister is really a noble person who forgets many things. That day, in front of everyone, you humiliated me as a commoner. You forgot so quickly?" She told her mother to bring the soup, so that she could give it to the princess herself. She stirred the soup. The princess saw that she was now too excessive, and didn't know her place anymore. Bold. "Get out. I am still the princess, treating me like this, aren't you afraid of being beheaded?" Lu relied on the prince's favor and became even more aggressive, threatening the main wife, "Sister Su, if you don't drink this soup, this day next year will be the death anniversary of Chunying and the little prince. You can think carefully." She held the bowl of soup close to the princess's face. "Sister, be good and drink it quickly. The cold medicine will lose its effectiveness. Open your mouth." The princess was held tightly by the two people, and could only shake her head and struggle. "Lu Miao Miao, you are a beast." Unable to resist any longer, the princess had to drink the medicine. Su Luo couldn't stand drinking that thing, so she tried to throw it away. The bowl of medicine fell to the ground and shattered. Lu Miao Miao said, "Su Luo, you really don't know what's good for you." She went into a frenzy and pressed the princess's head down to the spilled medicine. Miao Miao's mother was standing next to her, also not knowing the rules, daring to step on her head. Su Luo was in extreme pain. Suddenly, she grabbed her ankle tightly and bit her leg with all her might. She kicked her leg, throwing the princess away, and said, "Su Luo, are you a dog? You harmed Nunu to be insulted by a group of people. It's all because of you. You also killed my Nunu." The princess lay on the ground in pain, saying, "Lu Nunu was not harmed by me. I didn't do anything." Lu Miao Miao recounted, "If it wasn't you, then who was it? If you hadn't deliberately wanted to marry the prince, how could your father, Prime Minister Su, worry that his precious daughter would suffer grievances after marrying into the prince's residence, and find someone to insult my sister?" The princess couldn't believe those words. She said, "That's impossible. My father wouldn't do such a harmful thing." "Lu Miao Miao, don't slander my father." Side concubine Lu was still stubbornly cruel. "In short, it's all because of you, it's all your fault. You stole the prince. Only when you die will the prince belong to me alone. At that time I will be the princess." Lu's mother was as cruel as her. "Taking your life to repay my Nunu for a life is a matter of course." The princess tried to sit up and said, "Lu Miao Miao, how the prince treats me, you know very well." Side concubine Lu came over and grabbed Su Luo's clothes, saying, "Of course. I have been with the prince for 3 years. No one knows the prince better than me. Just wait to die." After saying that, Lu's mother and daughter were about to leave. The princess warned them, "Lu Miao Miao, don't think that you won't be punished in the future." Suddenly, she coughed up blood and felt very painful. Blood flowed out a lot. She hugged her belly and cried, "My child." Lu Miao Miao's mother saw this, panicked, and called her, "Not good." She glanced at it. "Someone, quickly call a doctor." Something happened to the princess. The vicious Lady Lu stopped Miao Miao, and devised a plan for her. "Why not take this opportunity to kill her? When the prince asks, just say that the princess knew that the prime minister's family was beheaded, and was so hurt that she committed suicide." Lu Miao Miao disagreed with this method, saying, "Many servants saw us bring the princess back to Furong Garden. At that time, the prince will casually ask, and will suspect us." She heard this, and thought it made sense, praising her daughter. "After all, our Miao Miao is thoughtful. I will call someone to call a doctor immediately." Finally, the doctor had arrived. It was Dr. Lu. Seeing the doctor arrive, the princess kept begging him, "Save my child. Save my child." Cut to the scene in Farang Garden. The doctor was taking her pulse to check her health. While taking her pulse, he discovered something. He broke out in a cold sweat, worried that it was rose water. Side concubine Lu stood watching and said, "Dr. Lu, you have been to our prince's residence for more than 10 years. She began to threaten, "If you want to live a stable life in this residence, you should understand what to say and what not to say." "Do you think so?" Dr. Lu understood and replied, "Side concubine Lu, I am just a doctor who saves people. I beg you to spare me." Lu shouted, "Dr. Lu, you still have a wife and children at home, right? If the prince returns and finds out that you couldn't save the child in the princess's belly, how will he punish you?" The doctor had to listen to her. Dr. Lu was very scared when he heard Side concubine Lu's method. Suddenly, the prince came and asked, "What is happening here?" Seeing the prince arrive, everyone was surprised and shocked. Lu Miao Miao pulled the prince to the bed where Su Luo was lying and said, "Look at Sister Su." Miao Miao is worried to death. Sister heard that the Su family would be beheaded and was so shocked that she fainted. The prince was worried about the princess and turned to ask Dr. Lu, "Why is the princess like this?" Side concubine Lu glared at the doctor, controlling him, not letting him tell the truth. Dr. Lu hesitated and lied, reporting to the princess was so frightened that she bled. The child in her belly could not be saved. Lu Miao Miao was delighted, thinking, "Su Luo, the princess of the Shenwang residence can only be me." The prince angrily asked everyone, "Who brought this to the princess's ears?" Side concubine Lu began to cry crocodile tears, pretending to say, "Prince, it's all Miao Miao's fault for not managing the servants well." Only then did sister hear this. "Please punish Miao Miao." The prince was still blindly believing her. "It's okay, it's not your fault." Then she threw herself into the prince's arms. "Thank you, prince." The prince shouted, "Bring her here to me." Lady Lu replied, "I will go and bring that talkative maid here now." Lu Miao Miao pretended to be wronged. "Prince, you don't know. The little maid Chenying next to sister not only committed a crime, but also dared to hit me, and disobeyed your order. Wanting to take sister out of the prince's residence. Lu Miao Miao's heart was so cunning and scheming, a little maid dares to be so presumptuous. She continued to cry. Miao Miao's performance at this time had probably reached its peak. "Prince, it's okay for me to be slapped by that maid. Miao Miao is not angry. But that Chenying doesn't put you in her eyes, so in a fit of anger, I ordered her to be punished. As the prince's woman, I must protect her dignity in the residence." The maid Xiaoying was so pitiful. She had no fault, but because Miao Miao's mother and daughter were too vicious, they cruelly beat and punished her. Miao Miao's mother ordered people to beat and drag the princess's maid into the hall to meet the prince. She said this maid Xiaoying knew that the princess had a miscarriage because of her. She regretted it. So she voluntarily cut her tongue to ask the princess for forgiveness. Side concubine Lu saw that Xia Ying's tongue had been cut, and shamelessly said, "I had already told the servants of Mantingshai that my sister is weak, and absolutely cannot bring the matter of the Su family out. How can you not control your mouth, causing such a big disaster? How sad will your parents be if they know about this?" The maid Xia Ying knew that she couldn't fight against that vicious mother and daughter. She accepted the suffering, and tears of grievance fell. The prince asked again, "Did you spread this to the princess?" Xia Ying was forced to nod in acknowledgement. The prince ordered people to drag her out and behead her. Before leaving, the prince instructed Dr. Lu to prescribe some more medicine to nurse the princess's body. The doctor obeyed. Cut to 3 days later at Farang Garden. The little Prince Min ran to visit his mother. The princess knew that she couldn't keep the child in her belly, and her whole family was beheaded. She cried in pain and called their names in a coma. In her dream, she saw the execution of the Su family begin. Madame Su, Old Master Su, and the people in Su Luo's family were all tied up. The knife was very sharp. And the prince pulled out the execution card. The princess woke up in a panic, constantly calling mother, father. She also stroked her belly and said to her lost child, "Child, it's all mother's fault for not protecting you." Seeing Minner and the wet nurse arrive, the princess told the wet nurse, "Quickly follow me to Yushuan Hall. I want to beg Ying Chen to save my family." The wet nurse understood her feelings and advised her, "Princess, you have already lost a child. Please think about the little prince." The princess only hoped to save her family, so she pushed her hand away and said, "Don't stop me." The wet nurse had to tell the truth. Prime Minister Su and Madam were beheaded 3 days ago. The crime was colluding with the enemy and treason. Su Luo was stunned and couldn't believe it. She was extremely desperate. She collapsed to the ground, crying, "Father, mother." The princess consort, with a cold expression, whispered, "Yes, I want to find Enshin." She stood up abruptly, determined, and said, "I want to ask clearly, who exactly framed my father?" Suddenly, while walking, she tripped and fell to the floor. Perhaps it was because she had just woken up and her body was still too weak. Everyone was extremely frightened. At this time, the prince also came to visit her. Seeing him, the princess consort knelt down and continuously pleaded, "Enshin, my Su family has been loyal for generations. Who framed my father for colluding with the enemy and treason?" The prince said to the nanny, "Take the little prince out." Minner was young but very understanding. He cried, I don't want to go, I want my mother. The princess consort, crying, recounted to Shen, the child in my womb was forced to drink rose medicine by Lu Miao Miao and died. The prince simply replied coldly, where is your evidence? Su Luo said, Dr. Lu can testify, and Chening can also testify. The prince only believed the cunning fox, Lu Shi, and did not believe Su Luo's words. How long do you want to deceive me? Chening was executed for helping you escape. A death without verification. Dr. Lu said it was because you suddenly heard bad news, internal fear led to bleeding, and the fetus could not be saved. The princess consort was even more distressed at this time, not believing her ears when she heard that Chening was dead. The princess consort was so distressed and hateful that she hit the prince several times, saying, Shen, are you blind? Prince, you really can't distinguish right from wrong. Enough, Su Luo, you are just as hypocritical as your father. Then he held out a handkerchief that Ruer had written to him before her death, threw it at Su Luo, and said, see for yourself. The content of the letter was, I and the prince are in love with each other. I never thought that Lord Su, for the happiness of his daughter, intended to use money to make me leave the prince. After reading it, Su Luo couldn't believe it and knelt down. What's going on? What is this handkerchief? The prince said, if it weren't for Miao Miao discovering this handkerchief in Ruer's belongings, I wouldn't have known how devoid of kindness you and your father are. The prince began to recount, that day when I arrived. Night in the deserted temple. Discovered that Ruer was being violated by a scumbag. I punched that guy, knocking out his teeth. I approached Ruer, helped her up, and said, I'm so sorry, I'm late. Ruer, with a desperate look, faltered, ashen, dirty. I told her, Ruer, we're going home. Before carrying Ruer away, the prince also instructed his subordinates, bring these animals to the palace. The animals repeatedly cowed out and begged, spare us, great master. That day was also the wedding night of Su Luo and Shen. At the Shenhuang Palace, everyone was rioting. Where's the groom? He hasn't even had 2 drinks, where has he gone? The prince carried Ruer back to the palace and instructed the servants, get clean clothes, then get a basin of hot water. After experiencing such a terrifying event, Ruer, seeing Shen, also fearfully waved her hands, saying, don't come near, stay away from me. The prince, seeing her like this, was extremely heartbroken. Ruer, it's me, I'm Shen. Ruer, hearing this, gradually calmed down. He also hugged her and comforted her, Ruer, don't be afraid, Ashen is here. The prince stroked her head, comforting her. Then he thought to himself, Ruer, I will definitely make those animals pay. Cut to the prison cell, it was already late at night. The animals who had defiled Ruer were all tied up. They kept begging, Prince, spare our lives. We didn't know that woman was your person. Another also said, that's right, the person who told us to do it didn't say this woman was related to you. The prince was very surprised at this. Then he picked up a hot coal and asked, who is behind this? Think clearly before you speak. The animals were afraid and had to speak out. He said, it was the old master surnamed Su who gave us silver to do this. Prince, considering that we were ordered by someone, spare us. But how could Shen easily let him go? He pressed the coal against his body. Shouted, spare you, but did you think of sparing my Ruer at that time? Before leaving, he also instructed his subordinates not to let them die comfortably. After hearing the prince's story, Su Luo still didn't believe it and said, my father would never do that. He grabbed her clothes and shouted, change your clothes, I'll take you to a place. It turned out he took her to the graveyard. The gloomy atmosphere around her made her a little scared. Then the prince pushed her to the resting place of Lord Su and Madame Su. The princess consort knelt before her parents' graves, crying loudly, Mother, Father, Luor is unfilial, unable to see you one last time. She constantly blamed herself. Then, Su Luo turned to ask Shen, you put my whole family to death, just for a Lu Ruer? He said, Su Luo, that year I and Ruer were in love with each other. Your father told his majesty, forcibly betrothing you to me. You must have known, right? Cut back to the old days at the royal palace. Official Lu said, congratulations, Lord Su. The young lady and the prince are truly a talented and beautiful couple, a match made in heaven. Seeing that the prince was also standing nearby, Lord Su said, Shenhuang, please stop. The prince asked, Lord Su, is there anything else? He suggested to Shenhuang, let's talk. Shenhuang looked arrogant, if you have something to say it quickly. Lord Su expressed his point of view, I only have one daughter. After she marries into your Shenhuang palace, if she suffers even the slightest harm, I will definitely not let you go. The prince stated the obvious, Lord Su is worried about the young lady? It's fine, just ask his majesty to revoke the betrothal. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Cutscene, Su Luo blamed herself, father went to this point, because of me. She hugged the grave and cried bitterly, Father, Luor was wrong, I'm sorry. She asked Shen, is this how you treat your savior? The princess consort pointed directly at his face and said, that year in Lang Valley, if it weren't for me saving you, how would you be where you are today? The prince said, it was clearly Ruer who saved me. I and Ruer in Lang Valley swore to be together until our hair turned white. It was your father who separated us. Su Luo, are you even worthy of being Ruer's substitute? Hearing that, Su Luo froze because she remembered that it was clearly her who saved him. Why did it become Lu Ruor? Shen, no wonder your mother committed suicide. Having a child who doesn't know gratitude, she must have been very ashamed. The prince angrily grabbed her neck and shouted, Su Luo, my mother's suicide was caused by your father. The princess consort tried to struggle. Said, my father wouldn't do that, Shen, you need to have proof. He asked, what proof do you want? My mother told me herself, could it still be a lie? Then the prince let go, she gradually fell down. She was full of doubts, impossible, how could it be, my father is not like that. Su Luo, your whole family are sworn enemies of my Shenhuang palace. The princess consort lay on the ground and continued to beg Shen, I beg you, we were husband and wife, forgive Minner and me. The prince approached Su Luo, heartlessly saying, listen carefully, I will never forgive you. I want to torment you for the rest of your life, making you unable to live or die. The princess consort at this time only had the little prince as her family. She cried desperately, tears streaming down her face. Shen ordered the servants to put the princess consort on a horse. He also instructed, carefully, send down the order to bring the princess consort back to the palace. Without my permission, she is not allowed to leave Furong Courtyard even for half a step. Moonlit night at Furong Courtyard. The princess consort was setting up a table, worshipping before the memorial tablets of her parents. She also prepared pear cake, which her father loved most. The princess consort remembered her father's words, if you only have Shen, then give up. She held the bowl of pear cake, crying and blaming herself, Father, I'm sorry, it's Luor who harmed everyone. If Luor had listened at that time, perhaps the Su manor would not be so miserable. Su Luo was even more heartbroken when she remembered the prince's words, my mother's suicide was caused by your father. She sat before her father's memorial tablet and said, Father, you taught Luor from a young age to live kindly. Luor absolutely does not believe you would cause Shen's mother to commit suicide. Father, mother, and Chuning, Luor misses you all. The princess consort at this time was kneeling before the altar for a long time. Shen burst in, Su Luo, you dare to worship enemies in my Shenhuang palace? Then Shen went over and knocked over Su Luo's father's memorial tablet. Su Luo reached out to stop him, don't. Trembling hands hugged the memorial tablet tightly and retorted, Shen, these are my family, they are gone, why are you so heartless? Shen was annoyed, I'm heartless? Su Luo, if it weren't for your father doing those despicable things, how could I be so heartless now? Shen's eyes were full of hatred, Su Luo, your Su manor owes me, I will reclaim everything from you. Su Luo couldn't stand it, defending her father, Shen, my father didn't do such things, don't wrong my father. Shen continued to add fuel to the fire, the evidence is solid. You still don't admit it, just like your father, stubborn. Su Luo was also exhausted, only able to resent, Shen, I hate you. In the beginning, I was blind to like a selfish, cold, and cruel person like you. Shen tightened his grip on Su Luo and asked, hate me? Shen leaned his face close to Su Luo's and growled, I won't let you hate me, his other hand squeezing Su Luo's chin. Su Luo struggled hard, Shen, what do you want to do? Shen smiled lightly, what do I want to do? I want your father to see the retribution with his own eyes. Shen pushed Su Luo onto the bed, you say, if your father knew that his beloved daughter was being violated before his memorial tablet, would he be so humiliated that he would crawl out of his coffin? Shen moved closer and placed his lips on Su Luo's, regardless of Su Luo's struggles. Su Luo, you are mine, I only want you to have only me in your heart. Su Luo had no choice but to bite the villain's lip. Taking advantage of his release, she slapped him. Shen angrily ordered, men, take these memorial tablets out and burn them for me. Su Luo struggled with the servant, don't. Shen coldly left. Su Luo could only sadly watch her father's memorial tablet being taken away. She collapsed to the ground, her heart full of hatred, Shen, Su Luo will never forgive you in this lifetime. Heavy rain, at Furong Courtyard, a maid rushed in to report, Princess Consort, it's not good. The maid anxiously recounted the situation, Princess Consort, the little prince stabbed and injured young Master Xing. Su Luo was startled to hear this. She quickly closed the book and placed it on the table. Su Luo hurried to find Minner. But as soon as she reached the gate of Furong Courtyard, she was blocked by the bold guards. Princess Consort, the prince has forbidden you to leave Furong Courtyard. Su Luo had to waste her breath teaching these rotten kids, get out of the way. If anything happens to the little prince today, can you bear it? At this moment, Lu Miao Miao appeared to block the way. Sister, where are you going in such a hurry? Is it to see how the little young master is? The little prince stabbed Xinger and injured him. Xinger lost too much blood and fainted. Su Luo was familiar with Lu Miao Miao's sinister tricks, you're lying, Minner wouldn't do that. Lu Miao Miao taunted, is that so? I heard that like mother, like son. It seems to be true. Then concubine Lu whispered into the princess consort's ear, Xinger was indeed not stabbed by the little prince. I told someone else to stab him. The doctor said he lost too much blood and needs a transfusion. Su Luo was worried about the safety of the innocent children. Lu Miao Miao, what do you want to do to Minner? Lu Miao Miao continued to raise her voice and asked Su Luo, a child of an unfavored concubine, a child of my sister. Sister Su, who do you think the prince will choose? Lucier said with a vicious look, Sister Su, if you lost a child, it would be very interesting. Su Luo gritted her teeth, Lu Miao Miao. Suddenly, Su Luo saw the sword tucked into the waist of the nearby guard. Su Luo swiftly snatched the sword. In the pouring rain, Su Luo embraced Lu Miao Miao, holding the sword close to Lu Miao Miao's neck, making Lu Miao Miao scream in fear, Su Luo, what do you want to do? If you kill me, the prince will not let you go. Regardless of Lu Miao Miao's screams, Su Luo lightly drew a line on the neck she should have cut long ago, causing blood to flow and mix with the rain, as if cleansing the blood of a vicious beast. Lu Miao Miao felt the pain, Su Luo, don't. Lu Miao Miao struggled but couldn't get free, only screaming, let me go. The guard didn't dare to act rashly, taking steps forward to try to control Su Luo, princess consort. Su Luo became even more frantic, ordering, get out of my way. At Yushuan Hall, the servants ran in to report to Shen Wang, making him angry, what? Forcing Miao Miao? Enshin quickly arrived at the scene, seeing the scene as reported, shouted, Su Luo, put down the sword. Su Luo seemed to be competing with Enshin, standing still without any movement. Enshin frowned even more, didn't you hear my order? Put down the sword. Su Luo glanced at Enshin, her expression determined, where is Minner? Enshin, hearing Minner's name, showed disgust. Minner is young but has a vicious heart, not only cursing Xinger as a bastard but also daring to injure Xinger. Su Luo, hearing those words, suppressed her anger onto the sword, making the cut on Lu Miao Miao's neck deeper. Stop talking nonsense. My Minner would absolutely not do such a thing. Enshin, just answer me, where is Minner? The blood flowed out more, making Lu Miao Miao scream, Prince, save me. Sister wants to kill me. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to the out-of-control Su Luo, Enshin had to calm her down first. Su Luo, calm down a bit. Su Luo was still very determined. I'm asking you one more time, where is Minner? While they were talking, someone ran over to report, Prince, it's not good, the little prince's bleeding won't stop, he's about to. Su Luo heard this and let go of that beast, then panicked and asked, where is Minner? Take me there quickly. Lu Miao Miao, being released, immediately fell into Enshin's arms. Su Luo, not caring, quickly followed the servant to Minner's place. Enshin also rejected that wild beast, intending to follow Su Luo to see Minner's condition, but was pulled back by Lu Miao Miao. Prince, where are you going? Lu Miao Miao clutched Enshin's clothes and whined, Miao Miao is very scared. Enshin pushed Miao Miao's hand away and coaxed, Miao Miao, I'm going back. You should go back and change your clothes to avoid catching a cold. Then he turned to the maid and ordered, take concubine Lu back to her room to rest. Lu Miao Miao watched Enshin's figure leave. Enshin, you still haven't let go of that slut from beginning to end. But it doesn't matter, the two children have been taken care of, next is you, Su Luo. Lu Miao Miao smiled sinisterly. Arriving at Xinger's place, Su Luo ran straight inside, calling Minner's name. Inside, Minner, with one hand bandaged and still bleeding, lay motionless on the bed. Dr. Lu was right beside him. Su Luo, who had been suppressed all this time and remained strong, now seeing Minner's condition, couldn't help but feel heartbroken and shed tears. Her trembling hand touched the arm that was bandaged and still bleeding. Then she slowly touched his face, scared, Minner, why is your whole body so cold? The little prince gradually woke up, Mother, Minner is in pain. Su Luo gently soothed the little prince, Minner, be good, it will soon stop hurting. Minner whined and asked, Mother, can Minner see little sister now? Su Luo heard this and comforted her little child, Minner, don't talk nonsense. Then she turned and pleaded, Dr. Lu, please save my Minner. Dr. Lu looked helpless, Princess consort, the little prince has lost too much blood. I have done everything I could. Whether he can make it or not depends on the little prince himself. Su Luo was stunned after hearing this. Su Luo couldn't stand up anymore, she was in pain and questioned herself, how could this happen? Su Luo knelt down and begged Enshin, I want you to be fair to my Minner. Minner has a pure heart, he would absolutely not do such an unusual thing. Her weakness showed, Su Luo was really in pain, she cried, it's Miao Miao, she stabbed Xinger to frame Minner. Enshin frowned, Su Luo, enough. Minner's life is important. Bringing him back to Furong Courtyard and taking good care of him is the important thing. Whether he was framed or not. I will investigate it myself. Su Luo seemed to wake up, forget it. What she needed to do right now was to protect Minner's life. He was everything to her now. Besides Su Luo, there was no one trustworthy enough to protect Minner. Su Luo hugged the little prince and coldly walked past Enshin. Enshin silently watched Su Luo's figure gradually disappear. Then he angrily ordered, as if he had seen through everything, men, drag this doctor out and behead him for me. It was now midnight, while everyone was asleep, Furong Courtyard was still lit. Su Luo was still by the little prince's bedside, despite the two maids' pleas, Princess consort, you have been guarding the little prince all day, please go back and rest a little. Su Luo ignored them, her eyes still watching Minner sleep soundly, no, if Minner wakes up and doesn't see his mother, he will be scared. The maid earnestly advised, don't worry, if the little prince wakes up, the servant will immediately call you. Besides, if you are tired, who will take care of the little prince? Su Luo's eyes still didn't leave the little prince, that's right, Minner, be good, mother will go cook shrimp porridge for you first, so you can drink it when you wake up. The two maids could only sigh, worried about the princess consort. An hour later, Su Luo, holding a bowl of shrimp porridge, thought to herself, when Minner wakes up and sees the shrimp porridge, he will definitely turn into a little cat. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Get water. Quickly call people to put out the fire. The princess consort stopped a servant and asked about the situation. Where is the fire? The servants replied, Princess consort, it's Furong courtyard. Crash. Su Luo's whole body felt like it was falling into an abyss. Minner, my Minner. Looking at the palace, everything was in flames. It had only been an hour, and the fire had already spread so quickly. But she didn't have time to think. Su Luo rushed into the sea of fire. Minner, Minner, mother is coming to save you. Despite the servants' attempts to stop her. Princess consort, it's dangerous, you can't go in there. At this time, Enshin had also just arrived at Furong courtyard. Hearing that someone had just run into the sea of fire, suspecting it was the princess consort, he stopped a maid and asked, who is it? Who went in there? The maid replied in panic, it's the princess consort, your highness. Hearing that, Enshin snatched the bucket of water from a nearby servant. He splashed it on himself, his eyes determined, Su Luo, I won't let anything happen to you. Enshin immediately rushed into the sea of fire to find Su Luo, who was looking for her and his poor Minner. Su Luo, choking on the toxic fumes, still tried to look around for the little prince. Suddenly, her intuition told her, a wooden beam from the house collapsed, pinning her small body. Enshin, in the sea of fire, had found his beloved. Seeing her trapped like that, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Enshin found a way to get closer to Su Luo, his mouth constantly calling Su Luo's name. Suddenly, a scene of Su Luo running ahead and looking back flashed in his mind. Enshin, hurry up. Enshin pushed the pillar off Su Luo with all his might, his mouth still uncontrollably worried about Su Luo. Wait for me, wake up, Su Luo. Pushing the log away, Enshin quickly carried Su Luo out. It was rare to see the prince so panicked. Doctor, call the doctor, quickly. At Jinchuan courtyard, Su Luo's lullaby echoed throughout the courtyard. Minner, be good, Minner, be good, sleep, sleep, my child. Su Luo mindlessly hugged the pillow, carefully dressed, and patted it. Minner, be good, mother. Minner, be good, sleep, mother will cook delicious food for Minner, I love Minner. Enshin entered, angrily saying, Su Luo, what are you doing? Su Luo's eyes were round but almost lifeless, looking at Enshin, putting her hand to her mouth to signal silence. Minner is sleeping, don't be noisy, you'll wake Minner up. Enshin couldn't help but feel a chill. Coldly said to Su Luo, how long are you going to be crazy? And snatched the pillow from Su Luo's hand. Su Luo reached out to take it back in fear. Give Minner back to me. Her tired physical strength from the past few days left her with no strength and she collapsed to the ground at Enshin's feet. Su Luo still tried to reach up to get Minner back. Enshin raised it higher. Enshin shouted, Minner has been dead for a long time. Then the prince left without any sympathy. Enshin instructed the maids serving outside the courtyard, take all the relics of the little prince and burn them, call the doctor to treat the princess consort's leg wound. After giving instructions, Enshin turned back and couldn't help but be startled. Su Luo frantically rushed over, give Minner back to me. Enshin had to hold her tightly and calm her down. Su Luo, have you made enough trouble? Minner is really dead, he is no longer alive. These truths, like a sharp knife, once again stabbed into Su Luo's constantly bleeding heart, leaving her numb. Su Luo bit Enshin's hand hard, drawing blood. She looked at Enshin with deep pain and questioned, Minner is also your child, he is also your child, how can you be so heartless and indifferent? Enshin, let's divorce, the princess shed tears of extreme pain. Enshin was naturally angry and opposed, you want to leave me? Want a divorce letter? Dream on. Su Luo was in agony, Enshin, the child in my womb is gone, Minner is also dead, the entire Su family has also been beheaded, even if I, Su Luo, owed you, I have already paid it back. Enshin sneered, what a good way to say you've paid it back. His pupils constricted, he angrily questioned, Su Luo, don't forget how you schemed and plotted to enter my Shenwan manor, causing Rower and me to be separated by life and death. And now you want to leave so easily? Do you think my Shenwan manor is a market? Su Luo, your Su family owes me, you can't repay it in your entire life. I want you to stay in Shenwan manor forever, I will slowly torture you, making you wish you were dead. Do you understand? Enshin grabbed Su Luo's chin tightly and then flung her away, coldly turning his head and walking away without a trace of pity. Su Luo fell to the ground and could only scream, Enshin, I hate you. At Yushan Palace. 2 guards were reporting, Wang Ye, your subordinates have searched Furong courtyard thoroughly but still haven't found the body of the young prince. Enshin pondered thoughtfully, how can it be that it can't be found? Then he decisively gave further instructions to the 2 guards. The 2 of you must secretly and fully investigate the whereabouts of the young prince, this matter must not be known to others. And to the outside world, just say that the young prince has been buried. The 2 guards received the order and immediately carried it out. The space was quiet and serene, it had been a long time since the harem had been so peaceful. Behind the curtain, Su Luo sat leaning against the headboard, her hand idly stroking a piece of clothing. She had fallen asleep at some point without realizing it, her eyes closed but stained with tears. In her dream, Su Luo dreamt of meeting her master again. She ran over and hugged him tightly. Master, Luo misses you very much. Her master's eyes looked at Su Luo tenderly. Luo, master is late. Su Luo nestled in his arms, tears streaming down endlessly. Master, Luo misses home. Luo wants to return to Yawang Valley. The master then put a strange red pill into Su Luo's mouth. As soon as she swallowed it, she returned to reality. Su Luo gradually opened her eyes and had to accept the reality, so it was just a dream. A palace maid entered to report, Wang Fei, Lu's side consort, has come to pay her respects. Su Luo heard this and coldly refused, not receiving. Lu Miao Miao, brazen and disrespectful of the Wang Fei, entered on her own. Elder sister, Minner is already dead. Are you preparing to burn clothes for Minner? Su Luo didn't want to talk much. She silently raised her hand to her head and pulled out a hairpin to defend herself. Lu Miao Miao walked over and snatched Minner's clothes. Self-satisfied, elder sister, don't you want to know how Minner was treated before he died? Su Luo tried to restrain herself, ignoring Lu Miao Miao's words, which made her a little annoyed. Are you even listening to me? Then that beast slowly recounted her own hunt. That day, I took advantage of Xing'er being asleep and found a small pair of scissors, stabbing it into his heart. Those disgusting words made Su Luo shudder. Lu Miao Miao continued to boast, then I put those small scissors into the young prince's hand. The young prince saw so much blood and was scared. Wang Ye asked him if he did it. The young prince was weak and foolish, crying and saying it wasn't him, but what use was it? Wang Ye doesn't even believe your words. How could he believe a stinky, unwelcome brat? Su Luo heard this and tears streamed down her face. Lu Miao Miao, you bitch. Lu's side consort became even more proud. How Wang Ye treated the young prince, you know it in your heart. It's truly pitiful for the young prince, because of you. Elder sister, he died without even being loved by his father. In Su Luo's mind at this moment, she was full of remorse. Minner, mother is sorry. Lu's side consort took the opportunity to continue provoking. Elder sister, why aren't you saying anything? The young prince was most afraid of pain. A single fall would make him cry. When the doctor cut his blood vessels, he cried so miserably. The young prince desperately wanted to escape, but couldn't. He was caught and had his blood drawn. Do you know, elder sister, the young prince kept calling for his mother, longing for you to save him. Until his last weak breath, he stopped crying because he couldn't cry anymore. Su Luo was both heartbroken and hateful, clutching the blanket tightly. Lu Miao Miao feigned consolation, but these things are not important. Elder sister was never favored, and now without a child, Wang Ye will definitely become more and more indifferent to you in the future. Lu's side consort put her hand down and stroked the child in her belly. Last night, Miao Miao and Wang Ye were even worried about the child's name. Elder sister is the daughter of the prime minister, learned and knowledgeable. Why don't you help your younger sister name the child in my belly? Su Luo imagined the scene of Minner being bullied and could no longer remain calm. Minner, mother will avenge you. Then, Su Luo reached for the sewing box next to her, clutching a pair of scissors in her hand. Su Luo lunged forward and plunged the scissors into Lu Miao Miao's belly, causing blood to splatter everywhere, while fiercely saying, Lu Miao Miao, give me back my child. I must kill you, avenge Minner. Su Luo became crazed, ignoring Miao Miao's screams and pleas. Su Luo struck another blow to Lu Miao Miao's belly, her mouth cursing, die, all of you. Lu Miao Miao, who was loudmouthed just now, was still so, but not boasting anymore, but crying for help, help. The servants heard this and rushed in to see the situation. A servant quickly restrained Su Luo's hand. She struggled fiercely even though she had no strength left. Being restrained, Su Luo still fiercely demanded to kill Lu Miao Miao. Lu Miao Miao could only cry, hugging her belly and calling for her child. A palace maid helped Lu's side consort up to find a doctor. Lu Miao Miao kept calling Yin Shen, Wang Ye, quickly save our child. Su Luo turned and stepped on Lu Miao Miao's blood. She muttered, Minner, mother has finally avenged you. A moment later, she silently dropped the scissors, but my child will never come back. At Lu Mingjai, Yinshin seemed to be in a great hurry, heading in that direction. The wet nurse ran out crying to greet him. Wang Ye, Wang Fei caused our Miao Miao to have a miscarriage. You must stand up for us. As Yinshin entered, Lu Miao Miao also crawled up and sobbed. Wang Ye, it's Miao Miao's fault for not being able to protect our child. Sob, sob. Yinshin immediately supported Lu's side consort. Miao Miao, lie down first. Lu Miao Miao continued to explain. Miao Miao was just worried that Su's elder sister had lost 2 children in a row and would be distraught, so I went to comfort her. Who knew that elder sister would suddenly grab scissors and stab Miao Miao's belly? She clung tightly to Yin Shen and sobbed. What did Miao Miao do wrong? Why did elder sister do something to hurt Miao Miao's child, an innocent child? Yin Shen thought to himself, Su Luo, is this your way of taking revenge on me? Then he drew his sword from its sheath. Yin Shen stepped outside, instructing the wet nurse to take good care of Lu's side consort and then left. At Furong courtyard. Su Luo, Yin Shen kicked the door open and entered. Miao Miao was injured. Did you do it? Su Luo was busy sewing, not even looking up. Yin Shen angrily questioned, do you know that because of you, the child in Miao Miao's belly is gone? Su Luo finally looked up, smiling slightly, gone? Wonderful. Yin Shen's hand gripped his sword so tightly it trembled. Yin Shen used all his strength to raise his sword high and said, you wicked woman. The sword swung down towards Su Luo. As if prepared in advance, Su Luo closed her eyes and waited. But unexpectedly, Yin Shen stopped his hand, turning the sword down to Su Luo's face and saying, Su Luo, don't think I wouldn't dare to kill you, you were also a mother. How could you do such a cruel thing? Su Luo reasoned, she killed my 2 children, I killed one of hers, that's still not fair. Su Luo, Minner's death has nothing to do with Miao Miao, it was an accident, Yinshin explained, but Su Luo dismissed it. Do you think I believe you? I advise you to just kill me. Su Luo used scissors to cut off a thread, as if signaling something. Otherwise, if Lu Miao Miao gets pregnant with one child, I will kill that child. Yinshin became even angrier. Su Luo, you dare. Su Luo interrupted, before, I lived without caring about fame or fortune, nor did I need your concern, I just wanted to live peacefully with my son. But now the Su manor is gone, Minner is also gone, the child in my belly has also left me, what do I have now? What do I have left to dare not do? Yinshin was speechless after hearing this. But he still grabbed Su Luo's hand and ordered, I want you to apologize to Miao Miao. Su Luo was unexpectedly even more stubborn than before, you want me to apologize to her? Only if I die. Yinshin couldn't restrain himself and put his hand around Su Luo's throat, if you want to die so much, then. Su Luo, unafraid, continued loudly, I also want to curse you to be childless for the rest of your life, not to die a whole body, I'd rather have stayed in Yawang Valley with my master and lived the rest of my life, just thinking about continuing to live with you in this Wang manor makes me nauseous. Yinshin squeezed harder, Su Luo, what did you say? Say it again to Ben Wang. Su Luo emphasized again, I would rather die than be with you for another second. Yinshin made another surprise move, loosening and withdrawing his hand from Su Luo's throat. Want to die, do you? Alright, I will grant your wish. Men, put Wang Fei in the coffin. Su Luo laughed, you don't need to worry, I'll do it myself. Saying this, she pulled her dress and prepared to step into the coffin. Then she calmly lay straight inside under Yinshin's watchful eye. At this time, he said, Su Luo, I will give you one last chance to survive, just as long as you beg for forgiveness now. He hadn't finished speaking when she interrupted, don't dream. Hearing this, he angrily ordered his subordinates, close the coffin. In his mind at this time, he was very confused, Luor, you would rather die than bow your head to me? Just then, a subordinate came and knelt to report, Wang Ye, General Sui sent a message that there is an important matter to discuss with you, please go to the general's manor quickly. He replied, I know, you go ahead. Before leaving, he instructed 2 subordinates to guard the coffin, Ben Wang is going to the general's manor for a while, if I don't return in 3 hours, remember to open the coffin. They immediately obeyed, yes, Wang Ye. The coffin lid slowly closed. Su Luo was not afraid at all, but instead happily smiled, it's good like this, I will soon be reunited with my child, with my father and mother. She didn't know how long after, she dreamed of smoke billowing, a hand reaching out and calling mother. Miao Miao sneered, holding Yin Min tightly and holding a knife, despite the boy's desperate cries for help, mother, save me. At this time, in real life, she was deliriously calling Minner, sweat pouring down her body. Yin Min gradually sank into the sea of fire, his eyes looking at her expectantly, mother, it hurts. Suddenly, she woke up, that's Minner is outside calling me. Then she hurriedly banged on the coffin lid violently, let me out, my son is calling me. At this time Yinshin was riding his horse back. He thought to himself, 2 hours have passed, I must hurry back. As soon as he arrived, he saw Miao Miao wearing a coat to greet him, Wang Ye, you're finally back, elder sister, she. Seeing her stammering, he cleared his throat, what happened to Wang Fei? She hurriedly replied, elder sister suffocated to death in the coffin. Hearing this, his eyes darkened, dead? You said Su Luo is dead? Impossible. He gripped her shoulders tightly, shaking her, waiting for a different answer, but she just looked regretful and said, Su elder sister is really pitiful, Miao Miao couldn't bear it in her heart and buried elder sister first in the Wang Manor's back garden. She also pretended to comfort him, Wang Ye, you don't need to be too sad, taking care of your health is important. Unexpectedly, Yinshin immediately pushed her hard to the ground and turned away sharply, impossible, Luor won't die. Miao Miao saw him running away and hurriedly called, Wang Ye. She gritted her teeth angrily, this bitch is dead, shouldn't Wang Ye be happy? At the Shin Wang Manor in the empty space behind the flower garden, Yinshin ordered his subordinates to dig up the burial place of Su Luo's coffin, he urgently shouted. Hurry up. After the people carried the coffin and were about to put it down, he suddenly ordered, wait, stop. He approached and touched the coffin with anticipation, Luor, this is not Luor. Then he pushed open the lid. Inside was Su Luo's stiff body. Yinshin paused for a moment. He dejectedly muttered, no, Luor. Miao Miao hurriedly came to comfort him, Wang Ye, elder sister is gone, if you are weak, what will Miao Miao do? But he ignored those words and only called her name, Luor. Luor, wake up, open your eyes and look at me, he clutched her hand tightly, stroking it as if waiting for warmth to radiate. Then he put his hand on her cheek and rubbed it, impossible, Luor won't die. Finally, he put his 2 hands and lifted her up, Luor, you're hurt, I'll take you back to the doctor, okay? Miao Miao couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Wang Ye, Su elder sister, she's dead. Yinshin shouted at her, shut up, don't let you talk nonsense. She angrily muttered to herself, this bitch is dead, yet she still has Wang Ye's soul. Camp Swang courtyard at midnight. He put her on the bed and carefully wiped her face, Luor, you sleep first, I've always kept you in the manor these past few years, when you wake up, I'll take you out to play, okay? Finally, he shed tears. Luor, we'll be together from now on. You don't say anything. I take it as agreement. With that, he bent down and kissed her lips. A teardrop fell on Su Luo's face. He cried in heartache, looking at her face full of wounds. Wait for me to help you apply medicine and bandage it, then it won't hurt anymore. It's me who made you suffer so much. I'm sorry, I was wrong. After saying that, he wiped his tears and suddenly stood up. Luor likes to be clean, now her body is wet and dirty, she must be uncomfortable, let me change her clothes. A moment later, he came with a set of clothes. Luor, what do you think of these clothes? Luor is so beautiful, wearing this will definitely be very beautiful. Then he took off part of her clothes. Seeing a long scar on her back, he suddenly stopped. This scar, why is it so familiar? At Lang Valley a few years ago, Su Luo shook him awake. Wake up. He asked blankly, who are you? She pulled him up and replied, my name is Su Luo, come on, I'll help you up. Behind them was a ferocious wolf. She helped him walk and said, there seems to be a wolf following us, we should run. Hearing this, he said, Miss Su, please go. Don't worry about me. But she insisted on helping him. It's okay, I have some medicinal powder on me, the wolf won't come close to us. He turned his head to look behind him. The ferocious wolf pounced. He hurriedly pushed her away. Get out of the way. Inshin swung his sword and slashed at the wolf. But immediately after, it fiercely bared its fangs and pounced on him. Just then, Su Luo ran over and hugged him from behind. General, be careful. He startledly shouted, Miss Su. Memories flooded back in an instant. Inshin held his head. It was Luo who saved me? He cried out in pain. His head felt like it was going to split. During the day at Lang Valley that year, Su Luo hugged him tightly and cried, Ashen, don't go. Although he was heartbroken, he forced a smile to comfort her. Luor, I have a military order and need to return to the capital. Listen to me, don't cry anymore. Hearing this, she looked up and asked him, Ashen, then will you come back to marry me? He smiled and raised 2 fingers to swear. Luor, heaven and earth witness, I, Inshin, will only be loyal to you for the rest of my life. She heard this and happily hugged him. Ashen, I'll wait for you. Suddenly remembering more old things, his tears just flowed, so I always mistook Luoru for Luor. Thinking of this, he cried out in pain, I was wrong, Luor. After crying for a while, he suddenly coughed up blood. He fell powerlessly, his arm still holding her. Luor, it's all my fault, I killed you. At this time, at Mantingzai, Meow Meow angrily pushed open the door. Her mother in the room saw her expression and asked, what's wrong? That bitch isn't dead yet? She threw her outer coat to her and said, dead, she's dead, but Wang Ye actually carried her body back to Kamswang courtyard. She sneered, but you saw clearly, that bitch made it so you can't get pregnant anymore, if you don't take action this time. She showed a smug expression. Meow Meow also laughed. When I opened the coffin, that body was already cold and stiff, really dead. She was overjoyed. Dead is good, that bitch killed your sister. Tonight is also considered revenge for Roru. I used to think this Wanya tortured Su Luo for Roru. But today I know there's more hatred behind it. She rolled her eyes. Mother, what do you mean by this? She picked up her coat and explained, I heard that Wanya's mother was once the Anyang princess of Jing'an Kingdom. The troops of Molan Kingdom invaded Jing'an Kingdom, but at that time, the Minister of War, Su Qingxiang, died, and the dispatch of troops to rescue was delayed. After Jing'an Kingdom was occupied, Anyang Princess committed suicide to follow her country. Meow Meow chuckled. No one in this entire Shenhuang Manor knows that Taifei is Wanya's reverse scale. No wonder Wanya treated that bitch with both love and hate. And even wanted to personally behead the entire Su family. She sneered, Su Luo, even if I, Lu Meow Meow, can't deal with you, your fate is to die miserably. Just then, a maid suddenly came in to report, something's wrong, Wanya fainted. She quickly put on her coat and went out, hurry. The next morning, at Mantingzai, Inshin deliriously called Su Luo's name, Luor. Suddenly, he woke up and shouted loudly, Luor. Meow Meow had been sleeping next to his bed all this time. At this moment, she startled, Wanya, you're awake, Meow Meow has always been here. But he hurriedly pulled back the blanket. Seeing him running out in a hurry, she immediately asked, Wanya, where are you going? He ran barefoot in the snow. He kept thinking, not good, Luor. He ran to open the door of her room. Luor. Seeing the bed empty, he asked, where's Wang Fei? The guards had fallen asleep at some point. At this moment, he kicked them awake. Get up. Where is Wang Fei? Why is she gone? They bowed their heads. Wanya, didn't Wang Fei die? He had just said this when he heard the sound of a sword being drawn. The next second was a slash that caused blood to spurt out, then he collapsed and died. The other person saw this scene and trembled. Wanya, spare me. This subordinate didn't know why he fell asleep. Wanya. Inshin pointed the tip of his sword at his forehead and shouted, pass down the order, even if you have to dig 3 feet, you must find Wang Fei, otherwise you will be like him. He replied in fear, yes, sir. After he ran away, Inshin fell powerlessly to the snow. He looked at his hands and shed tears. Luor, are you cold? I haven't even changed your new clothes yet, why did you leave? At the Wang Manor's dungeon, the maid who was tied up cried, Wanya, this servant really doesn't know where Wang Fei's body is. His eyes were blank and he replied, think again. The maid tried to beg, Wanya, please spare this servant. Last night Wang Fei was put in the coffin by you. This servant was afraid of being buried alive, so I ran away overnight. Wanya, this servant knows I was wrong. She was about to call Wanya again when he suddenly grabbed her throat tightly. A second later, he had twisted her neck to one side, her eyes rolled back. He said, if you don't know anything, then there's no value in keeping you. Then he wiped his hands with a paper. At this time, a subordinate came in to report, Wanya, according to your instructions, the guards who were derelict last night have been dealt with. He immediately asked, have you found out who stole the body of the young prince? The man stammered, reporting to Wanya, not yet. He was immediately scolded by him, a bunch of useless trash, continue to investigate. The man trembled and obeyed, yes, Wanya. He put his hand on his head. Minner and Luor died one after another, without their bodies being found. This is too strange. Luor, Minner, where are you? Evening at Manting's Eye. Meow Meow's mother said to her, I heard from the people in the manor that the body of that bitch disappeared without a trace. She immediately reacted, how could someone steal the body? She suddenly panicked, that bitch wouldn't come back to life and run away herself, would she? Meow Meow retorted, impossible, I saw with my own eyes that she wasn't breathing in the coffin. Just then, the sound of the door opening, the two of them trembled and glanced at each other. But it was Yin Shen. She hurriedly went over and pulled his hand, Wanya, come in first. He pulled his hand back and went straight to the point, no, I have something to ask you, after I ask, I'll leave. The two of them looked at each other with guilt, sweat pouring down their faces. Finally, her mother spoke first, what does Wanya want to ask? Meow Meow followed, is it related to Su's elder sister? As long as it can help Wanya, Meow Meow will definitely tell everything. But Yin Shen replied, no. He looked at her and asked, Meow Meow, where was the place where I first met you and Ruru? She frowned and asked back, why is Wanya asking about this today? Do you miss my sister? He said irritably, you just need to answer me. Lucifer recalled, the first time Meow Meow and sister met Wanya was in Wolf Valley. It was already dusk, and Meow Meow and sister had to hurry back before dark because a pack of wolves often appeared there at night. While we were on our way back, my sister discovered a man lying nearby. And that was you, Wanya. From the first time Meow Meow saw you, she could see how handsome you were. At that time, my sister went closer to check Wanya's breathing. Knowing that you were still alive, she shook you vigorously and called, Gonzi. Then my sister turned to look at me, Meow Meow, come and help. Meow Meow and sister were worried that Wanya would be taken away by wild animals, so we brought Wanya home. Listening to Meow Meow's innocent retelling, Yin Shen still felt that it was not enough. It seemed that Meow Meow also did not know why he had lost his memory. Wanya walked away into the cold snowy night, leaving Lu Sifei alone. Lu Meow Meow breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he already knew. Night fell. At Mantingzhai, you are so useless, you can't even keep a man. A woman was shouting at Lu Meow Meow, after you personally beat that slut to death, how cold Wanya has been to you. He doesn't even look at your sister. She died so many years ago. And Wanya still remembers her. Lu Meow Meow was indignant, are you telling me to go die? If I die, you won't be able to stay in the Wangfu either. Her head was full of anger and resentment. Everywhere, it was Lu Ruru who was good. Why didn't you die with her? The woman was Lu Meow Meow and Lu Ruru's mother. She turned to coax her, come on, I said that not because I want to grasp time to coax Wanya. You must know, there are many ladies outside who is. Looking into that position of Chen Wangfei. Lu Meow Meow burst into tears, that slut has been dead for 2 months, and in his heart, I am not even as good as a dead person. Her mother was annoyed, you have no skills yourself, why are you venting at me? The next afternoon at Yuxiandian, the servants ran in again to report. Wanya, we found Wangfei. Yin Chen, who had been drowning himself in alcohol all day, his eyes sunken and lifeless, seemed to come alive upon hearing this. Yin Chen threw the wine cup and hurried, quickly, take me to her. 2 months passed, and news of Wangfei was still vague. A subordinate came in to report, reporting to Wanya. Yin Chen was still keeping company with the wine bottle day and night, and hurriedly asked, is there news of Wangfei? The subordinate trembled as he reported, not yet, we have searched the whole city, and still haven't found her. Yin Chen threw the wine bottle in his hand and shouted, useless. Before landing, the wine bottle flew straight to kiss the subordinate's forehead before falling to the ground. Yin Chen was annoyed and lectured, if she's not in the city, then go outside the city. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find my Luor. The subordinate obeyed, your subordinate will go and search immediately. As soon as the subordinate left, Lucifer stepped forward, holding a bowl of porridge, Wanya, calm down. Wanya hasn't eaten for days. Meow Meow has simmered some tonic for Wanya, please try it. Yin Chen, as if losing patience, bluntly chased Meow Meow away, get out. Meow Meow was still chattering beside him, Wanya, please eat a little. Meow Meow made it herself. Yin Chen, his face full of exhaustion, waved his hand and knocked over the bowl of medicine, shouting angrily, don't you understand my words? Get out. Some time later, on a clear afternoon at the Chen Wangfu, the figure of Yin Chen, dressed neatly, stopped at the door. Inside, another person was waiting. Yin Chen adjusted his clothes and asked his subordinate nervously, do I look all right? The subordinate gave a thumbs up, smiling wryly. Only then did Inchen dare to step inside. Looking at the person in front of him, Inchen choked. Is it Luor? Are you still alive? Su Luo turned around, her face bright and full of life. Chen. Inchen couldn't help but run over and hug Su Luo tightly, calling Su Luo's name repeatedly. Luor, my Luor. Su Luo's face was still happy. Chen, let me go, you're hugging me too tightly, I can't breathe. Only then did Inchen realize, Chen? Why is Luor suddenly calling me Chen? But without thinking much, Inchen continued to caress Su Luo. Luor, I miss you so much. At this time, Su Luo also stroked Inchen's face. Chen, it's only been a year since we last met. Why have you become like this? Inchen thought after hearing that. A year? Su Luo looked up with clear eyes. Hey Chen, didn't you say you would marry me? I waited for you in the Medicine Valley for a whole year and didn't see you come. Did you regret it? The more Inchen listened, the more confused he became, worried for Su Luo to the point of tears. Luor, what's wrong with you? Su Luo saw Inchen stunned and lost in thought, and waved her hand. Chen, what are you thinking about? Inchen suddenly woke up, denying, no, nothing. Inchen gently took Su Luo's hand. Luor, you must be tired from the journey. Are you hungry? Then Inchen pulled Su Luo inside. I'll have someone prepare delicious food for you, okay? Su Luo happily agreed. Su Luo cleverly let go. Let me taste the food at the Chen Wangfu. How is it? Why are you so thin? Inchen was moved, clenching the hand he was holding with Su Luo, and said to himself, Luor, I won't lose you again. That evening at Yushandian, Inchen, dressed neatly, gently called Su Luo. Luor, you've waited long enough. Let's go eat. Su Luo innocently praised. What a feast. Inchen showed off his achievements. Hungry? I specially told the kitchen to make your favorite dishes. Su Luo smiled again. Then I won't be polite. Noticing that Inchen kept staring at her, Su Luo was a little embarrassed. Chen, are you afraid I'll run away? Why are you staring at me like that? Inchen shyly put a piece of food in his mouth. This is delicious. He conveniently picked up a piece of that food and put it in Su Luo's bowl. Luor, try this too. Then he successively put a pile of food into Su Luo's bowl, praising while picking. This is delicious. This is also not bad. Luor, eat more. What's wrong, Luor? Why aren't you eating? Su Luo was helpless. Chen, do you want to fatten me up? Then she arrogantly turned her face away. When I'm fat and ugly, you'll have a reason not to marry me, right? Inchen gently reached out to take the leftover rice grains that Su Luo still had on her mouth, coaxing, how could that be? No matter what Luor becomes, I will still like her. Su Luo shyly also picked up a piece of food for Inchen. You should eat more too. You're so thin, how can you protect me in the future? Inchen was happy. Thank you, Luor. The fragrance of sandalwood spread in the bedroom of Yushandian. Inchen calmly stroked Su Luo's small face, his heart filled with countless thoughts. Suddenly, a sound startled him. Inchen signaled for silence, afraid of waking Su Luo. The subordinate leaned closer to report. Wanya, the doctor has arrived. Inchen brushed his hands. I know, you go out first. The subordinate quickly left, but was called back by Wanya. Wait, how did you find Wang Fei? The subordinate recounted the situation, reporting to Wanya. While we were on our way to find Wang Fei, we heard that a woman was inquiring about the Chen Wangfu. Looking closely, this person was Wang Fei, only that Wang Fei didn't remember. Inchen cut off the subordinate's words as if he had already understood something. The words you shouldn't say are best buried deep in your stomach. Go back and tell the doctor to come in. The doctor quickly came in to check Su Luo's pulse and diagnose her. Inchen's mind was now filled with thoughts about Su Luo. I put a little sleeping potion in the soup earlier. Luor can sleep well tonight. After the doctor finished diagnosing, Inchen continued, Doctor, let's go outside and talk. Outside the door, Inchen immediately asked, Doctor, what is Wang Fei's condition now? The doctor honestly reported, Wang Fei may have suffered some kind of shock and lost her memory. Although Inchen had already guessed, he was still surprised to hear the doctor's diagnosis. Lost her memory? How could this be? When will she be able to remember? The doctor was also helpless. This cannot be said. It may be in a few days, or it may be that she will never recover her memories for the rest of her life. But she cannot suffer any more shocks, otherwise it will harm her brain. Hearing this, Inchen immediately thought, Luor, if you have lost your memory, then let's start over. This time, I won't let you leave me again. Then he decisively ordered. Issue the order. From now on, the entire Wangfu is not allowed to mention anything related to Wang Fei. Demote Lu Miao Miao from her position as Sifei. From now on, the Wangfu only has Miss Su and Miss Lu, there is no Chen Wang Fei. Everyone remember to keep your mouth shut, or you will be killed without mercy. At this time, outside the city, a group of masked, suspicious people were gathering to receive orders. In a moment, act according to my orders. Do not let any of the prisoners survive. After hearing this, the group all found places to hide. Immediately, a group of people riding horses came from afar. The person who gave instructions to the group of people who looked like assassins was Yusher Duren, Gong Sunyu. He firmly held the winning hand. To Oba Nanfeng, you can run to the sky. Seeing someone blocking the way, the horse rider had to stop his horse. This person was the notorious weapon smuggler, Tuoba Nanfong. Seeing the person in front of him, Tuoba Nanfong smiled slightly and greeted, "You sure Darren, you've waited a long time." You sure Darren happily ignored it. "It's okay, let's take our time and quickly check the goods." Tuoba Nanfong, without any suspicion, ordered, "Open everything for Darren to see clearly." Tuoba Nanfong turned around and lowered his voice to criticize Yushur Darren's move. As a dignified Yushur Darren of Beiyin, you sell military supplies for intermediary money. You're really desperate. Yushur Darren also accepted Tuoba Nanfeng's opinion, looking at the image of himself reflected in the sword. People die for money, birds die for food. How can that little bit of salary be enough? Then Yushur Darren turned to praise Tuoba Nanfong. Good stuff. Tuoba Nanfong was happy. Darren is doing his best to avenge. Of course I have to give good stuff to thank Darren. Suddenly, Yushur Darren pointed his sword at Tuoba Nanfong, making him instinctively realize something. Gong Sunyu, do you want to kill to silence me? Yushur Darren stirred up hatred. You failed to assassinate the emperor, and used this Yushur to put the blame on the Su family. Will this Yushur keep a witness like you for this family feud? Tuoba Nanfong gritted his teeth. Gong Sunyu, I underestimated you, old man. Yushur Darren loudly ordered, and a group of people suddenly rushed out. On Tuoba Nanfeng's side, although there were fewer people, they were already in battle formation, vowing to die to protect their general. The battle began to break out, and Yushur Darren's side quickly gained the upper hand. A subordinate saw that the situation was not good and said, "General, go quickly, or you will be." Before he could finish speaking, he was taken down by the opponent. Tuoba Nanfong recognized the situation and had to leave. "Brothers, I'm sorry." Tuoba Nanfong climbed on his horse and escaped. Yushur Darren was also determined to chase and kill. "Chase after him for me." For horses racing made the whole forest chaotic. Reaching a cliff, it was probably a dead end. Yushur Darren said in a forcing tone, "Tuoba Nanfong, I'll see where you can run to." Then Gong Sunyu raised his crossbow and pointed it at Tuoba Nanfong, sneering. Tuoba Nanfong received an arrow from Yushur Darren and fell into the abyss, leaving a promise of revenge. Gong Sunyu, you will not die comfortably. Yushur Darren looked at that height and was complacent. Falling down will definitely kill him. In front of the Sufu gate, a group of people entered a place where there had been no one for a long time. Opening the door, that person was the Guzhu. Looking at the desolate scene here, Yao Wang's eyes darkened. "Su Qingxiang, I will definitely do what you entrusted to me." Yao Wang ordered his subordinates, "Search carefully." Yao Wang stood thoughtfully looking at the ruins. The tables and chairs were all overturned, and the books were torn. Yao Wang opened a dusty book, but found nothing. Suddenly, a piece of paper was left on the floor. Yao Wang reasoned, "So cleanly erased, it seems that there has been a long-standing conspiracy." After searching for a while, the subordinates ran in to report, "Guzhu, no valuable evidence was found." Yao Wang saw that there was no progress and had to withdraw his troops. "Let's go back first." Early morning at Yushandian. In the room, Su Luo was dreaming and constantly calling Yin Chen's name, "A Chen, A Chen." Yin Chen stepped in, carrying a basin of water and a towel. "Luo, you're awake?" Su Luo rubbed her eyes and asked, "How could I sleep like that?" Yin Chen hugged Su Luo's head and explained to her, "Maybe it's because Luo is tired from the journey." Su Luo excitedly stated her plans. "In my heart, I want to quickly return to the Su Fu. In order to marry you, I plan to return to my father to ask the emperor to grant us marriage." Looking at the innocent Su Luo in front of him, Yin Chen couldn't help but frown. Should I tell Luo the truth? Su Luo waved her hand again to wake up Yin Chen, who was lost in thought. "A Chen, what's wrong? Why are you not focused?" Yin Chen quickly wrung out the towel and made another suggestion to prevent Su Luo from leaving in a hurry. "Luo has just arrived in the capital. I'll go with you for a walk. If you return to the Su Fu and your father doesn't let you out, it would be a pity." In his heart, Yin Chen said to himself, "Luo can't stand the shock, for the time being. I can only hide it for as long as possible." Su Luo also happily agreed, "I'll listen to a Chen." Yin Chen coaxed again, "Then Luo should stay at the Wangfu for a few days first. In a few days, I will take you back to the Su Fu, okay?" Su Luo was innocent. Luo left the capital since she was a child. Hearing Shifu tell me about the prosperity of the capital, I have to take these few days to see it with my own eyes. Yin Chen hugged Su Luo tightly. "I'll take you, as long as Luo is happy." Imagining this happy scene to be real, Su Luo suddenly showed a disgusted expression. Yin Chen and Su Luo strolled along the street. Su Luo was very excited. "Shifu really didn't lie to me." Yin Chen followed Su Luo from one place to another, from the mask stall, "A Chen, this is so fun," to the sachet stall, "A Chen, this sachet is so beautiful, it smells so good." Yin Chen was so generous that he almost bought the entire stall from the owner. Fortunately, he still had some normal thoughts. "Boss, I'll buy all of this." The owner immediately agreed. Su Luo was again attracted by another amusement and ran away. "What is that?" Yin Chen had to shout loudly, "Luo, slow down a bit." Su Luo pulled Yin Chen to a stall selling dolls. She picked up 2 dolls and smiled brightly. "This one looks like me, this one looks like me, A Chen, don't you think so?" Yin Chen also nodded in agreement, "Yes." Suddenly Yin Chen suggested, "Luo, I'll take you to a place." At this time in the Chen Wangfu, after Lu Miao Miao was demoted from her position as Sifei, she was no longer Lu Sifei, and was very angry. She planned to go to Yushandian to make a scene. Damn it, what is the origin of this Miss Su? Why did Wang Ye demote me from my position as Sufei? The palace maid chased after her and coaxed Lu Su. Before she could finish, she quickly corrected herself. Miss Lu, calm down. Lu Miao Miao heard this and was furious. You changed your tune so quickly, biting the hand that feeds you. Lu Miao Miao went to the door, but was blocked by the servants guarding the door, who chased her away diligently. Miss Lu, Wang Ye is not in the fu. Please go back. Lu Miao Miao wondered, not here? Today is a day off, why is Wang Ye not in the fu? The guard standing right there recounted, this subordinate doesn't know, but early this morning. Wang Ye left the fu with Miss Su. Lu Miao Miao gritted her teeth in anger, going out with Wang Ye? This Miss Su has already climbed over my head and stolen my man. On the other side, Yin Chen led Su Luo to a seemingly famous restaurant. The food was quickly brought out and enjoyed. Su Luo gently picked up some food for Yin Chen. Brother A Chen, try this fish, it's very fresh. Yin Chen smiled. Luo, eat more, don't rush. They were peacefully enjoying their meal when Gong Sun Yen, the son of the imperial censor, came to chat them up. Little lady, have a drink with me. The subordinate behind him also chimed in. Big brother has good taste, this little lady is really pretty. Su Luo was a little scared and frowned, asking, who are you? Yin Chen's anger was evident. Gong Sun Yen, while I haven't made a move yet, run as far as you can. Gong Sun Yen, already tipsy, spoke without any respect, isn't this the Prince Shen? You're quite arrogant. The ignorant subordinates were bossy. Who cares who he is? It's so annoying. Just grab her directly. Little lady, don't be afraid, follow our young master, and you'll be guaranteed to enjoy yourself. Yin Chen clenched his fists in fury. You've touched my Luo'er and still disrespect me. You're all looking for death. Yin Chen threw a punch, knocking Gong Sun Yen off balance. Yin Chen conveniently used the restaurant's chair as a weapon. Yin Chen quickly beat these guys to a pulp. After the beating, he forced them to drag themselves away. Get lost. Gong Sun Yen was in pain and completely lost face. As he left, he still turned back and vowed, Yin Chen, you just wait. It was noon at this time. Su Luo saw Yin Chen rush up to protect her and drive those people away. Su Luo was a little frightened and snuggled into Yin Chen's arms, sobbing, are you okay? Yin Chen hugged her tightly and comforted her, Luo'er, don't be afraid, it's okay. After that, Su Luo's face lit up, and she became cheerful again. She praised Yin Chen, the way you were so fierce when you beat up those thugs was so handsome. Just like a handsome man from an ancient comic. The prince put his hand on her cheek and said, you, only I can touch you. Hearing this, Su Luo was a little shy, but very happy. She whispered to Yin Chen, you're jealous, right? Yin Chen's words were now very cheesy, that guy hurt you, how could I stand idly by? Then he took Luo'er's hand tightly and said, let's go. The prince even noticed the color of the clothes she was wearing and told her, you look too eye-catching walking on the street like this. I'll take you to buy some Nianzhuang. The restaurant owner saw them holding hands and leaving the restaurant. He also enjoyed the happiness of young love and said with a smile, guests, have a safe journey. See you again. Scene changed to noon at the censor's residence. After being beaten up by Yin Chen for teasing Su Luo, Gong Sun Yan's head was now swollen, with a large bump on his forehead. A maid was treating his wound. He cried out in pain. It hurts so much. This Yin Chen is really vicious. He was both in pain from the wound and furious. He slammed his hand on the table. Then he secretly made up his mind, Yin Chen, you just wait. I must humiliate your woman. I am the son of the imperial censor, yet you made me lose face in front of everyone. How can I ever show my face in this capital again? The maid applied medicine to the bump on Gong Sun Yan's head. He howled, it hurts too much. The servant girl was frightened and quickly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. I'm sorry, sir, I know I was wrong. Gong Sun Yan found it too noisy and, displeased, drove the maid away and called his close servant. He ordered the servant, go investigate the background of the woman next to Yin Chen. The servant obeyed, yes, leave it to me, young master. Gong Sun Yan was very curious, smirked, and thought to himself, who is this woman? After all, her face has some beauty. Suddenly, Gong Sun Yan's father stormed in, looking very angry, and shouted, you wretch. Gong Sun Yan was very panicked and didn't understand what was going on. The imperial censor, Gong Sun Go, raised his hand to slap his son's face a few times to make him come to his senses. He sternly scolded, why did you go and provoke that Yin Chen? Gong Sun Yan held his head and cried like a child, saying, I didn't provoke him. I'm the one who got beaten up. His father, seeing this, calmed down a little and softened towards him. Yener, that Yin Chen is a royal relative, not someone you can afford to offend. Gong Sun Yan impatiently grumbled. I know, I'll avoid him in the future, okay? Gong Sun Ge saw the bump on Gong Sun Yan's forehead and asked with concern, Yener, does it still hurt? Gong Sun Yan replied sullenly, what can I do if it hurts? Don't I deserve it? On the surface, he pretended to have learned his lesson and listened to his father, but inside he thought, this anger, you can endure it, but I can't. Scene changed to the outskirts of the capital. Su Luo's master was walking with 2 servants in the forest. One servant discovered something and said, "Valley Master, there seems to be something over here." The Valley Master was surprised and became more alert. From a distance, it looked like a person was being crushed by rocks. Su Luo's master saw this and told the 2 servants, "It looks like a person. Follow me to see what's going on." Coming closer, it was a young man who had been shot in the stomach with an arrow, probably because he was being chased. The Valley Master observed carefully. Then he began to put his hand close to the man's nose to check if he was still breathing. After checking, he said, "This person is still alive. First, make a simple stretcher to carry him back to be treated." The servants clearly heard the order and quickly went to do what the Valley Master had instructed. The 2 servants used a wooden board and placed the injured man on it to carry him. His arm revealed a strange tattoo. The Valley Master was very surprised and found it familiar. He immediately ordered the servants to stop. "Wait." The Valley Master went closer to examine the tattoo on his arm. He discovered this person has the characteristic totem of the Jing'an people. The servant saw the Valley Master staring at the man and asked, curiously, "Is there anything unusual?" The Valley Master immediately said, "Nothing, let's go." The Valley Master was very confused. He thought to himself, that year, it was Su Qing who changed the camp and rescued the Jing'an people. Now, other people from Jing'an are appearing in Beiyin. This is definitely not a coincidence. Scene changed to a bedroom in Yushuan Hall. Su Luo was sitting in the room, happily playing with the small, beautiful toys she had. Yinshen politely knocked on the door and asked, "Luo, I'm coming in." Su Luo used a toy mask in the shape of a tiger to scare and tease Prince Shin. Yinshen saw this and didn't feel annoyed or uncomfortable at all. He said, "Luo is so naughty." Then he said he would now take Luo to a place. Su Luo agreed to go with Yinshen. On the way, she kept asking, "Yinshen, where are you taking me?" The prince replied, "We're here, this is the place." He counted down, 3, 2, 1, and then told Luo, "Open your eyes and look." Su Luo opened her eyes and looked up at the sky. She was very surprised by the magnificent fireworks display that the prince had prepared for her. The 2 stood close together, enjoying the sparkling, magnificent, and colorful fireworks display. Su Luo asked Yinshen, "Did you prepare this for me?" The prince did not directly answer the question but gently asked her, "Luo, do you like it?" Su Luo was very happy and satisfied watching the fireworks and replied joyfully, "I like it very much." Yinshen was also happy to hear that and said, "Luo, as long as you are happy, I can do anything for you." Su Luo was a little shy at the cheesiness of his words. She also told him, "Yinshen, you treat me so well." Scene changed back to the censor's residence. Gong Sun Yan was sitting bored, playing with the snow. A servant came to report to the young master about the investigation into the background of the woman who was with Yinshen. He said to the young master, "I have investigated the identity of that woman." Seeing the servant seem to hesitate, Gong Sun Yan urged, "What is it? Tell me quickly." The servant knelt down and told the young master, "She is the daughter of the late Prime Minister Su." Gong Sun Yan, hearing this, calmly folded his arms and said slowly, "The one who colluded with another country, plotted treason, and had his whole family beheaded?" The servant confirmed, "Yes, young master, that's correct." The scheming, cunning young master thought to himself, "I didn't expect Yinshen to be interested in that woman. And she's the daughter of my enemy. This is quite interesting." Scene change. Su Luo was bringing some warm clothes and necessities to Yinshen's study. But she was stopped by the prince's close guard. "Miss Su, the prince just left the residence and is temporarily not in the study. Please come back another time." Su Luo insisted, "Why? The prince is not here, why can't I go in?" Su Luo still insisted on pushing the 2 guards aside and barging in herself. The 2 guards chased after her, constantly saying, "Miss Su, please don't make things difficult for us." She used her authority and shouted, "Get out of my way." Miss Su entered the study and went around checking every nook and cranny as if looking for something. She flipped through each pile of books to check, but it wasn't there. Suddenly, she spotted a huge vase. She thought that the item she was looking for might be inside. She reached into the vase, but still couldn't find it. Su Luo began to get annoyed. "It's so strange, where did I put it?" Outside, it seemed that the prince had returned. The guards reported to the prince. Miss Su insisted on entering the study. We couldn't stop her. The prince anxiously opened the door and rushed in. "Luo, what are you looking for?" He called her name everywhere, but didn't hear her answer. The prince stared at the table. It turned out that Miss Su was hiding under the table. He gently tiptoed closer. Seeing that the prince had come close to her, Su Luo quickly stood up, holding the clothes she had prepared for him, and showed them off. "Yinshen, a gift for you." Yinshen was so touched that he almost cried, saying, "Thank you, Luo." Su Luo told the prince, "Try on the new clothes quickly." Luo worked so hard to make them. "I originally wanted to give Yinshen a surprise, but I ruined it. The guards wouldn't let Luo in. It's so cold outside." After saying that, she coughed and sneezed a few times. Yinshen held Su Luo's hand gently and said, "Luo has suffered." Then he shouted loudly to the 2 guards, "You two, come here." The guards entered and respectfully asked, "What are your orders, prince?" Yin Chen instructed them, listen, out of all the prohibitions of the Prince Shen's residence, only Miss Luo is exempt. Prince Shen also threatened, if anyone dares to stop her, it will be considered a capital offense. The two guards were frightened and replied tremblingly, yes, we understand. Yin Chen turned to ask, Luo, why did you want to make clothes for me? Su Luo replied, A Chen treats me so well, Luo just made some clothes to repay you. So, A Chen, do you like it? Yin Chen was very fond of the clothes that Miss Luo made for him, but he still said, but if Luo works too hard, I'll be heartbroken. Next time, just let the seamstresses in the residence do it. Outside, snow was falling, covering the courtyard in white. Su Luo loved the snow and said happily, A Chen, it's snowing. Let's go out and play in the snow. She ran outside, took off her yellow coat, and happily twirled around a few times to enjoy the cold of the snow. Yin Chen was afraid that Luo would get cold, so he quickly bent down to pick up the cotton coat and said, Luo, hurry back to the room and put on more clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold. With sparkling eyes, Su Luo turned around and said, An Chen, come out and play in the snow with me. The prince was very concerned about her health, so he put a cotton-padded jacket on her, saying, put this on before you play. Su Luo, being very mischievous, took a handful of snow and put it inside Chen Wang's clothes. It was freezing cold, and the prince shivered. Chen Wang grabbed a handful of snow and threw it back at Su Luo, saying, Luo, you're so naughty. Su Luo ran away, and Chen Wang threw another handful of snow at her. He said, let's see where you run off to. The two of them happily played in the snow together. Two guards stood by, admiringly saying, the prince really dotes on Miss Su. Yes, he almost lost his life today. Chen Wang and Su Luo hugged each other in the snow and said, it's been a long time since we've had so much fun. An Chen stroked her head and said, Luo, can I make a snowman for you here? Su Luo was very excited and agreed immediately. Seeing Chen Wang making a small snowman, Su Luo suddenly thought of a new prank. She covered the prince's head with snow. Then she ran away and laughed out loud. She looked at An Chen's face, couldn't help but laugh, and said, A Chen has turned into a snowman. The scene shifts to Su Luo's master. A servant rode a horse to report to the valley master. We couldn't find any information related to that person. The valley master heard this and said, I know, you may leave, and thought to himself, we can't even find information on an ordinary person. This person's identity is not simple. The person rescued by Su Luo's master had woken up. The valley master opened the door and saw him trying to sit up. He told him, Sir, your wounds haven't healed yet. It's better to lie down and rest. He was lying on the bed, and although his wounds had not fully healed, he still tried to sit up and asked the valley master, Who are you? Where am I? The valley master said, I am by Mo of Yawang Valley. This is my place. For now, sir, please rest assured and stay here to recover. He asked again, You are the medicine king? Did you save me? The valley master was burning charcoal to warm the room and said, I found you on the way back from the capital. He was very grateful to the valley master for saving him, so he knelt on the floor and said, Thank you for saving my life, benefactor. The valley master quickly said, Saving people and treating injuries is the duty of a healer. Sir, you don't need to be so polite. Then he asked, What is your name, sir? How did you get shot and injured so badly? He smiled awkwardly and said, My surname is Nan. I was traveling through this area for business when I unexpectedly encountered bandits. While escaping, I fell into a ravine. The medicine king was a little suspicious. Was this person really just an unfortunate merchant who had strayed from Jing'an country? The man surnamed Nan also said, People know that you are devoted to studying medicine, indifferent to worldly affairs, and rarely go out. I don't know why you came to the capital this time. The valley master replied, I have a long-standing friendship with Prime Minister Su. A few months ago, the Su family was suddenly beheaded. I always felt that there was something strange about it. So I came to investigate. The merchant surnamed Nan suddenly asked, You and Prime Minister Su were family friends? The valley master asked him, Mr. Nan, do you also know Prime Minister Su? He only replied, Prime Minister Su has a prominent reputation. Naturally, I have heard of him. He thought to himself, Prime Minister Su was framed, and he was actually an old friend of my benefactor. The scene changes to noon at Yushuan Hall. The two snowmen made by An Chen and Su Luo were finished. Inside the hall, the prince said, Luo, the streets will be much quieter after the snow, but there is still one place to go. I'm sure Luo will like it. Su Luo asked, curiously, where is it? An Chen made a condition, Luo, drink this bowl of ginger soup, and I'll agree to take you there. Su Luo heard this and quickly snatched the bowl of ginger soup from An Chen's hand. She drank the whole bowl in one gulp. The prince saw this and reminded her, Slow down, Luo, be careful, it's hot. Su Luo held up the empty bowl and said happily, I've finished it. Let's go. The prince said, Not yet. Luo must dress as a man to go out. Su Luo replied angrily, I don't want to. Those men's clothes are ugly. Luo wants to wear beautiful clothes. Chen Wang agreed, I was wrong. If Luo doesn't want to wear them, then don't. It's time. Let's go. It turned out that Chen Wang wanted to take her to a tea house. Su Luo immediately asked the prince, a place for drinking tea and health, what's new? The prince didn't explain much, only saying, go inside and see, and you'll know. Su Luo agreed. The two held hands and entered the tea house. The waiter at the tea house saw them and said, two distinguished guests, please come inside. Su Luo was very surprised and excited to see that it was very lively inside. The professional waiter showed them to their seats. Please go ahead and sit. You can give your coat to the waiter. Please have a cup of tea to warm up. The prince gave his cotton-padded coat to him and said, thank you, waiter. This is your tip. The waiter was happy to receive the tip and said shyly, sir, you are too kind. There was a storytelling activity in the tea house. Everyone was excited, lively, and interested in the good stories. The content of the stories being told was. Before the words were finished, only a bang was heard. In the blink of an eye, a group of people fell. When the 13 Taibao saw this, they were immediately terrified and their souls flew away. If you want to know what happened, please see the next chapter. The prince and Su Luo drank tea and listened to the storytelling. She clapped her hands loudly and was very excited. The storytelling is so good. It turns out that there are such interesting places. In tea houses. The storyteller received a lot of positive responses from the audience, so he decided, then this old man will tell a strange story that happened in the capital recently. Everyone below shouted, okay, sir, please continue. He began to tell, the story goes that a few months ago, the current emperor suddenly ordered the confiscation of property and beheading of the court official Prime Minister Su. What secrets are hidden in this matter? Please listen to this old man slowly. Su Luo, sitting below, heard this story and was very shocked. She stood up abruptly and shouted, what are you talking about? She rushed up in panic, grabbed the storyteller's clothes, and repeatedly asked, is what you just said true? Did Prime Minister Su really die? The guests in the tea house were also confused. They whispered to each other, who is this girl? This is not a place to act recklessly. What's going on? The prince saw that Su Luo was losing her composure and quickly pulled her away. She was full of fear and didn't know who to believe. She asked An Chen, what's going on? Was my father really beheaded by His Majesty? An Chen's eyes were filled with tears, his face full of regret. He stammered, Luoer, I'll take you to a place. The scene changes to the afternoon at the cemetery, the resting place of Prime Minister Su and his wife. Su Luo knelt down and cried loudly. The prince stood beside her, full of regret. Luoer, I'm sorry. All I can do now is apologize to you. Because Prime Minister Su was a condemned criminal, I could only bury the bodies of everyone in the Su family here. Then, An Chen raised his hand and swore, Prime Minister Su, madam, rest assured. From now on, I, An Chen, would rather betray the world than betray Luoer. If I break this oath, may I die by 10,000 arrows piercing my heart. 2 lines of tears flowed down Su Luo's cheeks. She cried and said, A Chen, Luoer has no home. I have nothing. The prince hugged Luoer and said to her, you still have me. Su Luo also asked An Chen, why did His Majesty execute my father? An Chen stroked her head and said, Prime Minister Su assassinated the emperor, colluded with the remnants of Jing'an country, and plotted treason, so His Majesty ordered the beheading of the whole family. Luoer heard this and couldn't believe her ears. Impossible. My father was upright and honest, an official of integrity, loyal, and devoted to the emperor. How could he have any intention of treason? She gritted her teeth in anger, someone must have framed my father. An Chen still hugged her tightly and said, Luoer, I know you are very upset, but Prime Minister Su colluded with the enemy in a treasonous plot. The evidence is solid. This is the truth. Miss Su was filled with resentment and secretly made up her mind, I don't believe it. Father, mother, Luoer will definitely find out the truth and clear your names. The scene changes to half a month later. The gentleman surnamed Nan came to knock on the door of the Medicine King's room. The Valley Master heard the knock and quickly opened the door. He breathed a sigh of relief, you startled me. Mr. Nan, is there something you need? He said, Benefactor, my body is fine now. I won't disturb you any longer. But before I leave, I have something to give you. The Valley Master saw that it was snowing heavily outside and was afraid of the cold, so he told the gentleman to come inside. Then he took out a bottle of medicine for him. The Valley Master gave the medicine to Mr. Nan and said, Sir, the arrow wound is quite deep. It will take some time to heal. Take this medicine and use it. The gentleman was very grateful and said, Thank you for the medicine, Benefactor. He clutched the bottle of medicine tightly and told the Valley Master, the grievances of Prime Minister Su were caused by Imperial Censor Gong Sunyu. The Valley Master heard this and his expression changed slightly. He asked, Mr. Nan, are you from Jing'an country? The gentleman surnamed Nan hesitated and spoke, It wasn't my intention to deceive you, Benefactor. Please forgive me. How did you know about this? The Valley Master recounted, I recognized it from the tattoo on your hand and arm. Mr. Nan curiously asked, Benefactor, since you knew of my identity, why didn't you report it to the authorities? The Valley Master, while leisurely sipping tea, calmly spoke, Jing'an country has been completely wiped out, its people have fled. No one knows the true number. Sir, you and I have no grudges against each other. Why should I report you to the authorities? But, sir, you mentioned that the Su family case is related to the imperial censor. What exactly is going on? The gentleman surnamed Nan handed over proof to the Medicine King. Benefactor, keep these letters. In them, you will find the answers that you seek. But only open them after I've departed. Please. The Valley Master took the letter and bid farewell to Mr. Nan. Meanwhile, at Manting Manor, Meow Meow angrily clenched her fist. These past few days, the prince has been avoiding me. What kind of charm did that vixen cast on the prince? Her mother heard this and scolded her further. Meow Meow, we went to great lengths to bring down Su Luo, and you? You can't even keep your own man, and you even let the prince strip you of your concubine. Title. What are we going to do now? Just then, a maid entered and asked, Miss Lu, I have found out some information. She urgently asked, quickly tell me, who exactly is that Miss Su? The maid replied, although we couldn't find out Miss Su's background, but, she hesitated slightly. She impatiently snapped, are you mute? Speak. The maid said in a panic, she looks very much like the prince's deceased princess. Meow Meow was shocked and stood up abruptly, impossible. That B*TCH was locked in a coffin and buried for hours. How could she have survived? The maid quickly knelt down. I saw it with my own eyes. I would never dare to deceive Miss Lu. Her mother also felt a chill. Meow Meow, could it be that B*TCH didn't die? She retorted in a panic, impossible, I don't believe it. Then she sneered, it seems I have to go see this Miss Su for myself. That evening, she brought a plate of snacks to Yushuan Hall, thinking to herself, I don't believe you can come back from the dead. Hesitating for a moment, she pushed the door open and entered, changing her tone to a sweet one. My prince, Meow Meow has personally made some sweet snacks for you to try. Seeing no one inside, she looked around and called out, my prince? Suddenly, a female figure emerged from within. Su Luo spoke, who are you? How dare you enter the prince's sleeping quarters? She said sternly. Seeing the person in front of her, Meow Meow's face turned pale with fright. Su Luo, ghost. She screamed, ghost. And then ran away in fear. Even the plate of snacks was thrown to the ground. Su Luo calmly crossed her arms and watched her run away. She secretly despised her, normally so vicious, but unexpectedly a coward. She rubbed her shoe and crushed a piece of pastry on the ground. Lu Meow Meow, we have a long way to go. The next day, at a tea house, she wore a veiled hat and went to meet the Medicine King. She heard him say, I have found out that the grievances of Prime Minister Su are related to Imperial Censor. Su Luo held the letter and pondered, then asked, Imperial Censor Gongsun, you? She looked up and asked him, who is the person in the letter? He explained, a seriously injured man I happened to save. However, he has already left. The Medicine King frowned, Gongsun Yu has always been at odds with Prime Minister Su. We should have thought of him sooner. But he has deep roots. This letter alone is not enough to overthrow him. The more she heard, the more anxious she became, so what do we do now? He continued, this person is very careful. Obtaining evidence from him is indeed not easy. He rubbed the teacup on the table. We have no way to approach the important court officials. If we start with the people around him. At this point, his eyes became unusually determined, we can try. Later, at Yushuan Hall, Chen had just arrived at the door. He brought a maid and introduced her to Su Luo. Luoer, this is Donger, the personal maid I have arranged for you. The maid immediately bowed. Miss Luo. Su Luo, shyly smiles, rise. Then she heard him say, Donger, go and pack Miss Luo's belongings, and bring them to Guanchu Courtyard first. She immediately said, yes. Su Luo was a little unnatural and asked. Chen, what are you doing? He smiled gently at her, the scenery around Guanchu Courtyard is beautiful. There is also a medicinal garden inside. Luoer will definitely like it. From now on, Luoer will be by my side. I will protect you for the rest of your life. She pretended to be moved and looked at him, affectionately calling him Chen. Chen smiled gently and said, I promised Prime Minister Su and his wife to take good care of you. Su Luo, on the contrary, said anxiously, Chen, I want to discuss something with you about my parents. Luoer can't be with her parents until the end of their lives. Can I stay with them for 3 years of mourning before marrying Chen? He pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly, then agreed, okay, I'll wait for you. Then, Su Luo suddenly burst into tears. He asked worriedly, Luoer, what's wrong? She sobbed, Luoer is so useless. I know my parents were framed by villains, but I can't clear their names. He stroked her head and comforted her, Luoer, don't cry anymore. Tell me about it. Hearing this, she looked up at him with teary eyes. This afternoon, Luoer went to pay respects to my father and mother and found a letter next to their tombstone. This letter contains evidence that the Imperial Censor is a corrupt element of the Jingyan Kingdom. Luoer feels that this matter must be related to the injustice suffered by my Su family. Chen picked up the letter and read, to Tuoba Nanfeng, the gentlemen of Jingyan are indeed generous. The finished product of the token is not bad. I have sent someone to deliver the silver tails. To the old place. Gongsun Yu. At this time, she burst into tears again. That year, the Holy Emperor was your brother, and many dignitaries in the court were associated with you. Can you help Luor investigate the crime of the imperial censor framing my father? Her trembling hand pulled at his sleeve. Only you can help Luor with this matter. But he unexpectedly turned away. Luor, let's calm down first. Do you know who sent this letter? He asked with a serious expression. She said through tears, I don't know. Maybe it's an old friend of my father. Then he turned his face and said to her, the origin of this letter is unknown, so it's hard to believe. If someone deliberately uses me and you to frame Gong Sunyu, it can't be done. The crime of falsely accusing the court is a serious crime. Hearing this, Su Luo lost her composure and said, but that Gong Sunyu is inherently at odds with my Su family, and the elements of Jing'an are associated with him. There must be more to it. Seeing that he was still silent, she pleaded with him, Chen, you must help me. He then replied, Luor, don't worry. I will investigate thoroughly. He took Su Luo's hands and looked seriously into her eyes. If it is really Gong Sunyu who colluded with treasonous elements and framed loyal people, then I will never let him go. Hearing this, she said gratefully, thank you, Chen. He smiled and stroked her head, silly girl, there's no need for thanks between you and me. Before long, she was in tears again. Chen, this letter mentions Tuoba Nanfeng, who must be an important figure. Luor feels that we must investigate, clearly. He smiled again, that's for sure. Then he took her hand and walked, giving careful instructions as they went. Alright, Luor, in the future, if I am not by your side when you leave the mansion, you must stay with Donger and the guards to avoid unexpected events. Go to the Guanshu Baiyuan to rest first. I have something to do and will come back to you tonight. She was a little embarrassed. Okay then. Late at night, in the hidden forest pavilion in the suburbs, Yinchin quickly closed the letter. Then he gave it to the guard and instructed, quickly take this letter to the Imperial Censor's mansion. Also, secretly investigate the whereabouts of Tuoba Nanfeng. The guard immediately obeyed. Yes, your highness. Yinchin frowned worriedly. How much does Luor actually know? He sat on the chair with his arms crossed, deep in thought. His expression was gloomy and terribly ugly. At this moment, the sound of the door being pushed open suddenly rang out. Gong Sunyu stepped in from outside. Your highness, why did you summon your subordinate here in such a hurry? What's the matter? He naturally sat down and poured tea. Yinchin ignored it and went straight to the point. Gong Sunyu, this prince is not blocking your path to wealth. But there is evidence that you are colluding with bad elements from the Jing'an kingdom and communicating with the enemy. This prince can't save you. With that, he picked up his teacup. He was so startled by these words that he spilled tea all over himself. Then he pretended to be flustered and replied, Your highness, these words cannot be spoken lightly. Yinchin slammed the teacup down on the table and said seriously, Gong Sunyu, this prince doesn't want to know what kind of deal you have with Tuoba Nanfeng. But because of what you did, others have caught you. Wait for your head to fall to the ground. At this time, he suddenly smiled, Your highness, your subordinate is doing legitimate business. Furthermore, don't forget that we still have a connection. He thought to himself. Fortunately, that guy mentioned it in advance. If I die now without being able to confront him, what can Yinchin do to me? Gong Sunyu said, Your subordinate thinks about it, that Tuoba Nanfeng and your highness's mother were both people of the Jing'an kingdom. Have you never thought about taking back the Jing'an kingdom? Yinchin slammed his hand on the table in anger and shouted, Shut up. This prince received a secret letter, although this information cannot be confirmed now, that you are colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. But someone is already investigating the affairs of the Su family. Gong Sunyu, clean up quickly. If this prince hears about the reputation of the Su family from someone else, neither you nor I will be able to escape. He raised his teacup and replied, Your highness, rest assured, your subordinate will definitely keep his mouth shut. He stroked his beard and thought, those letters have been moved. Suddenly Yinchin spoke again, also, manage Ling Gongzi well. Hearing this, he stood up anxiously, Your highness, my son was drunk and bumped into someone. I have already taught him a heavy lesson. Another day, I will definitely drag him over to kneel down and apologize. But Yinchin only took a sip of tea and said, Forget it, there won't be a next time. In the evening, at the Man Ting Zhai, Miao Miao trembled and hugged herself, muttering, There's a ghost. The maid then said, Lu Gunyang, listen to me. Suddenly, her mother walked in from outside. What is this singing? The maid breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her. Lu Foreign, you've finally arrived. She recounted in a panic, yesterday, after Lu Gunyang went out, she hugged someone, shouting, There's a ghost, there's a ghost. No matter how I tried to persuade her, it was no use. Her mother asked her worriedly, Meow meow, did you see that vixen Su Luo? She replied in a panic, I saw her ghost. Hearing this, her mother pulled off her cloak and reassured her, Meow meow, that was really Su Luo, not a ghost. I met her this afternoon too. Don't let yourself be frightened. Suddenly being pulled open her cloak scared her and she screamed, Don't come over here. Her mother scolded with some annoyance, Meow meow, be clear-headed. Then she picked up the cup of water next to her. Then she splashed it straight on her face. Meow meow's face was covered with water. Only then did she barely sober up a bit. She worriedly pulled at her mother's sleeve and asked, "Mother, that vixen is still alive, and she's stealing the prince's favor again." Her mother then said in relief, "You're finally awake." The two sat down next to the bed. Her mother spoke first. "Now the prince treats that vixen like a treasure. This time she's back to take revenge." "Meow meow, you must quickly think of a way," she retorted fiercely. "When something happens, you tell me to think of a way." "What way can I think of?" While speaking, she suddenly paused. "Wait, I was so scared at first. It seems like I heard that vixen ask me who I was." Hearing this, her mother asked in surprise, "She didn't recognize you?" Meow meow stroked her chin thoughtfully. "But since you said that, I think about it. The prince once ordered that no one is allowed to mention the matter of the late Wang Fei." Suddenly she realized, could it be that that vixen has lost her memory? It would be great if she really doesn't remember the past. Thinking of this, she finally smiled. "Is it true?" "We'll know if we try." "Su Luo, wait to die if you want to fight me." Suddenly there was a voice calling Ding Yang. She frowned. "Xinger?" She looked at the boy in front of her and asked, "Xinger, why are you here?" The boy scratched his head. "Ding Yang, I'm hungry." Seeing that she was still hesitant, her mother advised, "Meow meow, you can't get pregnant. If you get your position as Su Wangfei taken away now, you might as well adopt Xinger and raise him. If something happens, maybe this child can save you." Meow meow curled her lips. Mother is right. Then she said gently to the boy, "Xinger, Ding Yang will prepare a midnight snack for you." The next morning, in the Wangfu's garden, Su Luo was admiring the flowers when Meow meow came over and said, "The plum blossoms are really beautiful today." Behind her, Su Luo frowned in discomfort. Then she asked, "Su Gunyang, do you still remember me?" At this time, Su Luo turned her head and pretended to be surprised. "Remember?" She revealed a sad face and looked at her. "Sister, I'm sorry. It was Meow meow who was ignorant before and always opposed you. You are generous and don't hold a grudge against a petty person. Forgive Meow meow." Su Luo watched this scene and secretly despised her in her heart. "Look at your acting." She heard her say again, "Sister, your son Minner died in a fire. It had nothing to do with Meow meow." Mentioning the matter of her son made Su Luo pause for a moment. Suddenly she grabbed Su Luo's wrist and said, "If you hold a grudge against Meow meow in your heart, hit me until you're not angry anymore." Su Luo pretended to be frightened and pulled her hand back. "Who are you?" "What sister?" Su Luo has never had a younger sister before. Hearing this, she frowned. Could it be that this vixen has really lost her memory? Then she continued to probe, "Su Gunyang, where did you and I first meet?" Su Luo quickly replied, "Of course it was in the Yuxiandian. That day, you looked very frightened." This answer made her secretly rejoice. It seems that this vixen really doesn't remember anything. "I was scared for nothing." Seeing her cover her mouth and smile, Su Luo frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at, Gunyang? Did I say something wrong?" At this time, she waved her hand and left triumphantly. "No, it's nothing. I'll go first. I won't disturb your pleasure." After leaving, she still had a smile on her face. "It's even better if you lose your memory. I'll have time to deal with you later." In the evening, at the Yusher Fu. Seeing the footsteps of the person arriving, the maid immediately greeted, "Lao Yi." The guards also quickly greeted, "Lao Yi." He pushed the door open and instructed, "Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter, including Yenner." The guards obeyed. "Yes, Lao Yi." No one knew that at this time, there was a person quietly watching. On the roof, Gong Sunyu just pushed the door open and entered. The person on the roof peeked through a gap. He was rummaging for something that was carefully hidden on the cabinet. He picked up a vase and pushed it away. A wooden box appeared in the secret compartment. He immediately opened it to check. Seeing that it was intact, he said, "Fortunately, they're all still here." He took out a few letters from inside and looked at them, then thought to himself, "These evidences are still well hidden. If my matter with Tuoba Nanfeng is exposed, with these letters in hand, the divine prince will save me." The person had seen this scene through the roof tiles. He watched him carefully put the box back in the cabinet. Then he thought contentedly, "I've finally found the clue." A moment later, Gong Sanyu left the room. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct the guards, increase the guards in the mansion. If even a fly or mosquito gets in, you guys are ready to be interrogated. Yao Wang was hiding behind a pillar, watching the guards. He frowned vigilantly. Immediately afterwards, he threw a handful of powder towards them. Immediately they rolled over unconscious, while he successfully pushed the door open and entered. He did exactly what he had done just now, pushing the vase away and opening the box. Picking up 3 letters, he thought, to avoid disturbing the snake, I can only take one. Then he stuffed it into his clothes. After that, he put the box back in its original place. After taking care of everything, he quickly left again. A moment later, a person took a lamp to check. Seeing the guard sleeping on the ground, he scolded angrily, "You dare to sleep during guard duty? Do you want to move your heads?" They were frightened and kowtowed repeatedly. "Master, this humble one knows his mistake. This humble one will not dare to neglect guard duty again." After speaking, he also put some silver into his hand. "Master, please be generous and forgive this humble one this time. Seeing the silver, he would definitely let it go, only pretending to be irritable. Get up. I'll forgive you today. You must not repeat it, otherwise you're dead. After he left, the guards thanked him repeatedly. Yes, yes, thank you, master. They asked each other, why did we fall asleep? Did someone pass by? If you don't want to die, treat today as if it never happened. At this time, at the Guanshu by Yuan, Yin came to sit with Su Luo and said, Luo, if there is anything missing in this room, just ask someone to add it. Just treat it like you're at your own home. Don't be restrained. Hearing this, she replied, Luo knows. He glanced at her and saw that her complexion was not good and immediately asked, Luo, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? She turned to tell him, today there was a Gunyang named Lu Miao Miao who kept saying sorry to me and said a lot of strange things. Yin was stunned. Miao Miao? What did she say? She frowned and recounted. She said that Luo has a child named Minner who was burned to death in a big fire, and told Luo not to hold a grudge against her. Achan, this Gunyang is very strange. Who is she? Why did she say these words to me? He only smiled and explained to her, she is the younger sister of my benefactor Lu Miao Miao. After my benefactor died, I entrusted the child Xinger and her younger sister to me. Lu Miao Miao has a mental illness and occasionally says incoherent nonsense. You don't need to pay attention to it. Su Luo pretended to care about him, a life-saving benefactor? Achan, were you injured? He replied, after you and I separated, I fainted in Lang Valley and was rescued by Lu Runyo. Luo, don't worry. I'm fine now. She pretended to understand, so that's how it is. But Luo has never been married, so where would I get a child? Hearing this, he was speechless for a moment. Then he took a sip of tea to cover up his confusion. Why would Luo take to heart the words of a madman? After speaking, he stood up to leave. Alright, it's getting late. Luo, rest early. Before he left, she hurriedly grabbed his hand and asked, wait, Achan, how is the investigation into my father's matter? He smiled at her. Luo, the court affairs have been heavy recently, not to mention that the imperial censor is in a high position and wields great power. How can we find anything out just by investigating? Luo, be good and don't think too much. After I'm done with this busy period, I will definitely investigate the whole matter thoroughly. Su Luo saw him off to the door, watching him gradually disappear. The next morning, at the Guanshu by Yuan, she sat alone on the swing. Suddenly a maid brought a coat and reminded her, Su Gunyang, put it on quickly. Don't catch a cold. After the maid put it on her, she said thank you. Then she heard her say, it's my duty. Then she said in a low voice, Su Gunyang, have you heard? Last night, the Wangya ordered Lu Gunyang to be confined for 3 months. Su Luo asked in surprise, why was she confined? She said honestly, Gunyang, Donger doesn't know either. At the inn at this time, Su Luo, covered in a veil, came to see Yao Wang. He said to her, I found it. She said, can we be sure that Gong Sanyu and the remnants of the Jingyan kingdom, Duoba Nanfeng, are working together? He nodded. Last night I sneaked into the Yushir Fu. In the correspondence between Gong Sanyu and Tuoba Nanfeng, they repeatedly mentioned wanting to frame Su Qinghui for the assassination case. However, this letter also mentions a person. She asked in surprise, who else is there? Then he pushed the letter towards her and said, you'll know once you read it. Su Luo quickly opened the letter to read its contents. The letter read, Gong Sanyu, Imperial Censor, this Wang wants to join you in framing Su Jinghui's family for the assassination case. This Wang has repeatedly considered the feasibility of this matter. In 3 days, the old divine Wang will discuss it in detail. Burn it after reading it. Seeing the name Shen Wang at the end of the letter, Su Luo clenched her teeth and tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, so he's involved too. In the morning, at the Man Ting Zhai, Miao Miao went crazy and threw the teacup to the ground. I'm so angry. What's the basis? What does that vixen have to take everything from me? Looking at her pounding her chest nonstop, her mother behind her was also helpless. Then she suddenly turned around. No, I need to quickly eliminate this hidden danger. She narrowed her eyes. This time I want to directly ascend to the position of crown princess. Her mother reassured, alright, Miao Miao, the Wangya is cruel and can find you. It's best if you don't act rashly recently. I'll send Xinger to the Tiantang. You stay in the Manting Zhai first. Hearing this, she gnashed her teeth in anger. Her hand withdrew from her mother's hand. Her mother hugged her and smiled. Wait for this period to pass, and when the Wangya is no longer angry, it won't be too late for you to apologize to the Wangya. Besides, I'll think of other ways. The next morning, the capital was bustling with hawking voices, selling beef here. Fresh red cold here. Selling rouge here. Customer, please take a look. Su Luo was stopping at a stall. She didn't know that someone behind her was secretly watching her. Su Luo, I met you again today. She picked up a persimmon and asked, shopkeeper, how much are these persimmons? Suddenly a hand hugged her from behind, Su Gunyang. Su Luo was startled and turned around to see Gong Sun Yen standing behind her. He smiled, what a coincidence. I actually met you here. She struggled out of his arms and said disgustedly, you're the one who caused a scene at the restaurant last time? He curled his lips. I am Gong Sun Yen, the son of the current imperial censor. Last time I was drunk at the restaurant and didn't know that Gunyang was someone close to the divine prince, so I was a little offensive. I hope Gunyang is generous and doesn't hold a grudge against a petty person. After speaking, he also politely clasped his hands. Su Luo covered her mouth and smiled. Gongzi is being too polite. She thought to herself, Gong Sun Yu's son, Gong Sun Yen. He said again, picking the day is not as good as bumping into it. I invite Su Gunyang to have tea to show my apology. Please forgive me. She quickly agreed, alright then. It was because she was considering, take this opportunity to get close to him, maybe I can find some evidence. After that, they went to a tea house. Gong Sun Yen raised his teacup and said with a smile, the first time this Gongzi met Gunyang, the impression was very bad. Today, I'll use tea as wine to take a punishment of 1 cup. She smiled happily, Gongzi doesn't need to. We can be considered not close, but not distant. Suddenly she asked, is Gongzi's forehead wound alright? He was startled, then reached out and touched the wound, it's just a skin wound. It's alright. Su Luo said again, the divine prince really hit hard. Gongzi, don't take it to heart. Another day, Su Luo will definitely come to the door to express my apology. Hearing this, he laughed out loud, the matter of the restaurant ends today. To have a Gunyang with a flower-like appearance like Su Gunyang come to my mansion as a guest, this Gongzi really couldn't ask for more. After speaking, he took a sip of tea, thinking disgustedly in his heart, am I, Gong Sun Yen, that kind of person who can do those absurd things? Then Su Luo also picked up her teacup and smiled at him, Gongzi, Su Luo will use tea as wine to toast you 1 cup. He immediately agreed, alright. He thought smugly, she really is beautiful. Yin Chen, I must have this little girl. At noon, at the Yuxiandian, Miao Miao's mother was playing with Xinger outside. She asked him, Xinger, do you remember everything that your grandmother just said? The boy replied, Xinger remembers everything. She frowned, thinking to herself, for my own glory and wealth, I'll try once. Just then, Yin Chen walked over. She immediately bumped Xinger's shoulder, Xinger, get up quickly. Before anything else, she called out in a panic, Wang Ya. Immediately afterwards, she knelt down on the ground. Wang Ya, it's Miao Miao, who doesn't understand things. Please show face to Runyao and forgive Miao Miao this time. He looked at her with disgust, his face full of murderous intent. Yin Chen frowned and said sternly, Lu Miao Miao resisted orders. This Wang has already given the lightest punishment by confining her for 3 months. Get out of the way. These words were like a cold wind hitting their faces. Seeing Yin Chen turn to leave, she hurriedly pushed Xinger to kneel down and call, Wang Ya. Xinger burst into tears and said, Ifu, Xinger misses Ding Yang. Please don't lock up Ding Yang, okay? Yin Chen pulled the boy closer. He reached out his hands to hold him and said, Xinger, there is a price to be paid for doing wrong. No one is an exception. If you are still in the mansion and don't know how to choose your words, still talking nonsense, this Wang will cut out your tongue. Lu Miao Miao's mother unconsciously touched her lips, trembling as she replied, yes, Wang Ya, I won't dare to do it again in the future. A moment later, at the suburban Anlin chamber, Yin Chen was sitting reading a book when someone walked in, reporting, Wang Ya. After a few days of secret investigation, we have finally found General Tuoba. Yin Chen put down the book he was reading, invite him in. The guard heard the order and immediately called the person in, please come this way. The man walked forward, respectfully bowing, Tuoba Nanfeng pays his respects to Wang Ya. Yin Chen leaned back slightly, crossing his arms and asked, General Tuoba, what happened that you disappeared for a few days? Nanfeng slowly recounted, this subordinate was doing business with that Gong Sun Yu, unexpectedly that old Gong Sun Yu wanted to kill me to silence me. Hearing this, Yin Chen asked again, so how did the general escape? Nanfeng sighed, fortunately, I'm lucky. I fell into the waterfall, which is a river, so I managed to escape. Wang Ya, did you invite me over to talk about this? Yin Chen said bluntly, of course not. How do you usually handle the documents related to your transaction with the imperial censor? Tuoba Nanfeng was shocked, hemming and hawing, these secret letters are hidden and personally managed by my father, Yin Chen. Yin Chen slammed his hand on the table in anger, the documents have been exposed. Please have the general quickly investigate the person. Nanfeng was startled for a moment, then replied loudly, Wang Ya, rest assured, this subordinate will investigate immediately to see which one is tired of living and dares to do this. Yin Chen took a few steps forward, changing his tone to a more gentle one, General, what are your plans? Hearing this question, Nanfeng gnashed his teeth, I and that old Gong Sun Yu are sworn enemies. I want his life. Yin Chen frowned slightly. After a moment, he spoke again, General, this Wang cannot rush things, we should take our time and plan carefully. Nanfeng nodded, indicating that he understood. Thank you, Wang Ya, for your instructions. I understand. He clasped his hands, this subordinate has something to do and will not disturb Wang Ya any further. Watching his back as he left, Yin Chen thought, if these two make trouble, it will implicate the Divine Prince's mansion. Thinking of this, he ordered the guard, secretly monitor Tuoba Gongzi and Gong Sun Yu. Report back to me immediately if there's anything. The guard immediately received the order, yes, Wang Ya. 3 days later, at the main entrance of the Prince Shen's residence, Su Luo bumped into someone as she stepped out. Gong Sun Yan greeted her with a smile. Miss Su, we meet again. Su Luo was slightly surprised and asked, Gong Sun Gongzi, what are you doing here? Gong Sun Yan smiled and said with a hint of teasing, of course, I'm waiting for you. Su Luo calculated in her heart and deliberately said loudly for the guards to hear, Gong Sun Gongzi, where are you taking me? Seeing that the situation was not right, one of the guards quickly said, you guard here, I'll go and report to the prince. Meanwhile, Su Luo had already followed Gong Sun Yan to a tavern. She looked at the sumptuous meal in front of her and asked, Gong Sun Gongzi, what's the matter, you wanted to see me for today? Gong Sun Yan leisurely poured wine and replied, I should be asking you that, Su Luo. He deliberately grabbed her hand. What do you mean by deliberately getting close to this Gongzi? Su Luo hurriedly withdrew her hand and brushed it off, looking disgusted. Gong Sun Gongzi, please have some self-respect. Gong Sun Yan pressed closer to her, still pretending? If you didn't care about this Gongzi's jade-like appearance, how could you have come here with me? He looked her up and down with a greedy gaze. Although you are the daughter of a criminal, as long as you divorce Prince Shen and become this Gongzi's concubine, I won't dislike you. Su Luo replied in disgust, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Gong Sun Yan disregarded everything and put his arms around her shoulders, whispering, that doesn't matter. Today, there are only the two of us in this room. This Gongzi will cherish you very much. Su Luo angrily splashed the wine in his face and shouted, Gong Sun Huang, get out. I am Prince Shen's woman. Gong Sun Yan hurriedly wiped the wine from his face. Damn it. You don't want to drink a toast, so you want to drink a forfeit. The humiliation I suffered in front of everyone that day, I will get it back on your head. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Luo slapped him hard, shameless. Gong Sun Yan clutched his red and swollen cheek. This stinky woman dares to hit me? I'll show you what I can do. With that, he fiercely pressed Su Luo onto the table, causing the food to spill all over the place. Su Luo struggled and shouted, Gong Sun Yan, stop. Prince Shen won't let you go. But he didn't care about her words at all. He kept pressing down on her, accompanied by a disgusting laugh, I won't let you go either. And Su Luo, you slut, just you wait. As soon as he said this, the sound of kicking the door came. Yin Chen rushed in and, seeing this scene, was filled with rage. He furiously kicked Gong Sun Yan away. He was completely unprepared and was seriously injured. Yin Chen picked up Su Luo and, before leaving, only threw a sentence at him, take care of yourself. Yin Chen carried her into the carriage, and the coachman whipped the horse to move the carriage. Su Luo pretended to tremble and snuggled into his arms. Chan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have acted on my own. Yin Chen interrupted her, Luo Er, what's going on? Why are you here with him? The terrifying scene from before returned. In the afternoon at the tavern, Yin Chen heard screams from the room, don't do this. Save me. Yin Chen didn't hesitate and kicked the door open. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that Gong Sun Yan was pressing Su Luo onto the table, trying to force himself on her. Yin Chen couldn't bear to see his woman being bullied, so he beat and scolded him, you bastard, go to hell. After venting his anger, Yin Chen hurriedly hugged Su Luo, who was covered in tears, and comforted her, it's okay, I'm here. Su Luo put on a very aggrieved look and called out softly, Chen. Gong Sun Yan crawled up in a disheveled state and pointed at Su Luo, scolding, how dare you hit me? It was clearly Su Luo who seduced me first. Yin Chen grabbed his hand, get your dirty hands off her. His eyes were bloodshot, like Yama wanting to take lives. Gong Sun Yan felt like his arm was being crushed and hurriedly shouted, it hurts. Yin Chen, how dare you hit me? My father won't let you go. Back to the present, Su Luo tearfully recounted, Luo Er knew that Gong Sun Yan was the son of the censor-in-chief, so she thought of approaching him, going to the censor's residence to see if she could collect any traces of his father, evidence of framing my father. Yin Chen explained gently, that Gong Sun Yan is indeed a playboy, but he is not someone who can be easily deceived. How could he easily lead you into the residence? Su Luo replied with tears in her eyes, I'm really sorry, Luo Er was just too anxious. She changed the subject, Chan, how did you know Luo Er was in here? Yin Chen rubbed her head and smiled, the guard on duty told me. He hugged her in his arms, I'm sorry for not protecting you. Su Luo snuggled into his arms, Chan, Luo Er won't let you worry anymore, in the future. At this time, at the censor's residence, Gong Sun Yan was placed on a stretcher by servants and carried into the room. He kept shouting, it hurts. It hurts so much. Seeing this, the servants panicked. Quickly go and call Dr. Li in the residence, to the young master's room. The maid hurriedly ran away. The servant said, also, quickly go and inform the master. The young master is injured. Gong Sun Yan rolled around on the bed, constantly moaning in pain. Not long after, the maid brought the person over, Dr. Li is here. Dr. Li stepped forward to observe. Seeing his swollen face, young master, your face. Gong Sun Yan hurriedly interrupted, down there. Dr. Li indicated that he understood. When he opened the cloth, he couldn't help but be shocked. Gong Sun Yu walked in anxiously, Yan Er, what's wrong with you? The servant hurriedly reported, Master, it's Prince Shen. He not only injured the young master, but also kicked the young master's root. Gong Sun Yen clutched his lower body with one hand and grabbed Gong Sun Yu with the other. Father, it hurts so much. Gong Sun Yu's heart was on fire. He quickly turned around and asked, how is Yan Er's injury? Dr. Li replied in fear, reporting to the master, the injury on his face is easy to say, but down there, I'm afraid. He stopped here. Gong Sun Yen cried his eyes out, Father, Yan Er hasn't married and had children yet. What am I going to do in the future? Gong Sun Yu could only coax his son, Yan Er. Don't be afraid. Father will go and beg the emperor, find an imperial physician to examine you. He roared, Father, I must take revenge. I must make Su Luo and Yin Chen pay for this. Gong Sun Yu hurriedly persuaded, Yan Er, rest first. Father will definitely seek justice for you. He shouted at Dr. Li, treat the Gongzi properly for me. Otherwise, I'll take your dog life. Dr. Li bowed his head in fear, repeatedly answering yes. Early the next morning at the villa. As soon as Su Luo opened her eyes, she saw Yin Chen sitting right next to her bed. He said softly, Luo Er had a nightmare last night. Go back to sleep now. Su Luo pulled the blanket over her nose, looking like a rabbit hiding in its burrow. She slowly nodded. At this moment, the guard suddenly rushed in. It's bad, Wang Ye, the censor-in-chief has rushed in. Hearing this, Su Luo immediately sat up. She hugged Yin Chen and burst into tears. Chen, Luo Er is so scared. Yin Chen patted her. Luo Er, don't be afraid. I'm here. He turned to the guard and said, take him to the guest hall, to wait. The guard bowed and replied, yes, Wang Ye, and then left. At the guest hall of Prince Shen's residence. Gong Sun Yu was burning with anger, standing anxiously, clenching his hands into fists. Yin Chen walked over step by step. Seeing him, his expression immediately sank. Censor-in-chief, what brings you to my residence? He stood up abruptly and immediately went into the story. Wang Ye, it's true that my son was wrong, but you shouldn't have taken away his root. Yin Chen frowned. Your son once said offensive words to my woman while drunk. This Wang has not punished him, it's giving face to the censor-in-chief. But this time, this Wang personally saw your son wanting to humiliate my woman. Gong Sun Yu was speechless. Yes, it was my son who was wrong first. Wang Ye, I certainly don't dare to offend you, but the culprit Su Luo, today I must take her away, to give our Gong Sun family an answer. Yin Chen shouted, you dare. Gong Sun Yu also exploded, Yin Chen, don't forget how Su Qingxiong died back then. If I can't avenge my son, then don't even think about living in peace. Yin Chen sat on the chair. Clenching his fist tightly, you dare to threaten me. He stepped forward, pretending to be friendly. Wang Ye, don't ruin our cooperative relationship for a trivial woman. Yin Chen disgustedly pushed him away. Su Luo, no one is allowed to touch. Whoever touches her, I will take their life. He pointed at Gong Sun Yu's chest. You are no exception. Seeing that Yin Chen had humbled himself like this, but was still not accepted, Gong Sun Yu was furious. Very well, don't regret it. Then he left angrily. Yin Chen ordered the guard, quickly find Tuoba Nanfeng and bring him here. This Wang wants to see him tonight. The guard also obeyed the order. At the villa. As soon as Yin Chen entered the room, he saw Su Luo hugging her knees and crying softly. He called out with heartache, Luo Er. She slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Chen. Then she stepped barefoot off the bed and ran to hug him tightly. Chen, Luo Er is so scared. Yin Chen hugged her. He asked softly, Luo Er, did you have a nightmare again? Su Luo immediately nodded. Yin Chen put her back on the bed and carefully pulled the blanket up for her. Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect Luo Er. Su Luo grabbed his hand. Chen, lie down with Luo Er. Only then can Luo Er sleep. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile and replied with a yes. He lay on the edge of the bed, hugging Su Luo in his arms, patting her back. Gradually, Su Luo's breathing became even, and she fell into a slumber. Seeing that she had fallen asleep, Yin Chen gently left. At night, at the hidden forest room, Tuoba Nanfeng had been summoned. Wang Ye, what do you need me for? Yin Chen opened his mouth. General, if you want to eliminate Gong Sun Yu, what's the plan? Nanfeng swirled the teacup in his hand, reporting to Wang Ye, I am still planning. The only thing I am worried about is my Huan heir. Yin Chen replied, General, rest assured, this Wang will definitely arrange a proper future for the Gongzi, and will definitely not go back on my word. Hearing this, Tuoba Nanfeng immediately stepped in front of Yin Chen and bowed. Thank you, Wang Ye. Yin Chen continued, have you investigated the spy who leaked the letter? Nanfeng nodded and replied, the internal spy was unexpectedly Zwidwilu, who has followed me for many years. He has now been killed by me. Knowing this news, Yin Chen was also temporarily satisfied and began to grind ink, wanting to write something, but why did he do this? Nanfeng replied, I have investigated. He wanted to establish his own sect while I was away, so he used secret letters to create chaos. Yin Chen gave the letter to Nanfeng and said, although it is said that the internal spy has been eliminated, the general must increase his defenses in the future. Here, follow this in 3 days. After reading the letter, Nanfeng couldn't help but sigh, excellent. Then he destroyed the letter in front of the burning candle. The next morning, the Emperor Shen also arrived, and he and the others respectfully paid respects to the Emperor. Yanjing also replied, "You may rise." As soon as he finished speaking, Gongsun hurriedly stated, "Your Majesty, you must make the decision for me. Quanzi only molested the daughter of the criminal. But Wang Ye seriously injured Quanzi, and he is unconscious. And cruelly cut off the incense of my Gongsun family." Yanjing then asked, "Is what the censor-in-chief said true?" The Emperor Shen also hurriedly replied, "Reporting to your Majesty, Su Luo is not the daughter of a criminal, but the Princess Shen of my younger brother. Gongsun Yan molested the Wang Fei of my younger brother. How could my younger brother endure this anger, so he took action like that. But he was scolded by Yanjing. How did I usually teach you? Do not be impulsive when doing things, do not be reckless, why do not you listen?" He also did not stand on ceremony, but watered down and said, "Your Majesty's teachings are right." Gongsun also spoke from the side, "Your Majesty, this matter is indeed Quanzi's fault first, but there is no need to hit him to this extent, not to mention that Wang Ye only reported the loss of Wang Fei a month ago, but now why does another Wang Fei appear? I only ask the Emperor to severely punish Su Luo and return justice to the censor's office." Yanjing was also confused when he heard this. "Younger brother, Wang Fei appeared in the words of the censor, how do you explain this?" The Emperor Shen then explained to the Emperor, "This is the love between the Emperor and Wang Fei, so the Wang Fei pretended to be missing and returned to Wang Fu, which can be regarded as a new wedding." The censors around heard this, and they whispered to each other. The Emperor angrily scolded, "Nonsense, why is it like an immature child like this?" Then he said, "Now it is urgent to treat the sickness for Li Gongzi, Li Gugong, go and pass on the imperial physician to treat the Gongzi." But Gongsun jumped up and said, "Your Majesty, the daughter of Sushir is the rebellious thief Su Jingrui left behind." The Emperor Shen also then clarified, "Your Majesty, Wang Fei did not participate in the rebellion at first, but your Majesty had spared her. Today the person who made the mistake is not Wang Fei. Please ask your Majesty to clarify this." No one wanted to give in to anyone, so Gongsun continued, "But, your Majesty, Yan heir is the only son in the 3 generations of my Gongsun family. So this matter cannot end like this." Yan Zhang's face showed exhaustion when he kept hearing so much nagging. So he ordered, "Don't mention this again, whoever dares to mention it again will go down to Huangquan with the Prime Minister. I'm tired, let's leave the court." Gongsun clearly did not accept this, and tried to cling on, "Your Majesty." At the Imperial Garden, Emperor Shen seemed to be looking for Yanjing. As soon as he saw him, he thanked him, "Thanks a lot just now, my Emperor brother." Yanjing also replied, cause less trouble for your Emperor brother, don't cause trouble everywhere." But what exactly is the matter with the loss of Wang Fei? The Emperor Shen then said, "When Su Fu's assets were confiscated, Wang Fei did not understand the matter and asked the younger brother to plead to the Emperor brother. The younger brother did not agree, and in a fit of anger Wang Fei left the Wang Fu, and now that she has figured it out, she has returned." Yanjing said, "You supervised when interrogating her father, she may have some knots in her heart, you should also be more tolerant." Hearing this he also replied, "God knows, thank you for your instructions." Before leaving, he also ordered, "Also, you can deal with the imperial doctor, let him be quiet for a while." He also understood this clearly. A refreshing morning at Guanshu's villa. As soon as he arrived, he asked, "Has Su Gugong woken up yet?" The maid next to him replied, reporting to Wang Ye, "The girl had nightmares all night, and only had a peaceful sleep this morning, and just woke up." God Wang said, "You go down first." Seeing her shrinking back, he couldn't help but worry and called out, "Luo air." Su Lo saw him shout out, "Ah Shen, I'm sorry, it's all that low air is not good, low air is causing trouble for you." Then did Gong Sun make things difficult for the emperor? He gently rubbed her cheeks and gently replied, "No, Luo air, don't cry, even if the sky falls, there is a Shen to support it." As soon as he finished speaking, she burst into tears and said, "But I heard the servants say that Luo air broke the incense of the Gongsun family, they will definitely not let Luo air go." Luo air is scared. God Wang hugged her in his arms and patted her, "Don't be afraid, as long as a Shen is here, no one will dare to touch Luo air. Luo air has lost a lot of weight recently, how about a Shen taking her to eat something?" Then she also agreed. In the evening at the Yin Lin room, he asked him, "Wang Yi, you sent someone to say that you found someone who can treat Gui Quanzi, is that true?" He said, "Ling Gongzi is indeed the weakness of the imperial doctor." Hearing his tone, Gong Sun flew into a rage. "Yin Shen, you are playing me," he replied triumphantly, "if this prince didn't say that, how could you sure meet this prince so quickly?" He shouted, "Emperor God, what exactly do you want to do?" He then took out 3 pieces of paper and said, "Gong Sun you played a great game, this prince almost got fooled by you." The old man picked up the paper and read what was written inside. Before he finished reading, he continued, "The grievances between you and Tuoba Nanfeng, why did you harm Su Qingxiang?" Gong Sun face changed, but he still found a reason to reply, "Tuoba Nanfeng was the one you recommended to me, how would I know his identity? Besides, you want to avenge your mother, maybe this is a trick between you and Tuoba Nanfeng, which in the end implicated me, Emperor Shen, now we are locusts on the same rope. If something happens to me, don't dream of escaping." However, contrary to his thoughts, he did not have a slight bit of fear and replied, "Gong Sun it seems that you have made a wrong move, now this prince will give you 2 choices. One is that this prince will report to the emperor that you colluded with Jing'an, framed Su Qingxiang, and the end result will be the punishment of your entire family. And the other is that you will personally inform the emperor, honestly admit your guilt, and this prince can guarantee the lives of your entire family. He tore up the paper and arrogantly said, "It's really funny, relying on a few letters to want to convict this old man, who knows if this is real or fake, and also, the previous removal of Su Jingrui was also a forgery to find fake witnesses. What do you say, Wang Ye?" He also gave a reply that was green. "It's really that you haven't seen the coffin, haven't cried. Come in." At this moment someone outside walked in. It was Tuoba Nanfeng. As soon as he saw him, Gong Sunyu's face turned green. You're not dead," he said. "Gong Sunyu, unexpectedly, God has eyes to keep a life for me." But the old Gong still laughed loudly and said, "You can't stand out to expose me and you can't live. Killing the king is the crime of exterminating the whole family." Tuoba Nanfeng also replied, "You sure Dairen thought too much. How can the people who lost the country have the whole family? I can stand here early on have neglected the death." Emperor Shen intervened and interrupted, "Now that the witnesses and material evidence are available, and the weapons you have hidden have also been confiscated by this person, why don't you confess?" In the end, he was also forced into a dead end. The sky is now midnight, but Man Tingjai is still brightly lit. Someone is walking into here. Lu Miao heard the sound of footsteps and quickly sat up to ask, "Is it the Wang Ye?" But in fact it was the nanny of Min Er. She asked, Miao, "Why did you suddenly get hit by the cold?" She then angrily roared, "Why is it you? Who else can I be? For the past few days, except for the person who delivers the food, no one has come to visit me. If I don't think of a way, before that slut dies, I will die of boredom here." She then said, Miao, "Don't you know what has happened in the house recently? Your mother has a way but doesn't dare to do it." She asked curiously, "What happened?" She then said, "That slut doesn't know how to seduce the son of imperial doctor," and was almost humiliated. Wang Ye was angry and cut off the little thing of that little boy. And it also caused a fuss in the court. Miao heard this and was outraged. "Slut, eating an apple tree and building a fence around it." But Wang Ye turned against Yushir Dairen for the sake of that slut. She said, "Be patient for a few more days, and when this matter is over, my mother will ask Wang Ye to forgive you and lift your ban." She couldn't swallow this anger and said, "Su Luo, wait for me to come out and you will know." The cold winds at midnight blew past, at the capital at this time. There is someone Ling Bo Weibu on the roof. He has identified the target. And threw a bunch of papers down. The papers were scattered all over the ground, and after finishing the task, he also quickly left. The next morning, everyone went out on the road and saw those papers. Everyone didn't expect that Sun Gongyu colluded with the remnants of Jing'an country. An old man shouted, "Everyone look, the letter also wrote that Yushir Dairen and Tuoba Nanfeng wronged Su Qingxiang." Then another person approached him and said, "This matter must have reached the ears of the emperor." The old man then said, "Wait and see the good show." At the court at this time everyone was gathered. Yanjing shouted angrily, "Gong Sunyu, you are really bold." The old man can no longer be strong now, and replied tremblingly, "Emperor, I know my crime. What is written on the paper is the truth." The censors in the back could not hide their dissatisfaction and said, "Su Qingxiang was framed, and finally someone has cleared Su Qingxiang's name." The emperor Shen thought triumphantly, "Gong Sunyu, this is the end of threatening this prince." The emperor gritted his teeth and said, "Continue," and then he shuddered with no blood on his face. Then he stammered and said, "It is that I was confused because I was running for profit and colluded with the traitor to sell weapons to Tuoba Nanfeng." Tuoba Nanfeng assassinated the holy emperor unsuccessfully. He took the forbidden items to bribe and threaten the emperor, and the emperor was forced to frame Su Qingxiang with him. But the others did not accept that he was forgiven and started to inform the emperor, Gong Sunyu colluded with the rebel, and harmed the important ministers of the court. And embezzled forbidden items, and committed additional crimes, so he should kill the whole family to make an example. The old man begged in fear, "Emperor, this matter has nothing to do with the family of the sinner, they don't know anything, please forgive them for a life." Emperor Shen also spoke at this time, "Emperor, I have something to say." Yanjing also listened. He said, Gong Sunyu sold the forbidden items in the dynasty only for profit, and did not have the intention to harm people, and the conspiracy to harm the Qingxiang was also because he was threatened by others. Today I risk saying it, and there is a personal reason. God for a while cut off the incense of the Gongsun family. Today I will guarantee the life of his family as compensation. I hope that the emperor will open up and spare the family from the death penalty. Hearing this, the emperor also hesitated a little. Then he asked, "What do you love to think?" After whispering for a while, they also agreed. After it was all done, Yanjing also gave an order. "Okay, the emperor Shen listened to the order, and the emperor ordered you to capture the remnants of the Jing'an country. Tuoba Nanfeng, within 3 days, and seize all the weapons that Gong Sunyu had hidden." He then obeyed the order. The censor held the paper in his hand and read the crimes that he had committed. The sinner Gong Sunyu colluded with the rebels, harmed the court officials, embezzled the forbidden items, and was guilty of punishment, the death penalty. The date of execution was chosen, and all the property of the imperial residence was confiscated, and Gong Sun Yen was sent to the frontier. Seeing his family escape death, he kowtowed repeatedly to show his gratitude to the emperor and the divine king. Then he took out another official document. In it was written that the former prime minister was conferred the title of Marquis Protector of the nation of Beiyin, and Zhuo Luorong was conferred the title of Princess Yuan. Everyone shouted in unison, "The emperor is wise." It was already dusk at the Divine King's mansion. The daughters chatted with each other. Our prince, to celebrate Su Gunyang becoming a princess and General Su being vindicated, has specially invited the famous opera troupe of the capital. Is it the Shanqing opera troupe? We are in luck today. In the quiet night, songs echoed, only admiring his merits, therefore bestowing blessings. The Divine King turned and poured a cup of wine for Su Luo. Then he picked it up and happily said to her, "Congratulations, my Luoer, on being vindicated and becoming Princess Yongin." She was thinking about something, but when she heard him speak, she quickly picked up her wine cup and returned the courtesy. "Thank you, Aishan." He also noticed something strange about her and asked, "Luoer, what's on your mind?" Suddenly, her attitude became gloomy. "Luoer wants to go home." Since Luoer came to the prince's mansion, she has never been home. Now the murderer who plotted against the Su family has been caught. Luoer just wants to bring her father's memorial tablet back to the ancestral hall. Hearing this, the Divine King hugged her and comforted her. "Don't cry anymore. If Luoer misses home, then let's go back. Tomorrow morning, Aishan will go back with Luoer." She was very touched when she heard his words. Scene changes to Manting Pavilion. The singing also echoes here. The fragrance of flowers welcomes the painting room, green everywhere in the room. Lu Miao Miao walked out unhappily and asked, "What day is it today? Why is there even an opera troupe invited?" A maid brought food and said, "Lu Gunyang, your dinner." She angrily asked, "Hey, I'm asking you, what's going on outside that's so joyful?" The maid said, "Su Gunyang has been vindicated. The emperor has specially conferred her the title of Princess Yongin." The prince invited the opera troupe to celebrate. Her words were like a thunderbolt, and Lu Miao Miao exclaimed in surprise, "What? Princess Yongin? How could this be?" But the maid didn't like Miao Miao either, secretly thinking, retribution. Who told her to be so arrogant usually? Then she quickly handed Miao Miao's meal to another maid and said, "Your master's meal, take it." "Lu Gunyang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." The other maid said, "Lu Gunyang, have something to eat first." But she angrily knocked it away and said, "Eat what? Why? Why should that bitch ride on my head? Is that old woman waiting for that bitch to become the princess consort before rescuing me?" Early the next morning, at the Su residence, the Divine King had led Su Luo back home. He said, "Luoer, be careful under your feet." Then she stepped forward and pushed open the door. Seeing the dilapidated house like this, she couldn't help but feel sad. How could it become like this? He said, "I'm sorry, Luoer. I've been busy with official duties lately and didn't pay attention to the Prime Minister's residence. I'll immediately send people to clean it up." She replied, "No need, Luoer's home, Luoer will clean it up herself." Su Luo pushed open the door into the room. The things inside were in a mess. She stepped forward and rummaged through it, and suddenly saw something. It was her portrait lying on the floor. She quickly picked it up. Then she cried and sobbed, "Father, mother, Luoer, and younger brother. Why did you abandon Luoer?" He also felt empathy and comforted her. "Luoer, if Prime Minister Su and his wife saw you like this, they would also be sad. Prime Minister Su has been vindicated. Luoer should tell them this good news." Hearing this, she replied, "Yes, I have to tell my father." At the ancestral hall of the Prime Minister's residence, she said to him, "Aishan, except for the descendants of the Su family, outsiders are not allowed to enter. You wait for Luoer here." He agreed to wait outside. Then she handed him a basket containing something. Then she returned inside and cleaned everything up. Su Luo took a cloth and wiped away all the cobwebs. Then she wiped the memorial tablets. Then she lit incense to create some smoke. Looking at the memorial tablets in front of her, it made her cry again. "Father, mother, Luoer is bringing you home. Luoer misses you so much. Don't worry, Luoer is safe and sound now. If you need anything, be sure to remember to tell Luoer in a dream. Father, Luoer will definitely catch all those who framed you, and will never let them off easily." The crowds bustled in the late afternoon. Yao Wang met Su Luo and said, "Luoer, Gongsun Huang is a well-known lecher in the capital. How could you risk yourself without discussing it with me? If something unexpected really happened, how could I explain it to your deceased parents?" Su Luo resolutely and with determination in her eyes said to her master, "If I didn't do that, how could I make Gong Sun Yu and Yinshin turn against each other so quickly? Moreover, Yinshin's heroic rescue of beauty was also part of my plan. Master, don't worry about Luoer, I have my own plans." The master listened and was still very worried. "What kind of plan are you planning? Luoer, do you know that you risked being humiliated by Gong Sun Yan?" Su Luo heard this, slammed her hand on the table. Her heart was full of resentment and determination to take revenge, and shouted, "If I don't take the risk, when will I be able to avenge my family?" Yao Wang saw that he could not stop Su Luo's great determination, so he approached and advised her, "Luoer, if you want to take revenge, I won't stop you, but you must promise me. Don't act on your own, putting yourself in a predicament and danger." She choked as she recalled the past 4 years. What is danger? In the past few years, has there been a day when Luoer hasn't fallen into the abyss, loneliness, and pain? The master was very distressed for her, empathized with her, and comforted Su Luo. "In the future, I will not let you suffer any grievances." Seeing that her master had helped her so much, Su Luo was very grateful at this time. Yao Wang told her, Luo, recently I have been investigating the matter of Yinshan's amnesia and Lu Rui's harm. Su Luo sadly replied, it's really a trick of fate, it was wrong from the beginning. Master, I thank you for saving Luo that day. Scene changes, rewinding the time back to the day Su Luo had an accident. The master was the one who reached out to save her from death. When he saw Luo encounter such a thing, he was both distressed and tried to calmly save her, treat her, and help Su Luo recover. When she woke up, Su Luo cried a lot, very painfully because of the severe wounds on her hands that were bandaged, and there was also a wound in her heart that could not be healed. She woke up and saw her master sitting in front of her, and asked in a panic, Master, is it you? Luo is not dead, I am really alive? Yao Wang heard this and felt very sorry for her, gently stroking her head and said, you silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Luo put her hands over her face and sobbed, Master, the Su residence is no more, and Luo's child is no more. The master at this time only tenderly comforted her. Cry, you will feel better if you cry it out. 3 days later, at Bai Mo's house, the master was helping Su Luo out to get some fresh air after days of recuperating in the room. Yao Wang helped her sit down at the table and said, it's rare for the sun to be shining today, Luo, go out and bask in the sun so your body can recover quickly. Luo replied, thank you, master. Then she took the initiative to express her doubts to her master, there is one thing Luo wants to ask you. The master heard this and guessed what she was going to ask, so he peeled tangerines and said, Luo wants to ask how master knew when you had an accident, and how you were rescued from Yinshan's hands, right? Yao Wang began to tell Su Luo everything. Half a month ago, I received a letter from your father, in which he instructed me to take care of you. I sensed that something was wrong, so I quickly rode to the Prime Minister's residence, but I was one step too late. Then I entered the Shen Wang's residence, taking advantage of your sound sleep to feed you datura. Originally, I wanted to wait for the medicine to take effect and use the matter of your fake death to take you out of the Wang's residence, but man proposes. God disposes, unexpectedly, you were buried alive in a coffin by Yinshan. When I arrived at the Cold Frost Garden to rescue you, you had already suffered a lot. Then I took the opportunity when Yinshan was in a coma and was rushed away by a woman, I took you out of that evil and unjust Wang's residence. Back to reality, the master handed Luo a tangerine and gently said, Luo, it's all over, when you finish recuperating, the master will take you back to Yao Wang Valley. Away from this painful place. Su Luo suddenly said to her master, Luo doesn't want to go back to Yao Wang Valley. Yao Wang was very surprised when he heard this and asked, then what are Luo's plans? Su Luo was in high spirits, full of determination and deep hatred, wanting to take revenge. She said to her master, Luo wants to stay in the capital, I want to find out the truth for my father. And return to the Shen Wang's residence to repay this debt. Yao Wang heard this and felt it was too dangerous, so he dismissed it and said, no, I will not let you go back there to suffer. Su Luo tried to persuade her master, my father died unjustly, and the Su residence was confiscated of all property. Luo was humiliated in the Shen Wang's residence and lost everything. I am not willing to leave like this. The master asked her, Luo, are you really determined to take revenge? Su Luo's eyes were blazing, strong, and sonorous. Yes, master, Luo knows you are worried about my safety, but I must take revenge. The master understood Luo's heart and thoughts, and said, if you have decided, then I will take revenge with you. Su Luo was very surprised to hear this, and gave boundless gratitude to her master. Scene changes to the Guanyong villa. Su Luo and the maid are walking in the mansion. The maid asked, it's rare to have a sunny day, Donger, take out the princess's quilt to dry in the sun. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps coming and constant calling, Princess. It turned out to be Madame Lu. She knelt down and said, this old woman pays respects to the princess. The princess pretended not to know and asked, who are you? She began to introduce herself and raised her issue, Princess, as the mother of Lu Miao Miao, my daughter was ignorant that day and broke into the princess's mansion. I begged the princess to forgive her and say a few more words in front of the Wang to reduce Miao Miao's confinement. Su Luo heard this and pretended to feel pity and asked back, are you talking about that weak and sickly girl? Miao Miao's mother heard the word sickly and tried to restrain herself and remain calm. The princess continued, Wang told me about Lu Miao Miao Gunyang. The Gunyang is so pitiful, she is old and crazy, and has all kinds of seizures. Madame Lu knew that she could not fight back. So she endured and replied, yes, what Wang said is so accurate. On the surface, she pretended to be patient and tolerant, but in fact she was thinking to herself, does this little thing really not remember anything? Wang even said such lies. If I don't get rid of you, my good days are probably coming to an end. Su Luo raised her head high and said to her, if Madame opens her mouth to ask, this princess will help you. I hope Madame will take good care of her and don't let her talk nonsense like that. Lu Miao Miao's mother heard this and offered a bribe and said, thank you, princess, please accept this small gift as a token of gratitude. Su Luo said, you don't need to be polite. And ordered the maid Donger to quickly put it away. Su Luo thought to herself, you came to my door yourself, so don't blame me for being impolite. At night at the Guanyong villa, Wang has returned. He knocked on the door several times and called her name, Luo. Yinshan began to show off the things he had bought. I brought some of your favorite pastries, come and taste them quickly. Entering the room, Yinshin raised the bag of pastries. Su Luo saw this and her eyes lit up and said, I am very surprised and happy, thank you Yinshin. Wang sat down and opened the package of cakes and said, these are all made by the most famous pastry shops in the capital. Then he took a piece of cake and fed it to comrade Su Lin. Su Luo was very excited and praised it repeatedly, it's so delicious. Wang saw that Luo was eating so deliciously and was also very happy and said, if Luo likes it, I will often bring it to you to eat in the future. Su Luo was eating when she asked Yinshin, are you confining Lu Gunyang? Wang heard this and was a little embarrassed. Sweating profusely, he said, I'm afraid she will have tuberculosis and scare you. Su Luo heard this and giggled and replied, Luo is not so weak, Lu Gunyang is also sick and we should care about her. Also, if she is locked up in the house all the time, her health will also be very weak. Wang took Su Luo's hand, pulled her closer to him, and whispered to her, if Luo has spoken, I will of course agree. Then, Su Luo took a piece of pastry. Invite Yinshin to eat, Wang, have a bite too. She even personally fed Yinshin. Seeing that it was late, Wang returned to his mansion. Before leaving he told Su Luo, you also rest early. After speaking, Wang opened the door and returned to his mansion. Su Luo turned to see the package of pastries and was very angry. She clenched her hands to suppress her emotions. Seeing that Yinshin had been gone for a long time, she immediately pushed all the bags of pastries to the ground. Scene changes, Wang came to Lu Miaomiao's mansion. Lucia saw Wang and her face was very happy. Wang, you finally came to see me. She ran quickly to hug Wang, but he dodged to the side, causing her to fall to the ground. Wang folded his arms and said, this Wang came to warn you, if you don't be content with your lot in the future, misfortune comes from the mouth, then. You don't need to stay in this Wang mansion in the future. Lu Miaomiao heard this and was very panicked, quickly suppressing her pain and struggling to get up. She turned to look at Wang with a face full of hatred, her eyes were full of tears, she said, Miao truly likes you, but are you really so partial? Hearing this, Wang only calmly said, at first, I lost my memory and mistakenly recognized your sister as the one who saved me in Lang Valley, and promised me all kinds of things. Now my memory has been restored, Yinshin, from beginning to end, only loves Su Luo. Yinshin pointed directly at Lu Gunyang's face, and heartlessly frowned, as for you, I have never had any feelings, not even a little bit. Lu Miaomiao was very distraught after hearing this, her eyes were tearful and she couldn't believe that the person in front of her was Wang. She wiped away her tears with her hands and smiled. Lu Miaomiao pointed directly at Wang's face and shouted, Yinshin, you say you love Su Luo, but you killed Su Luo's whole family, and pushed her into a coffin. Yet you say you love her, is that what your love is like? Wang heard this, became angry, grabbed Miaomiao's hand and cursed directly at her, shut up immediately, have you forgotten something? Anyone who dares to say a word about the past in the mansion, I will make him wish he were dead. Lu Miaomiao seemed to be no longer afraid of anything, she laughed loudly and said, Yinshin, your mother died because of Su Luo's father, you haven't forgotten, have you? Between you and Su Luo is a deep feud. Wang was so angry that he gritted his teeth, frowned, and clenched Lu Miaomiao's hand so hard that it stiffened. Lu Miaomiao was in too much pain and couldn't bear it anymore, so she screamed. Then Wang released his hand and pushed her so hard that she fell to the ground. Yinshin stepped closer to her and shouted her name, Lu Miaomiao. He threatened her, if you don't want to die right now, then keep the rotten matter in your stomach forever. Yinshin's expression was very sinister and scary. Suddenly Xinger came, afraid to witness the scene of Wang beating his concubine. Wang saw this and let go. Then he pointed his finger and said softly to her, today, for the sake of Lu Ruer who once saved me, I will spare your life. Taking good care of Xinger is your greatest use now. After speaking, Wang turned his face away. Xinger blankly asked the concubine, what happened? Lu Miaomiao hugged her son tightly and said, it's okay, Xinger. In her heart flashed evil thoughts, Yinshin, I want to chop your Su Luo into thousands of pieces to relieve my anger. Scene changes to the morning at the Guanshu villa. Wang came to visit Su Luo early in the morning. It seemed that she was not well. He sat next to her bed and asked, Luoer, don't scare me, why did you suddenly get sick when you were so well? Su Luo replied, I don't know why I always feel that my body has no strength recently, probably because I didn't get enough rest. Until today, Su Luo had not finished speaking when she coughed violently several times. Wang saw this and was very worried about her health, and gently said, it's okay, Luoer, the imperial physician is coming soon. Still not seeing the imperial physician arrive, Yinshin turned to scold the maid, why hasn't the imperial physician arrived yet? Just after scolding, the imperial physician arrived. Seeing the imperial physician arrive, Wang quickly went out and pulled him to see Luoer's illness. You quickly see if the princess is okay. The old imperial physician began to press the princess's wrist pulse. After the examination, he asked the princess, what have you eaten recently? Su Luo replied, nothing. Wang began to be anxious and impatient and asked, Imperial Physician Zhang, what is wrong with Luoer? The imperial physician then replied, reporting to Wang, the princess is not sick but poisoned. Yinshin and the maids were very worried when they heard the word poisoned. Wang asked, Luoer is really poisoned? Can this poison be cured? Imperial physician Zhang hesitated and said, Wang, the poison that the princess has been poisoned with may be thorn's leaf powder, the toxicity is not strong. But if the poison is not forced out of the body in time, it will invade the 6 internal organs and 5 sense organs over time, so even Hua Tuo's reincarnation cannot save her. Imperial physician Zhang then told Wang a good news that fortunately it was discovered early. The old man used a hairpin to stop the pulse before, and there were no major obstacles. Wang heard this and felt more at ease, and said, "Thank you, Imperial physician Zhang." The imperial physician knelt down and said, "This old man asks permission to go down and prepare first, and then we'll give the princess acupuncture." Wang immediately turned to blame the maid. "Donger, what is going on? Why was the princess poisoned?" Donger heard this and was very worried and afraid and knelt down and said, "Wang, Donger doesn't know. I really don't understand why the princess was poisoned. The princess, in addition to 3 meals a day, likes to eat sweet snacks. There is nothing unusual. How can she be poisoned?" Wang immediately ordered the security guard, "Someone, take the food and utensils that the princess has used for testing immediately." The guard has clearly heard Wang's order. Yinshin asked, "Su Luo, think carefully again. Besides those things, have you been in contact with anything else?" Su Luo suspiciously tried to remember if there were any other things. Suddenly the maid Donger remembered something, and said that a few days ago, the mother of Lu Gunyang came to plead, and gave clothes to the princess. She panicked and covered her mouth and couldn't speak. It can't be. Yinshin heard and felt it was very serious, so he ordered the maid to quickly take the clothes for testing. Donger heard the order and replied, "This maid will go now, immediately." Wang became more worried when he saw Su Luo coughing more and more. He immediately asked her, "Luoer, is there any other discomfort?" Then he brought a delicious bowl of soup to coax her to eat. "Luoer, drink some soup to get well soon." Donger came to report, "Wang, it is these clothes." Wang told the maid, "Quickly give it to the imperial physician, to check if there is poison." Zhang Tai came, took out the poison testing needle, and checked whether the clothes were really poisonous. The old imperial physician was extremely frightened and surprised to fall back when he saw the needle turn black. He hesitated and said, "Indeed, it is poisonous." The prince was so angry that he roared, "Bring Lucier here quickly." At the Guanyong villa, the princess was resting. Madame Lu was called over and asked innocently, "What's the matter, Wang?" She saw the clothes on the ground and asked in surprise, "Why are these clothes thrown on the ground?" Seeing that something was about to happen, Lu Miao's mother said vaguely, "Does the princess not like these clothes? This old woman will bring another one for you another day." Seeing her like this, the prince was very angry and roared, "You're still pretending to be confused here. Is the poison on these clothes put in by you to harm Luor?" She was frightened, terrified, and didn't understand when she heard the prince say that the clothes were poisoned. Madame Lu couldn't believe her ears, and ran to kneel in front of the prince and Su Luo. She cried and justified, "Wang, this is so unfair. This old woman has never put anything in these clothes. This poison must have been put in by someone else to frame me." Luor disdained when she saw her like this, and said, "Unfair?" She pretended to be angry and said, "I haven't been to the Wang mansion for long, and I have never had any connection with you. Old lady, why did you put this poisonous hand on the clothes? You want to send me to death, to the underworld?" Madame Lu trembled and recounted, "Wang, princess, this old woman gave these clothes to please the princess, so that Miao Miao can be released from confinement sooner. How could this old woman be so stupid and ignorant as to put poison on it to cause trouble for the princess, for myself?" In her heart, she thought, "This bitch doesn't seem like someone with amnesia at all. Today's disaster can only be swallowed with gritted teeth." Su Luo kept scolding her, "Now that the evidence is conclusive, how dare you deny it? It's a waste that I pleaded for you with good intentions, yet you have such a vicious and cruel mind." The old madam then tightly grasped Su Luo's hand, trembling and crying as she begged, "Your Highness, I know I was wrong. Please, Your Highness, have mercy and spare me." Her despicable clinging to Su Luo made her extremely uncomfortable, and she had to push her away. Su Luo yelled, "This princess almost died. If I had died, your mother and son would have been extremely happy, wouldn't you? You're still holding my hand. Are you planning to poison me again?" Then she turned to asking Shen, "How do you plan to handle this? You must get to the bottom of this for me. Luor can't keep suffering like this." Yinshin wanted to let Luor decide, so he asked her opinion, "How does Luor want to deal with this matter?" Lu Foran knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, not daring to utter a word. Su Luo wanted to avenge her family and what she had suffered before, so she said, "In my opinion, daring to poison and harm a princess should be punished with immediate execution." Yinshin was startled when he heard this, and goosebumps rose on his skin as he thought, why has Luor's temperament suddenly changed so much these past few days? Lu Foran was also terrified upon hearing this, unable to blink, thinking, "This claw wants me to die?" Lu Miao Miao quickly rushed to the princess's mansion upon hearing that her mother was in trouble. When she saw Miao Miao arrive, she yelled, "What are you doing here? Go back, my dear. Don't worry about me." She scolded Lu Miao Miao, "You fool, you can't do anything here. If you provoke this bitch, you'll be kicked out of the mansion and will never have a chance to turn your life around and live in peace." Lu Miao Miao also knelt down before the prince and Su Luo, just like her mother, crying and begging bitterly, "Your Highness, Miao Miao begs you to consider that Xinger is still young and needs someone to take care of him. Please, this time, forgive my mother, Your Highness, and Your Highness." The prince was annoyed when he heard this and said coldly, "Miao Miao, you should know that your mother's consequences are her own doing." Su Luo said with a pensive look, Beg me to spare your mother? What prestige do I have in this mansion? Lu Miao Miao stammered, sobbing, Your Highness, my mother is over 50 years old. Please, Your Highness, be generous and spare my mother from the death penalty. I beg you. Su Luo resolutely asked, Miss Lu, if you are truly filial to your mother, why not die in her place? How about that? The prince felt a chill down his spine as he saw Su Luo's drastic change, and sweat poured down him as he thought, she clearly has amnesia, so why does she have such a deep grudge against these two? The mother and daughter, Lu Miao Miao, kept begging alternately, Your Highness, please spare me, considering that Nuru once saved your life. She even brought up Nuru's matter, saying Nuru was filial in her childhood. If she saw the person she loved treating her mother like this, she would definitely be heartbroken and unable to rest in peace under the 9 springs. Your Highness, please spare us, mother and daughter. Lu Miao Miao also cried and pleaded, Your Highness, my mother knows she was wrong. Please forgive her. Su Luo, who was no longer willing to endure as before, said, This princess almost died because of your plot. How dare you still beg for forgiveness? It's ridiculous. Then she grabbed Inshin's sleeve. Inshin's heart wavered a little when Nuru was mentioned, but his expression was still very unsightly. Today, for the sake of Lu Nuru's kindness to this prince, I will spare you the death penalty. Someone, drag Lu Shi down and beat her 300 strokes. The mother and daughter, Lu Shi and Lu Miao Miao, trembled with fear. Inshin felt it was not enough and kicked Lu Miao Miao's mother out of the prince's mansion. Lu Shi was dragged away, screaming in disagreement, Your Highness, let me stay in the mansion. Su Luo was secretly pleased, serves you right. The next morning, in the Biedianguan Shu, there was a rustling sound of servants sweeping leaves. A servant was carrying water and gossiping with a palace maid who was sweeping leaves in the yard, have you heard? Before dawn, His Highness personally went to the kitchen to brew medicine for Su Gunyang. The palace maid covered her face shyly, I've never seen His Highness care about anyone like this. Su Gunyang is really blessed. By the bedside, Inshin coaxed Su Luo to drink the medicine, Luo Guan, it's time to take the medicine. Su Luo turned away angrily, I don't want to drink it. Inshin was a little puzzled and asked naively, what's wrong? Who made my Luo angry? Su Luo was only a little angry, so she scolded Inshin lightly, causing Inshin to fall silent. It's just a little anger, it's a Shen, you. Su Luo crossed her arms and complained irritably, why did a Shen spare Lu Shi the death penalty when Lu Nuru was mentioned? Inshin frowned and explained to Su Luo, Luoer, it's true that Lu Shi deserves to die for poisoning you, but her daughter, Lu Nuru, once did me a favor, so I lightly punished Lu Shi. Inshin continued to coax, Lu Shi has already been punished, so don't be angry anymore. After you drink the medicine, can a Shen take you for a walk in the street? Su Luo was still not soothed and continued to complain, no, every time Luoer goes out, there are entourages following me, and I can't be natural wherever I go. What mood do I have to play? Inshin continued to coax, as long as Luoer drinks the medicine, a Shen will agree not to bring any entourages. Su Luo was immediately happy, but still asked with some doubt, really? Inshin smiled and assured, really. Su Luo opened her mouth and swallowed a mouthful of medicine and immediately complained that it was bitter. Inshin had to use all his wisdom to squeeze out aphorisms to persuade Su Luo. Bitter medicine cures diseases, and you will get better quickly if you take the medicine. Eat some honey. Su Luo asked while holding the medicine, a Shen, don't you have to deal with official business today? Inshin immediately cleverly countered, I took a day off today to take care of Luoer. Listen to a Shen and drink another sip. Inshin gently wiped Su Luo's mouth and promised, recently, Luoer has been obediently staying in the mansion, and I will send a few more maids to play with Luoer. Su Luo happily agreed immediately. Then Inshin helped Su Luo lie down to rest, Luoer is almost gone, hurry up and lie down to rest. I'll stew soup and bring it to you later. Inshin gently tucked Su Luo in. Su Luo fell asleep as soon as she lay down. But as soon as Inshin's figure stepped out of the door, she opened her eyes. Every event was replayed in Su Luo's mind. It turned out that Su Luo herself had poisoned the clothes. Su Luo thought to herself, this old fox can't sit still like this and has come to the door so quickly. Su Luo smiled slightly while pouring poison, you beasts who harmed my family, if I don't make you pay the price, Su Luo, I won't die in peace. Snow had covered the tiles of Mandingshai. Lu Miao Miao was giving Lu Shi a bottle of medicine, mother, take this bottle of medicine, the wound will heal quickly. Lu Shi said worriedly, Miao Miao, this bitch is definitely pretending to have amnesia. She clearly came for revenge. If I leave, you will be alone and helpless. What should I do? Lu Miao Miao was prepared, isn't that even better? This bitch made a big show of harming us. Doesn't Inshin see it? As long as I am still in the mansion, we can cooperate from the inside out and not be afraid that this bitch won't reveal herself. Lu Shi continued, in short, you should still be careful. Sooner or later, I will get back this injustice. Then Lu Shi left with a bag slung over her shoulder, mother is leaving, remember to take care of yourself. Lu Miao Miao, even though she was usually arrogant, couldn't help but watch her mother leave at this time. Full of hatred in her heart, Inshin, I will definitely let you taste what it's like to lose love. The next morning, at Lu Miao Miao's Mang Xingzai, from behind, a group of centipedes came from nowhere to Lu Miao Miao's bed. The centipedes slowly approached, crawled onto the bed, onto her hands, and then crawled into Lu Miao Miao's sleeves, causing her to shudder and reach out to grope for the object that dared to disturb her sleep. Holding the object, Lu Miao Miao raised her hand and staggered to guess, what is this? Seeing the shape of the object in front of her was a centipede, Lu Miao Miao screamed in horror. She shrank back and called, someone. Lu Miao Miao used a pillow to swat the centipedes crawling all over the bed while shouting, get out of here. Someone, come here quickly. The sound of a door opening was heard, and someone entered. Lu Miao Miao heard the sound of the door and lunged forward, for help, centipedes, there are centipedes. Looking up, she saw Su Luo standing and mocking, oh dear, Miss Lu, are you scared by insects? Lu Miao Miao's face darkened, what is this bitch doing here? Su Luo judged the current situation and said, centipedes are afraid of chickens. It's reasonable for this princess to give this gift today. Su Luo turned to the palace maid who was holding a chicken in her hand, what are you doing standing there blankly? Hurry up and bring the chicken in. Don't let the insects hurt Miss Lu. The rooster was released and quickly went to catch its prey. Although Lu Miao Miao was rescued, she did not forget to be wary, what are you doing here? You released these centipedes, right? Su Luo did not admit it and even added to Lu Miao Miao's crime, you bold commoner, how dare you slander this princess? Do you think your life is too long? Lu Miao Miao recognized the situation and quickly bowed her head, sorry, your highness, I was frightened by the insects and forgot the rules for a moment. Please forgive me, your highness. Su Luo smiled slightly, this princess came today, one is to bring the chicken to Miss Lu to nourish herself because she hasn't had a good meal in half a month. And the other is to find a famous doctor to cure your madness. Lu Miao Miao gnashed her teeth and could not bear it anymore and erupted in anger. Enough, Su Luo, don't pretend in front of me anymore. You don't have amnesia at all. Su Luo did not waver at all and calmly replied, Miss Lu, why are you talking nonsense? It seems that her madness must be treated, right? Lu Miao Miao refused to lose and dragged the little prince out to provoke Su Luo. Su Luo, your minor misses you so much. If he knows that his mother has forgotten him, he will definitely be heartbroken, right? Su Luo angrily slapped Lu Miao Miao but still controlled her words and did not involve the little prince. Lu Miao Miao, this princess cares about you, but you have harmed me again and again and ruined my innocence. Do you have a heart at all? Suddenly, a voice from outside announced, Your Highness, why are you here? Lu Miao Miao was like a fish in water. Su Luo, today I must let His Highness see your true face. Lu Miao Miao pretended to fall to the floor and screamed shrilly. Su Luo knew what tricks this beast had, and unfortunately, she had been holding a grudge and seeking revenge for the whole year, so she couldn't let it go to waste. Su Luo saw through Miao Miao's trick, ran to help Miao Miao up. Miss Lu, why are you so careless? Lu Miao Miao hastily waved Su Luo's hand away, don't touch me. Su Luo also understood her meaning very well. She fell far away, looking really painful, in order to save the day. Yinshan entered and was immediately angry when he saw the scene, and without even knowing the truth, he scolded loudly, Lu Miao Miao, what are you doing? Yinshan walked over to support the grieving Su Luo. Luor, are you alright? Ignoring Lu Miao Miao, sitting in a corner, feeling aggrieved, Your Highness. Su Luo was not tearful, she just turned around and explained gently, Luor is fine. Ashin said that Miss Lu is mad, and Luor happens to understand a little medicine. So I wanted to see Miss Lu's illness. But Miss Lu doesn't know why, she is unwilling to let me take her pulse, and struggled and fell. Lu Miao Miao could not say a word and could only continue to gnash her teeth. This cunning bitch, when I get hold of your weakness, I will take your life. Yinshan pointed at Lu Miao Miao and blamed her. Lu Miao Miao, the princess personally treated you, but you were ungrateful. Lu Miao Miao tried to explain, Your Highness, Su Princess is basically not. Lu Miao was struggling to explain when Su Luo interrupted, Ashen, since Miss Lu is not grateful, we shouldn't stay here and make her an eyesore anymore. Yinshan did not pursue the matter further but just warned, Lu Miao Miao, if you dare to offend the princess again, you will get out of this prince's mansion. Then he turned and pulled Su Luo, Luor, let's go. Su Luo felt sorry for Lu Miao Miao and did not forget to leave a complacent look, Lu Miao Miao, our days are still long. Lu Miao Miao responded to that look with an eye that could not be more resentful, Su Luo, if I don't chop you into 100 pieces, I, Lu Miao Miao, swear I will not give up. On the way, Su Luo asked, why did Ashin come to Mandintre today? Yinshan replied, I brought some candied fruit to give Luo a taste. The servant said that you went to Mandintre early in the morning. I was afraid that Lu Miao Miao's madness would break out and hurt you, so I came here. Su Luo was less suspicious and happily thanked her, thank you, Ashin. At this time, in a remote rural area, a lonely house in the snow, a boy was sitting chopping wood in the yard. Yao Wang was present and stepped forward to ask the boy, little friend, what's your name? The boy answered honestly, and Yo, who are you? Yao Wang identified himself as Mo, a friend of the boy's father. Yao Wang said again, may I ask if your parents are at home? Inside the house, a weak woman with a gaunt face was trying to suppress her cough. And Yo knew it was his father's friend, so he ran in happily, Nyang, a friend of father is here. And Yo helped Nyang up and comforted her, and Yo will chop some firewood to exchange for money to buy medicine for you. Yao Wang stepped forward and politely suggested, I know a little medical skill, can I examine the lady? The woman was not polite, then trouble you, Gongzi, and handed her hand to Yao Wang to take her pulse. Yao Wang diagnosed, the lady is suffering from cold wind. If it is not treated for a long time, the cold wind will become heavier. I will prescribe medicine for the lady to disperse the cold air. And she will recover in half a month. The woman said weakly, thank you, Gongzi, it's just. Yao Wang knew what she meant, the lady doesn't need to worry, I don't collect money, and I will deliver the medicine later. The woman was a little surprised, why is it so good? Then she quickly turned to instruct Anyo, you go and feed the sheep grass first. Seeing Anyo had gone out of the door, the woman asked, Gongzi, who are you after all? My husband Aixing is gone, but I know he can't have such noble friends. Yao Wang also went straight to the point, the lady forgive me, I just came to ask the lady some questions. The lady must have heard of the matter of the late Prime Minister Su being cleared in the capital. Someone framed the Prime Minister for buying a murderer to rape a good woman in the past. Today, I am investigating this matter secretly. Hearing about Su Prime Minister, the woman began to panic, Su Leoi of Su Mansion? Yao Wang warned, this matter has been investigated to your husband, lady. If the lady knows something that is not convinced, the consequences do not need to be said. The woman knelt on the bed and worshipped Yao Wang, Master, a Xing will never do that thing. Yao Wang reassured, the lady rest assured, we will investigate the truth. Yao Wang began to ask clearly, the lady just needs to say who your husband met before he died, and if there were any unusual actions? The woman was stunned, what's usually different? But then she changed her mind, thinking carefully, he did have unusual actions before he died. That night, Xing went home. The woman began to recount the events of 4 years ago, when the house was still warm and not as dilapidated as it is now. The woman was also sick at this time. Xing returned with a bunch of medicine in his hand and asked, Nyanzi, your cough is getting worse. Holding a bunch of medicine, I will decoct medicine for Nyanzi. Holding a cake in one hand and putting it on the table, this sweet cake, Nyanzi, remember to eat it. Although she was sick, she was quick-witted, and the suspicious woman asked her husband, Xing, where did you get the money to buy these? Xing also confided honestly to Nyanzi, today, an old man in Sufu spent 50 taels of silver to find me to take on a private job, this is just the deposit. Saying that after the end of the job tomorrow night, he will give the rest. Then Xing gave all the bag of money to Nyanzi, here, keep this money to buy medicine for Nyanzi. Nyanzi asked in panic, what job did he pay you 50 taels for? We don't take unclean money. Xing just reassured, that's Sufu, a rich family, and naturally, they will be generous. Don't worry too much. Who knew that the next night, she heard the news that Xing had died tragically, and at this point, the woman couldn't help but burst into tears. Yao Wang was a little puzzled, the lady, why didn't you report to the official at that time? The woman said bitterly, I have been lying in bed for a long time, and Yo is still young, not to mention not even knowing who the murderer is, how to report to the official. Yao Wang was helpless, could it be that you didn't investigate anything about the matter of framing Su Prime Minister? The woman, although heartbroken, still wanted to ask for the truth, sir, did my Xing really trample on the Liang family woman before he died tragically? Yao Wang explained. Very likely, however, giving money to buy off Xing is the mastermind behind it. The woman was even more painful, beating her chest and torturing herself. Xing must have been bewitched by the 50 taels of silver, it's all my illness, my body has implicated Xing. Yao Wang didn't say anything, just gently handed the woman a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. After seeing that the woman had calmed down more, Yao Wang continued to ask, the lady, who did Xing usually have a relationship with? The woman, still slightly hiccuping, replied, this, only a few friends who work together. Yao Wang immediately flashed a ray of hope, then can the lady tell me where Xing works? The woman rummaged through her memory and replied, it seems that he worked with a boatman under the bridge. Yao Wang quickly remembered and left, thank you, lady. 3 days later, the streets were brightly lit by lanterns. Su Luo appeared, Master, I saw you shooting purple fireworks, so I quickly came here. What is so urgent? A man sat opposite her, shaking his glass of water. Luoer, the matter of Lu Nuru being violated last time that you wanted to investigate has results. Su Luo couldn't restrain her eagerness to know the results. Who is it? The person who met Su Luo was Yao Wang. Yao Wang gave Su Luo a scroll of paper and said, this is a portrait described based on words. Do you know this person? Su Luo recognized it at a glance, it's her. Su Luo rolled up the paper and instructed Yao Wang, Master, these important things need witnesses, to be secretly protected. Yao Wang picked up the cup and drank a sip of water, looking relaxed. Luoer, rest assured, it has been arranged properly. What plans do you have next, Luoer? Su Luo clenched the cup in her hand, the anger seemed to have turned into fire, causing the heat of the cup to emit smoke. Zhouer, I want to get real evidence that Lu Miao Miao harmed Zhouer. Yao Wang stood up and walked to Su Luo's side, then do you have any clues? Su Luo helplessly bit her teeth. Lu Daifu of Wangfu hid the truth and killed Zhouer with Lu Miao Miao, and then was executed by Yin Xin. Although I want to clear her name, I don't have any clues. Yao Wang scratched his chin and thought, that's a little difficult if we don't start investigating from Lu Daifu. Su Luo hugged her head and slumped down, I can only do that. Yao Wang put a coat on Su Luo and reminded her, the sky is already dark, Luo must quickly return to Wangfu, otherwise Yin Shin will be suspicious and it won't be good. Yao Wang looked at Su Luo's back in contemplation. He waited until Su Luo had left before walking in the lonely night. Arriving at the side gate of Shin Wangfu, a subordinate guarding the gate greeted Su Luo, Princess, please come in. Su Luo quickly asked about the situation. Has Wang Ye returned? The subordinate reported, Bam Princess, Wang Ye has returned to the mansion a long time ago. On the other side, Yao Wang left and still couldn't help but meditate. The more he walked, the more he thought, Luoer, master only wishes you a lifetime of peace. The snowy night was freezing cold, a person walking in the dark night, the scene was sad, and the people were full of thoughts. The snow had thickly accumulated on the roof. Su Luo pushed the door and entered. Before her was a palace maid kneeling. Su Luo looked at Yin Shin, a Shin. What's this? Yin Shin just ran over and hugged Su Luo, his heart full of worry. It's so late, where did you go? You made me anxious. Su Luo both defended herself and reassured Yin Shin, a Shin, the mansion is too noisy. Luoer went out to relax. Then she took out a jade treasure with a strange shape. Look, I gave it to a Shin. Yin Shin gently reminded, Luoer, don't come back so late next time. You must pay attention to safety, especially without guards accompanying you. Su Luo nodded perfunctorily, I know. Yin Shin was also temporarily relieved and ordered the palace maid, take good care of the princess. If anything happens, you will be held accountable and dismissed. The palace maid responded and went to prepare, yes, Wang Ye. Su Luo was held back and asked suspiciously, a Shin, what's the matter so late? Yin Shin replied, Luoer, I have official business to go out, and I need to leave for a few days. I want to tell you before I go. Yin Shin took off his cloak for Su Luo and casually hung it on the chair. Su Luo continued to ask, a Shin has to go out. When will you come back? But Yin Shin ignored it. A Shin is not here, Luoer, remember to take good care of yourself. Yin Shin gently stroked Su Luo's hair and instructed, don't run around. Su Luo seemed to see Yin Shin's worries and confidently assured, don't worry, Luoer will definitely obediently wait for a Shin to come back here, and won't go anywhere. While speaking, a subordinate came to report, Wang Ye, everything is ready, it's time to set off. Yin Shin lightly kissed Su Luo's forehead, reluctant to leave, remember to think of me. Su Luo nodded in agreement. Yin Shin left, the subordinates behind him bowed their heads, Wang Ye, please go slowly. Yin Shin turned back and instructed, if the princess leaves the mansion, remember to secretly follow and protect her safety. Late at night in the suburbs, two people on two horses met to discuss matters. Yin Shin spoke first, have you thought about it? The person in front of him was Tuoba Huan, the son of Tuoba Nanfeng, and he replied loudly, Wang Ye, my father's assassination of the Han Emperor is indeed a capital crime. And you were ordered to capture the criminals, I don't blame you, but that person, I must kill. Yin Shin was not willing to tear apart that heroic spirit. Okay, if your heart is determined, I will not stop you. You pay attention to safety on this trip. I will also greet the people below. Tuoba Huan bowed his head, thank you, Wang Ye. Then he rode his horse away. Also that night, in a suburb of the capital, a group of prisoners were setting up camp to rest. Suddenly, one of those people used force to break the wooden board hanging on his neck and unlock the shackles on his feet. He left, not knowing that someone was lying in ambush in the bushes, and escaping would only make him die faster. The prisoner was still arrogant, damn it, I would rather die than be deported to the cold and uninhabited border. Hearing the request, a sword that had tasted so much blood appeared, then let me send you to die. Gong Sun Yan was shocked and backed away, who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Tuoba Huan pointed his sword at him and said, then you have to ask your beheaded father, the son repays the father's debts. He was frightened and kowtowed to beg for mercy, it was all my father who did it has nothing to do with me, please spare me. He replied coldly, spare you? It's not that easy. He was so frightened that he trembled and sweated, his eyes widened as he looked at him. Immediately afterwards, he hurriedly ran away, help. He immediately raised his sword and prepared to stab down, go to hell. Only a second later, the sword had pierced through his body, he fell face down to the ground, at this time, he was stepped on by Ba Huan, father, I have avenged you. I promise you that I will definitely live well. The medicine king observed from a hidden corner, wondering, who is this person? He frowned slightly in regret, what a pity, I couldn't kill that Gong Sun Yen myself. At the Man Tingjai, at midnight. Miao Miao was lying still on the bed. Hearing a strange noise, she sat up in fright, what's that sound? She glanced over and saw that the window wasn't closed properly, and it was banging. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief, so it's just the wind. She was about to get out of bed when she suddenly stopped, what's that? Two paper figures suddenly appeared before her. She cried out in horror, who are you? The boy paper figure beside her said haltingly, Lu Yinyang, Minner's hand hurts so much. Hearing this, she collapsed, Minner? Su Luo, hiding behind the paper figures, continued to imitate the voice, why did you want to harm Minner? Miao Miao was so frightened that her limbs went weak, and she said tremblingly, Minner, Yinyang was wrong. What do you need? Yinyang will burn it for you. Please don't look for Yinyang. Just then, the female paper figure beside her spoke, younger sister, I suffered so much because of you. Su Luo immediately changed her voice, sobbing, "You ruined your older sister's purity and blamed it on the Prime Minister. We were all harmed by you." These words frightened Miao Miao until her face turned pale. She retreated backward, trying to explain, "Older sister, I was wrong. I was confused. I gave you safflower to eat while you were weak after giving birth. Please forgive me." Su Luo gritted her teeth. Lu Runi was given safflower by Lu Miao Miao and died tragically? She smirked bitterly. "Yin Chen, you blamed Lu Runi's death on me. How ironic." Su Luo smiled and stepped forward, and she closed her eyes tightly in fear. Don't come over here." She trembled, hugging her knees and shouting, "Older sister, it was Su Luo who was wrong. Please don't look for me." Su Luo laughed triumphantly. "Why look for this Junju? To take you to the dungeon?" Miao Miao finally came to her senses. "Su Luo, it's you?" She shouted angrily, "You dare to play me?" With that, she tried to slap her. But she quickly grabbed her hand. She asked her, "Lu Miao Miao, are you scared?" Miao Miao asked back angrily, "Su Luo, what do you want? Why are you pretending to have amnesia?" She grabbed her wrist and slammed her down, causing her to fall to the ground. "What do I want? I want to watch you slowly lose everything you love, to be tortured to death." She cried out in pain as she fell. "Su Luo, how dare you? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Wanya that you're pretending to have amnesia?" She smirked, bent down, and grabbed her hair, pulling it back. "How ridiculous. Will Wanya listen to you? Now the entire Shenhuangfu listens to this Junju. What can you do to me?" After provoking her, she turned and left. She gritted her teeth in anger. Then she grabbed the paper figures and tore them in half madly. At Chishi village, the medicine king stopped in front of a gate. A subordinate behind him said, "Guju, this is the place." Then he went to knock on the door. "Is anyone home?" Hearing the call, a woman came to open the door. "Who are you two?" The medicine king said, "Madam, may I ask if this is the home of the Luisher from the Shenhuangfu?" She heard this and replied, "Yes." At this time, he introduced himself. "I am by Mo, entrusted by someone to investigate the death of the Shitzi of the Shenhuangfu." She heard this and opened her eyes wide in fear. Then she carefully bowed and said, "Gongzi Bai, please come in and talk." Before entering, he instructed his subordinate, "You stay outside." He immediately obeyed, "Yes, Gongzi." After entering, he sat down on a chair, looked around, and asked, "Lu Foreign, why did you suddenly move back to your hometown?" She poured tea while saying, "If it weren't for my life, who would want to live in this poor place?" Hearing this, he immediately asked, "Lu Foreign, what do you mean by this?" She calmly put down the teacup. "Gongzi, please drink tea." Then she frowned and recounted, "That night, as soon as he came home, he packed up our things, wanting us to leave the capital. When I asked him why, he wouldn't say. I knew something must have happened, but I didn't dare to ask too much." Speaking of this, she was moved and reached out to wipe away tears. "He gave me a letter, repeatedly instructing me to keep it safe. At that time, he told her, this letter can prove my innocence and the Zayashizi's. You must keep it carefully." She continued resentfully. After that, he was arrested by people from the Shenhuangfu and never came back. Seeing her wiping away tears with a handkerchief, the medicine king comforted her. "Lu Foreign, don't be too sad. Take care of yourself." Then he asked again, "So where is that letter now? Can you show it to me?" Hearing this, she immediately turned away. "Gongzi, wait a moment, I'll go get it." After returning, she brought a letter and handed it to him. "Gongzi Bai, you must seek justice for my Shanggong and restore his innocence." After reading the contents of the letter, he bit his teeth in anger. Then he turned to ask her, "Lu Foreign, have you read this letter?" She answered honestly, "No, when he was alive, he instructed me that since it was evidence, I shouldn't open it." Hearing this, he asked for her opinion. "Can I keep this letter for safekeeping?" She said sadly, "Yes, I believe you will definitely be able to restore Shanggong's innocence." After asking, he didn't stay any longer but greeted her and left. "I've troubled you today. If necessary, can I invite Lu Foreign to testify?" She immediately agreed. This woman is willing to do her best for Xiansheng. Back at Miao Miao's place, she stood alone, calculating, Yin Chen is returning to the fu today. I must expose her before Yin Chen meets that bitch. While she was thinking, she saw his figure. She called out loudly, "Wang Ya." She ran after him angrily. "Wang Ya, Miao Miao has something to report." He replied with disgust, "Whatever it is, tell me tomorrow." But she refused to listen. "It's about the Junju." Hearing this, he frowned. "Luor?" He immediately asked, "What's wrong with Luor?" Miao Miao looked at him seriously. "Wang Ya, don't you really notice anything wrong with the Junju?" He said impatiently, "What is it? Just say it." She said bluntly, "Wang Ya, Miao Miao suspects that the Junju doesn't have amnesia at all." Yin Chen paused slightly after hearing this. He heard her continue, "You just went out on business, and the Junju came to Man Tingzhai in the middle of the night, pretending to be my older sister to scare me." He was even more surprised. "What? Luor pretended to be Runi?" Miao Miao cried. She also said that she suffered all kinds of tortures and indifference in the Shenhuangfu, and she resents Wang Ya very much. Wang Ya, the Junju, declared that she came back to the Wangfu this time to take revenge. He really couldn't listen anymore and shouted at her, "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? She cried even more aggrievedly. Wang Ya, Meow Meow is not talking nonsense. He looked at her suspiciously. Lu Meow Meow, is there anyone who can testify to what you just said? At this time, she remembered the witness. She hurriedly grabbed his hand. Wang Ya, Meow Meow really can't produce evidence right now, but every word Meow Meow said is true. After hearing this, he was furious. Lu Meow Meow, your mother deliberately murdered Luoer and was expelled from the Wang Fu, and you dare to maliciously slander Luoer. After saying that, he slapped her hard. She fell to the ground in pain, and he scolded angrily, if it weren't for Xing'er needing you to take care of him, I would have taken your life right now. Meow Meow cried and reached out to him. Wang Ya, you must believe Meow Meow. Yinchin couldn't bear to look anymore, turned back to the Tingjai, don't let me see you. Watching her leave, he thought to himself, Luoer, are you really back for revenge as she said? Just then, Su Luo's voice rang out, Chen, why are you standing at the door? Why don't you come in? Hearing her voice, he frowned slightly. Then he turned his head and asked, Luoer, have you been standing there for a long time? He was worried, not knowing how much of the conversation Luoer had heard just now. He approached her and said, just now, Lu Meow Meow had something to look for, so I was talking to her here for a few words. Hearing this, she smiled and asked, what did she want from Chen? Of course, he wouldn't tell the truth, maybe her illness relapsed and she was talking nonsense. But Su Luo still deliberately wanted him to say, so what did that Meow Meow say? He hesitated, she said Luoer wanted to seek revenge on her and me. Su Luo pretended to be shocked, covering her mouth and exclaiming, what? How did she know I would take revenge? Hearing this, Yinchin put his hand on her shoulder and asked urgently, Luoer, what revenge do you want to take on Lu Meow Meow? She pouted, crossed her arms, and turned her face away. This Junju saw that she was pitiful and sick, but she was not grateful and even wanted to plot against me. She snorted, and Yinchin smiled awkwardly and asked, plot? What is Luoer talking about? Then the two walked together. He asked, that night when Chen went out on business, did Luoer go to Mantingjai? She looked blank. Mantingjai? That Lu Gunyang doesn't welcome Luoer, so why would Luoer go there? After hearing what she said, he frowned and thought, could it be that Lu Meow Meow is maliciously slandering her? Suddenly, Su Luo smiled at him. Chen, there is a lot of gossip among women. Isn't that Gunyang repeatedly offending me because she values you? He looked at her worriedly. Chen is afraid that Lu Meow Meow will hurt Luoer. She happily hooked his arm. I am the Junju. Who dares to hurt me? He chimed in with her. Yes, you are the Junju. No one dares to hurt you. Then he took her hand and instructed, however, just in case, Luoer still shouldn't be too close to Lu Meow Meow. She gently agreed with him. At midnight in the Yuxiandian, Yinchin questioned the guards, that night when this Wang went out on business, was there any movement or abnormality at Mantingjai? He replied, reporting to Wang Ya. The wind was strong that night, and the people in the Fu went to bed early and didn't hear anything unusual. Then he asked again, did the Junju go to Mantingjai? The guard lowered his head, I never saw her. After he finished speaking, he heard him give the order, go call the maid from the Biyuan over here. He immediately replied, understood, Wang Ya. He added another sentence, don't let the Junju know. After the guard obeyed and left, the maid soon arrived. He asked her, this Wang asks you, has the Junju left the Biyuan Guanshu these past few nights? The maid replied fearfully, reporting to Wang Ya, the Junju sleeps very early and has never left the Yuan at night. Hearing this, he waved his hand, you may leave. She quickly left, yes, Wang Ya. After questioning everyone, he tiredly held his head, regardless of whether Luoer has amnesia or not, as long as she is willing to stay by my side, that's enough. The next afternoon at Jiuxing Lai, Su Luo came to see the medicine king. She frowned and said, Sure Fu, after you showed me the painting, I took advantage of Yin Chen's absence to scare Lu Miao Miao. I didn't expect to hear with my own ears Lu Miao Miao say that she killed Lu Runi. He asked her worriedly, Luoer, aren't you afraid of stirring things up by doing this? But she only smiled, Sure Fu, don't worry. I used the Mai Hungxiang on the maid Donger and only made a move when the night watchman left. However, Sure Fu, please continue to investigate the matter of Lu Miao Miao killing Lu Runi. He naturally agreed with her, I will send someone to investigate. There's also one more thing. Gong Sun Yen was killed on the way to exile, but... She asked anxiously, but what? He frowned slightly and said, but the person who killed him was not alone. The identity is currently unknown. Hearing this, she smirked, his father made enemies everywhere in the court. There will be countless people who want to take his life. Who killed him doesn't matter. It's good that he's dead. Then she asked about another matter, by the way, Sure Fu, how is the investigation of Lu Yisher? He replied, there is a result. The evidence is solid. She said happily, the trap is set. When is the time to lure the prey in? The medicine king worried, Luoer must be careful when dealing with him. She nodded in agreement. Then he said, Luoer, you told me to send someone to monitor Lu Mu, and there really were new discoveries. Lu Miao Miao's child once had another father. Su Luo froze. Immediately after, she burst out laughing, this is getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the room. The two looked out vigilantly. They were at Jiuxinglai. Who could be looking for them? Then the medicine king leaned close to the door and asked, "Who is it?" The waiter said, "Ku Guan, I've come to deliver the wine." Hearing this, he opened the door for him to enter. "Ku Guan, the wine you ordered is here. The two of you can enjoy it slowly." After saying that, he put the wine on the table. Su Luo picked up the wine bottle and poured for both of them. The medicine king watched her operation and suddenly asked, "Luo, since when have you been drinking?" She smiled brightly and said, "Today." She picked up the glass and stood up. "Sherfu, Luo, toast you one glass. I wish us success in taking revenge." He was a little surprised, then he persuaded her, "Luo, drinking harms the body." But she drank the glass of wine. "It's okay." She smiled, "Drinking is just for fishing." Su Luo returned to the Bi Yuanguan Ung. Donger was happy to see her. "Junju, you're back." Smelling the alcohol on her body, the maid asked in a panic, "Junju, you drank alcohol?" Her face was flushed, and she smiled, "It's just a few small glasses. There's no need to make a fuss." The maid then came to support her. "Donger will help Junju back to the room to sleep for a while, and then cook you a bowl of hangover soup." She agreed, "Alright." Donger reminded her, "It's just that if Junju has any worries, you still need to pay attention to your health. Don't be greedy and drink too much." At this time, at Lu Miao Miao's residence, she knocked on the door and called her mother, "Open the door for me." She opened the door and burst into tears of joy when she saw her. "Good daughter, you're finally here." After she entered, she quickly closed the door tightly. "That gambler came to me again asking for money. How can we afford it in our current situation?" Miao Miao took off her cloak and frowned. "What should I do? If you didn't come up with this idea, to let me seduce the beast to get pregnant, lying that it was Ying Chen's, if you didn't think of that trick, would there be so many things like today? Moreover, that beast is only asking for money. Just give it to him." She angrily gritted her teeth, "And here I am in the Wang Fu, I will lose my life if I am not careful." Her mother asked in shock, "What? Is that little hoof causing trouble for you again?" She immediately poured all her grievances on her. "Do you think I'm having a good time? Now that bitch has power, do you think she will simply let me go? That idiot Ying Chen trusts her more and doesn't suspect her at all." She threw the cup hard on the floor, smashing it to pieces. "If I don't get rid of her, sooner or later I will die in her hands." Her mother worried again, but now the entire Wang Fu is her domain. "I'm afraid it's impossible to kill her in the Fu." Hearing this, she smirked. As long as she still wants to take revenge, she will reveal her flaws. "I, Lu Miao Miao, am not a vegetarian. I heard that bitch often goes out of the Fu alone. You follow her and see where she has been and who she has been in contact with. I don't believe that she is only going out of the Fu to relieve her boredom." Saying that, she took off the jade bracelet from her hand and handed it to her. "You take this first and pawn it to get some silver to drive that beast away. If he is still so greedy, we will think of another way." At night, in the Biyuan, the maids looked at each other worriedly. "Why hasn't the Junju returned to the Fu so late?" Donger said worriedly, "We must quickly report to Wanya." Just as she said that, they suddenly heard Ying Chen's anxious voice. "What happened to Luor?" Donger was frightened. Wanya. She honestly reported, while the Junju was sick, she may have been bored in the Fu. After recovering, she has been going out frequently these past few days. But today she has not returned to the Fu since the afternoon, and the servants in the Yuan have searched outside the Fu but haven't found her. He shouted angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Continue searching. If Luor has any mishaps, don't even think about living." They replied in fear, "Yes, Wanya. This servant will go search immediately." Ying Chen urgently deployed more guards. "Someone, go search. Apart from the guards on duty, all the others follow me out of the Fu to search for the Junju. Immediately. Right now." The guards obeyed the order. "Yes, Wanya." He frowned worriedly. "Luor, nothing can happen to her. I can't live without her." Outside the Fu, it was dark. Two maids went everywhere, calling for the Junju. Ying Chen directed a certain guard, "You take a few people to the places the Junju often goes to check." Then he also personally took her portrait and asked the people, "Have you ever seen this Gunyang?" But the person only said no. Ying Chen searched anxiously everywhere. "Where is Luor?" Just then, a guard shouted, "Wanya, that's the Junju." Indeed, Su Luo was ahead. He hurriedly called her, "Luor." Her steps suddenly retreated. He worriedly put his hand on her shoulder. "Luor, where did you run off to? Why did you drink so much alcohol so late?" Suddenly, she shook off his hand. "Let me go." Then she tilted her head to pour the wine, but there were no drops left. The wine is gone. Then she recognized the person in front of her. "So it's a Chen?" She happily pulled his hand. "Go, let's drink wine. Luor is treating today." He narrowed his eyes and thought, since when has Luor been drinking? Why has she been so abnormal recently? Then he put his arm around her and picked her up. Then he said gently, "Okay, let's go home to drink." To the Biyuan Guanshu. After he put her on the bed, she began to complain, "My head hurts so much." Hearing this, he frowned unhappily. "Luor, you can't drink alcohol in the future." Just then, Donger brought up a bowl of soup. "Wanya, the hangover soup is ready. This servant has specially added a sedative to help her sleep." He took the bowl and continued to instruct, go bring a basin of water here. She immediately replied, understood. After she left, he turned to coax Su Luo, Luo be good, listen to me, drink the hangover soup, and after you sleep, you won't have a headache. Saying that, he fed her a spoonful. Soon she fell asleep. A moment later, Donger brought a basin of water with a gloomy face and went in, Wang Ye. He said, put it down, this Wang has something to ask you. You must tell the truth. Hearing this, she immediately said yes. Yin Chen began to question, has the Junju done anything unusual these past few days? Donger frowned, unusual? Then it would be tonight. In the past, the Junju would return to the Fu before Wang Ye. Fortunately, the Junju is safe and sound tonight. He was stunned. You said Luo goes out to drink every day? The maid was frightened by him, reporting to Wang Ye, it is true that the Junju has returned a few times with the smell of alcohol on her body, but she wasn't as drunk as today. This servant has advised her already. The next morning, Yin Chen led Xinger to the Biyuan Guanshu. He came to the bedside and asked her, Luo, does your head still hurt? She smiled and said, it doesn't hurt anymore. At this time, Xinger also spoke, Aunt Su, I heard that you were sick, so Xinger and Ifu came to visit you. She looked at the boy gently, thank you Xinger. The kite in Xinger's hand is so beautiful. He raised it high with joy and showed it off. This is the kite that Minner gave to Xinger. Xinger thinks that Aunt Su will be happy when she sees Minner's kite. Su Luo suddenly frowned. Minner? Who is Minner? Yin Chen was a little sad. He thought to himself, Luo, does she really not remember our child? Then the boy found an excuse to explain, Minner is Xinger's childhood playmate. She continued to ask, then where is that child? Who is its mother? In her heart she thought, Yin Chen, you're probing me. Let's see how you answer. Yin Chen was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she heard Xinger say, Aunt Su, Minner's mother is you. He immediately turned to say to him, Xinger, go find Donger Jijia to play. He said glumly, yes, Ifu. Su Luo frowned and said, Chen, why did Xinger say I am Minner's mother? Hearing this, he comforted her, children don't understand things and are just talking nonsense. Saying that, he stood up, Luo, I have something to do. You rest. He left, but he was very embarrassed in his heart, Luo, forgive my escape. I don't hope you remember those unhappy memories. But he didn't know that behind him, she was secretly sneering, Yin Shen, the humiliation you inflicted on me, it's time to pay it back. The next morning, at the Yushuan Hall, he summoned a guard and asked, I ask you, when you found the Junju in the capital, did you notice anything unusual? Were there any suspicious people nearby? The guard bowed and said, Your Highness, this subordinate only found it suspicious that the Junju left the Wangfu for 2 months and then suddenly appeared in the capital. How could she forget the location of the Shen Wangfu? At that time, I was only concerned about finally finding the Junju and didn't pay attention to others. Yin Shen slammed the table and stood up. I order you to go to the place where you found the Junju and secretly investigate her whereabouts during her disappearance. Where she was and who she was with, I want to know everything. The guard trembled slightly and replied, Understood, Your Highness. The next morning, at the Furong courtyard, Su Luo stood alone in the heavy rain. She hesitated and pushed open the door. She seemed to see her young son laughing happily. Nyangqin, come fly a kite with Minner, he said. Chunning anxiously reminded, Xiao Shitzi, run slower. She hurried forward and reached out her arms, calling, Minner, Chunning. Then she sat down and sobbed, tears streaming down her face. She looked at her room from that year. This cage has imprisoned me for 4 years and taken my Minner away. Suddenly, she saw a ball at her feet. She immediately picked it up. Minner's ball. She heartbreakingly hugged the ball. It's Nyangqin's fault, all Nyangqin's fault, for not protecting Minner. Suddenly, there was a loud call, Junju, Junju. She frowned and turned her head. Coming. Outside, Donger was holding an umbrella, looking for her. She saw the door open and wondered, the door is open. Could the Junju be inside? Sure enough, she saw her inside. Donger hurried in. Junju. The maid asked worriedly, Junju, why are you here? Seeing the ball in her hand, she suddenly thought, could this be Xiao Shizi's toy from before? Then Su Luo spoke again, just wandering around. Let's go back. Donger held the umbrella over her and smiled. Junju is wet from the rain. Donger will take you back for a hot bath to warm up. Hearing this, she smiled and agreed. In the afternoon, at the Yushuan Hall, a maid immediately came to report to Yin Shen, Your Highness, this servant followed your instructions to pay attention to the Juanju's recent actions and indeed found her behavior to be unusual. He asked anxiously, what's unusual? She truthfully recounted, the Junju is always alone, waiting in the burnt-down Furong courtyard. She stood there blankly for a long time. And she hugged Xiao Shizi's things, which she didn't know where she got them, and cried. Yin Shen thought in shock, Luo, when did she regain her memory? Then he asked, is there anything else? Continue. She obeyed and said, also, recently the Junju has been eating less and less. He was unhappy and immediately ordered, invite all the famous chefs in the capital to make dim sum for Luo. If it's still the same, have the doctor take a look. After speaking, he waved his hand. You go back and continue to observe the Junju. Dong'er bowed her head. Yes, your highness. Only he was left anxiously worried. Luo'er, will she forgive me? A guard entered the Yushuan hall. He clasped his hands and reported, Your Highness, this subordinate has something to report. He replied, Speak. The guard said hesitantly, Your Highness, this subordinate has found out that there was another person beside the Junju when she arrived. He was annoyed. Who is it? Why are you hesitating? Speak quickly. The guard mustered his courage and said, A young man. He angrily slammed the table and stood up. A young man? Are you sure about your investigation? The person's worry was evident on his face. Your Highness, the Junju once saved a small merchant. That small merchant had a deep impression of the Junju and that man. He also said that the man was wearing purple clothes and was very intimate with the Junju. Yinshin frowned and thought, could this person be Mo from the Yawang Valley? In the afternoon, at Zwixinglai, Su Luo glanced around. Seeing this, Mo asked, Luo'er, what are you looking at? She smirked. I didn't expect the fish to take the bait so quickly. He frowned. What's the situation at the Wangfu? She tilted her head and replied, Sure Fu, rest assured. Everything is under my control. The smooth progress makes Yinshin suspicious of me. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly. Luo'er, I found the person who caused Yinshin to lose his memory back then. Su Luo's eyes widened when she heard this. She hurried over and asked, Where is he? Why did he do that? Mo calmly replied, That person will arrive in the capital in half a month. Luo'er, you can personally ask him then. The door closed, and he said in a low voice, Luo'er, if Yinshin hadn't lost his memory in the first place, you wouldn't have come to this day. Have you ever thought about it? She understood what he meant, but interrupted him. No. What's the point of thinking about these things now? Hearing this, he placed his hand on her shoulder. Shifu is just afraid that Luo'er is forcing herself too much. She was silent for a moment, then changed the subject. That's right, how did Shifu find that person? He slowly recounted it to her. That day, not knowing how long they had talked, Su Luo stepped out. The waiter immediately greeted, Guest, take care. In a hidden corner, Miao Miao's mother was secretly observing her. That slut is finally out. She followed closely behind Su Luo's every step. She was inside for half a day. There must be something wrong. Then she returned to Zwixinglai. The waiter immediately greeted, Welcome, esteemed guest. Are you here for food and drinks or to rent a room? She smiled. Little brother, I just want to inquire about something. What was that girl who just left doing here? The waiter looked at her puzzled. Madam, when people come to Zwixinglai, of course they're here for drinking. She lost her composure and continued to ask, Did she drink alone? Was there anyone else? The person turned away in disgust. Get out. Don't hinder our business. Suddenly, she went up again. Little brother. She slipped some money into his hand and began to make up a story. That little girl is the concubine that my master just took in. He's afraid that she'll go looking for other men. So he sent me to follow her. Please help me. His eyes lit up when he saw the money. Your master is really generous. In that case, that woman does often come to rent a room with a man. As for whether that man is your master, I don't know. She asked in surprise, Did you see it with your own eyes? He replied firmly, Would I say such a thing casually? That day, I went up to deliver wine, and those two were even nervous. Tell me, what kind of husband and wife would be like that? She finally smiled. Then little brother, can you tell me which room they meet in? He rubbed his hands and smiled slyly. This. She understood what he meant, but was speechless. 3 days later, in the morning, at Lucifer's residence. That girl, the appointed time has arrived. Why hasn't she come yet? A moment later, she arrived. The mother was overjoyed. You're here. Miao frowned and looked at her. Why are you so flustered? What happened? The mother said anxiously, Let's go inside and talk. After she entered, the mother looked around before closing the door. She handed her a glass of water and began to recount, Miao Miao, today on the road I saw that slut, Su Luo, sneaking into Zwixinglai. She took off her cloak and asked calmly, So what? The mother hurriedly continued, After she left, I went in to inquire and found out that slut often meets with other men at Zwixinglai. Miao Miao's eyes widened. You mean she's having an affair with someone outside? The mother gritted her teeth and replied, That's right. It took a lot of money for that waiter to tell me. My money. Then she sat down on the chair and asked for her opinion. What? Should we tell the Wanya about this so that he can deal with her? She turned pale. No. That slut isn't as easy to deal with as before. I'm afraid that even if we tell him, the Wanya won't believe us. The mother frowned. Then what do you say we should do? We can't let this opportunity pass. She smirked. Seeing is believing. Mother, continue to follow her. Remember not to make a sound. We'll find an opportunity to catch her in the act. This is our last chance to turn things around. The mother agreed. Meow meow, I'll listen to you. She also smiled. For the dignified Junju of Beiyin to be caught having an affair with another man, if this spreads, the spit alone would drown her. Let's see how that Inshin protects her then. Just thinking about it made her happy. Meow meow thought smugly, Inshin, you casually trampled on my love. Now your Su Luo is treating you the same way. How will you treat her? At the Shin Wangfu, Meow meow happily walked in with a package. Suddenly, she froze when she saw the person in front of her. It was Su Luo. She stood in front of the door and smiled at her. Isn't this the Lu Gunyang who likes to file accusations? To run into her, before even going out, was truly bad luck. She clenched the package in her hand and cursed inwardly, slut, let's see how arrogant you can be, for a few more days. But in the end, she still had to bow and greetings, Junju. She smiled. Being sick and not staying in the Wangfu but going out, if you get sick and damage the reputation of the Wangfu, can you bear the responsibility? She pretended to be aggrieved and said, Junju, the Wangya ordered Meow Meow to take care of Xinger. Recently, Xinger has been clamoring to eat fruit pastries, so Meow Meow went out. She replied, it's best if that's the case. If I find out that you went out to meet another man, I will definitely drown you in the river. Hearing this, she sneered. Meow Meow has always been law-abiding. How could she do such a dirty thing? Su Luo only smiled lightly and walked past her. She angrily gnashed her teeth. I will make you taste what it's like to be drowned in the river. Half a month later, early in the morning, at Lucifer's residence. Meow Meow sat on the chair and asked after listening to her mother's account, did you see clearly? She affirmed, I'm telling the truth. That slut was intimate with that man, with loving eyes, she's seducing men. She covered her mouth and laughed. I wonder how that heartless man will feel when he sees the lewd appearance of the person he loves. Then she asked, so when will they meet again? The mother replied, according to the observations of the past half-month, they will meet at Zwixinglai tomorrow at the hour of Shin. She smiled smugly. That's great. The opportunity to turn things around has come. As long as Inshin sees it with his own eyes, even if that slut has 10 mouths. She won't be able to explain it away. The mother also laughed. That's right. What man can tolerate his woman deceiving him? Especially since this is the Wanya. Meow Meow stood up. Alright, that slut is watching very closely. I can't be out for too long. Mother, just prepare. I will bring Inshin over tomorrow. After speaking, she put on her hat and left smugly. Inshin, you have repeatedly trampled on my true feelings for that woman. Tomorrow, I will let you know who is truly sincere to you. In the evening, at the Shin Wangfu, Inshin covered Su Luo's eyes with a piece of cloth. He took her hand to a place. Luoer, tonight I will give you a surprise. It was the Huxing Pavilion in the Shin Wangfu. He looked at her and asked, Luoer, do you remember? We experienced many firsts here. Memories gradually returned. Luoer was the first woman other than my mother to feed me porridge. Was the first woman I taught to shoot a bow. Is the woman I swore to hold hands with until our hair turns white and our teeth fall out. Su Luo thought, so what? Wasn't I harmed by you anyway? He came closer to her and said, Luoer, we will have even more firsts in the future. Suddenly, the blindfold was pulled off. She looked at the scene in front of her in surprise, and he smiled and asked, Luoer, do you like it? She smiled. Shen, what is this? He replied, this is what I prepared for you. Then he closed his eyes and smelled lightly. Luoer has the delicate scent of narcissus that has never changed. You must really like this flower. She looked up at him. Shen is so thoughtful. She thought, narcissus is the flower that Minner prayed for me to have good luck in everything. Suddenly, Shen knelt on one knee. He offered a bouquet of narcissus and looked seriously into her eyes. Luoer, let me take care of you for this lifetime and the next. Will you be my Wangfei? He was very worried, and his heart couldn't help but pound. I didn't cherish you before. Now God has given me a second chance. This time, I must grasp it. Su Luo said nothing. She secretly cursed, your Shin Wangfei was buried alive by your own hands. Have you forgotten? He didn't hear a response and became even more anxious. Luoer, I know you have to observe mourning for your parents for 3 years, but I can't wait. Luoer, agree to me, okay? He thought, Luoer, I know you have regained your memory. As long as you don't leave me, even if you resent me and hate me, it doesn't matter. She smirked. Shen, this time you are begging, Su Luo. Seeing that she was still silent, he asked worriedly, Luoer, is there anything else you need to consider? Suddenly, Su Luo hugged the bouquet and smiled. Okay, I agree. She brought the flowers to her nose and smelled them. They smell so good. If I had known today was a special day, Luoer would have dressed up beautifully. He was still surprised. Luoer, you agreed? Then he picked her up and said happily, that's great. He looked at her with a bright smile. Luoer has agreed to me. She also smiled at him. Shen, put me down. You're making me dizzy. After putting her down, he raised 2 fingers and swore, Luoer, if I, Shen, ever betray you in this lifetime, may I be pierced to death by 10,000 arrows. She looked at him gently. Shen, I believe you. In her heart, she thought with contempt, Shen, today you gave me a gift, tomorrow I will return a great gift to you. The next afternoon, at the study. There was a call from outside. Wangya, it's Miao Miao. I have something to report to you. He angrily slammed the book on the table. Outside, the guards were constantly stopping her. Lu Gunyang, don't make things difficult for us. He went straight outside and shouted, what's all the noise? Seeing him, the guard said, Wangya, Lu Gunyang wants to barge in. She hurriedly said, Wangya, the Junju is at Swixinglai, having an affair with another man. Hearing this, he immediately slapped her hard. You are bold to dare insult the Junju. Throw this slut out of the Wangfu. She covered her face and insisted, Wangya, Miao Miao is telling the truth. My mother has been following the Junju for half a month and has really seen her and another man meet. Would Miao Miao dare to speak nonsense without evidence? Yinshen frowned. How could that be? Luor just agreed to be my wife last night. I don't believe it. Then she grabbed his robe and said, Wangya, you'll know if it's true or false if you go there yourself. If Miao Miao misunderstands the Junju, it won't be too late to punish Miao Miao then. In the afternoon, Swixinglai. Yinshen and Lu Miao Miao entered the threshold. The waiter greeted them with a smile, welcome. Lu Miao Miao's face was extremely smug, in contrast to Yinshen's frown and displeasure as he forcefully kicked open the door of a private room. The scene in the room was extremely serious, Su Luo and Bayamo leisurely enjoying a cup of tea while Lu Miao Miao's mother was in a panic kneeling on the ground not only bound by rope but also gagged. With a piece of cloth so she couldn't speak, Yinshen looked at Su Luo and said, Luor, come home with me. Seeing her mother being arrested and tied up, Lu Miao Miao's face turned green with nervousness in her heart. What happened? At the private room of Swixinglai, Yinshen reached out to grab Su Luo's hand but was brushed away. She stood straight and questioned, home, Yinshen, you killed all my loved ones. What home do I have left? Su Luo wiped her hand with a piece of paper, the hand that was just held by Yinshen coldly confirming the lies. Also, I never lost my memory, Su Luo, I endured for so long waiting for this day. Yinshen hurriedly opened his mouth taking all the blame on himself. Luor, it's all a misunderstanding. It's me after considering Lu Roni as you. I beg you to forgive me. Let me introduce you, this is Bayamo, my Shifu. As for the adultery that Lu Miao said, Su Luo pointed her hand towards Bayamo to introduce him however, when she intended to say all the collected information. Yinshen hurriedly gave the order, bring the person up here. The name guard pushed a man out and gave the order, get in here for me. Seeing the man being pushed in, Lu Miao Miao couldn't help but think in shock, didn't I give him money to tell him to leave already? Just stepping over the door, the middle-aged man angrily glared at her blaming, it's her, it's this woman who seduced me, a shameless slut. Su Luo slapped Lu Miao Miao's mother hard in the face threatening, speak, whose is the child in Lu Miao Miao's belly, who administered the love drug to Yinshen? She was full of sweat hurriedly saying the truth, the child in Miao Miao's belly is not the Wangya's. Her body trembled, the tumor on her neck constantly twitched due to worry. She continued, but Miao Miao loves the Wangya very much, but in the Wangya's eyes there has never been Miao Miao, so she told Chen Chao to drug the Wangya. Unexpectedly it didn't work, so it caused the Wangya to be drunk in the room, saying that she was pregnant with the Wangya's child that night. Seeing that everything was about to be exposed, Lu Miao Miao came forward to shake her mother for her to wake up. Mother, how can you talk nonsense like that? Su Luo obtained the important information, crossing her arms smugly scoffing. Isn't this exactly the same as the previous matter of framing me having adultery with someone else in the Shen Wangfu? Lu Miao Miao panicked using a round face, pleading Yinshen, Wangya, it's not like that, please believe Miao Miao. He couldn't bear it and raised his leg to kick Lu Miao Miao, who was clinging on to him scolding, slut, get out. She trembled admitting all the crimes, also this time, it was also Lu Miao Miao who ordered me to secretly follow you, then, brought the Wangya. Lu Miao Miao was in a daze, hurriedly preventing her from continuing to speak, speaking to clear her name, Junju, there must be some misunderstanding inside. Her mother sold out her daughter shouting loudly, that was all done by Lu Miao Miao, it has nothing to do with me, Junju, I have already said what should be said. Quickly give me the antidote. Not related, you all want to ruin my innocence, kill Chening and my unborn child, harm Min Air, you still dare to say it's not related, you don't want the antidote anymore. Su Luo angrily crossed her arms, questioning the evil actions that she committed. Lu Miao Miao still stubbornly didn't admit her mistakes. Junju, Miao Miao is wronged, Miao Miao doesn't know anything. On the outside she put on a naive, innocent appearance, but deep in Lu Miao Miao's mind she secretly plotted, Lu Yishur is dead, as long as I deny it then what can she do to me? At this time, Bayamo slowly put the teacup on the table, taking a letter out in front of her. Bayamo spoke, this letter was written by Lu Yishur when he was first threatened by you all. What have you all done? Everything is written very clearly above. Suddenly a piece of evidence was presented. Lu Miao Miao's head felt like it was strongly struck by a lightning. She had a black face of disbelief. What, there's actually this thing? Yinshen gently took the letter from Baimo's hand. Lu Yishur's last words, Shen Wangfei, this old man is a doctor. Originally I should save people, but I was threatened by Lu Sifei using the safety of my family, hiding the matter of Wangya being drugged by Lu Sifei, writing this letter hoping that one day I can reveal the truth. Lu Yanjin. After reading the contents that Lu Yishe left behind, Yinshen couldn't control his anger, turning around to question the crime. You all killed the child in Luoni's belly? Lu Miao Miao's mother panicked, tears flowing more and more, avoiding the crime. Wang Ya, Xiaoshi Zi was harmed by Lu Miao Miao. It was her who intentionally injured Xing Er, framing it on Xiaoshi Zi. Also the Junju was given safflower medicine by Lu Miao Miao, causing a miscarriage. These were all matters that she forced Lu Yishe to do. It's not related to me. Lu Miao Miao lost her composure, coming forward to squeeze her mother's neck, cursing. Shut up, it was clearly you who did it. Why are you pushing it on me now? Yinshen looked at the noisy scene in front of him, giving the order, stop it for me. Yinshen became more and more uncomfortable looking at Lu Miao Miao and her mother fighting over who was innocent. In Yinshen's heart it was a mess, so what Luoni said was all the truth. It's me who never believed her. Ending his train of thought, Yinshen requested Lu Miao Miao's mother, speak, what else do you know? She flusteredly admitted, Xiaoying, there's also Chuning. Lu Miao Miao knew that Chuning helped the Junju lead the Fu, so she ordered people to kill Chuning. After saying this, she begged Su Luo to give her the antidote. Su Luo stood on the side, coldly saying, spare you? Hearing each evil action from the culprit's own mouth, she couldn't control her composure, slapping her hard in the face, asking, who spared Min Er and my unborn child, also Chuning? Yinshen pulled out his sword, threatening, speak, did you all steal Min Er's corpse? Lu Miao Miao and her mother were completely frozen with Yinshen's question, speak, did you all steal Min Er's corpse? In Bai Mo's head he worried secretly but couldn't tell the truth to Su Luo. Su Luo lightly punched Yinshen's chest, puzzled, Yinshen, what do you mean by these words, Min Er in the fire disaster? Lu Miao Miao's mother constantly affirmed that the dead body of Min Ni was completely not her doing. Lu Miao Miao added fuel to the fire, wasn't it you who set the fire, to get revenge for your good daughter? Burning the Shurzi wasn't enough to quell your anger, so you stole the Shurzi's corpse for the dogs to eat. You did so many evil things, everything is exposed, and you still want to be clean. Yinshen pointed the sword to her face. She was almost powerless but still tried to affirm that Lu Miao Miao was trying to harm her. Just like that, Yinshen pointed the sword, stabbing straight at her neck. Lu Miao Miao's mother sunk into the afterlife, dying unable to close her eyes because of the crimes she committed. Seeing her mother had been eliminated, Lu Miao Miao happily thought, damn old woman, this time I'll see how you can throw dirt on me. Su Luo, painfully, tears rolled down her face, constantly calling, Min Er, my poor Min Er. Suddenly Lu Miao Miao rushed up, grabbing Yinshen's robe, saying, Wang Ya, Miao Miao is wronged, mother hates the Junju, these things were all her plans, if Miao Miao dares to disobey then she will be beaten to death. Su Luo lost her temper, shouting loudly, things have come to this point, Lu Miao Miao, you still dare to quibble. She presented the painting as evidence in front of her, rebuking, wronged, Lu Miao Miao, at the beginning you bought people to insult Lu Ruani, framing it on my father, this is evidence. She still acted with a pitiful expression, not admitting it. At this time, Bai Mo spoke to summon, bring the witness up here. A young man was escorted into the private room. Bai Mo asked for help. You look, see who is the person that ordered you to do things. Looking around the room, the young man pointed straight at Lu Miao Miao, affirming it was her. That day she came to find my Kakas, saying she wanted to give my Kakas money and beauties. Listening to the young man's account, Lu Miao Miao collapsed to the ground. Going back to the past, Lu Miao Miao brought the deposit to the young man's brothers to discuss. While they were discussing, unfortunately, the young man had a stomach ache, so he left. The young man recalled the day he met Bai Mo resentfully. After that I heard that my brothers had all been tragically killed. I also didn't dare to speak, until this Bai Gongzi came to the door. Yinshen pointed the sword at Lu Miao Miao. His voice sounded, Lu Miao Miao, until now, only because I owed your sister a person, so I cared about you. I didn't expect you to have such a snake-like heart, taking ruthless action against your own sister, also framing Su Qingxiang. Yinshen's face became more and more gloomy. She glanced up, sneering, care about me? Her neck, due to being grazed by Yinshen's sword, began to show streaks of blood. Lu Miao Miao was wronged. Yinshen, what am I in your eyes after all? The shadow of Lu Ruani, a substitute. Yinshen didn't hesitate to throw a bucket of cold water at her face, coming to the Shenhuangfu for 4 years, living day and night under the shadow of Lu Roni and Su Luo. Is my love that cheap? Suddenly her face became dangerous, warning, if I can't have you, then don't dream of others having you. Su Luo indifferently asked, Lu Miao Miao, you killed your own sister, for Yinshen? Yinshen once again wanted to confirm the truth. Was Nini killed by you? Although Lu Miao Miao didn't directly admit it, but her jealous words had implicitly admitted it, Yinshen spoke. Lu Miao Miao, she is your real sister, you also took action? Lu Miao Miao gave a murderous smile, unceremoniously criticizing, real sister what? I clearly met you first, but she wanted to fight with me, then don't blame this Mui Mei. Her smile became more and more frightening. After elder sister gave birth, I used this hand to feed elder sister a bowl of tonic medicine to eat. Before dying, elder sister constantly called a Shen. A Shen. In the end her eyes were soulless and gave out a sneer, it was so noisy. Yinshen frowned, waving his sword, growling, this crazy woman. Suddenly, Lu Miao Miao lowered her eyes and asked, Yan Chen, do you dare to swear that there was no personal gain in marrying Su Luo? Yin Chen's hand, about to strike with the knife, paused, and he gritted his teeth, looking at the woman before him. Lu Miao Miao clutched her chest in pain and questioned, didn't you take me as a concubine because you wanted to use me for revenge? Lu Miaomiao revealed all her inner thoughts. You're taking revenge for your mother, and you falsely accused Su Luo of having an affair with someone else. You didn't investigate and silenced her. Punishing your own wife. She sneered, saying, Yan Chen, do you think I can't see through you? Lu Miaomiao recalled the memories and blamed everything on him. You framed Su Qingxiang for colluding with the enemy and betraying the country, causing the Su mansion to be beheaded. If the execution supervisor hadn't ordered Su Luo to be confined within the mansion, how would I have had the chance to harm the child in her womb? Yin Chen clenched his teeth and roared, Lu Miaomiao. Su Luo stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and requested, Yan Chen, let her speak. Yin Chen's hand, which was holding the sword, suddenly loosened, and the sword fell straight to the floor. Yin Chen explained with an innocent look, Luo, believe me, I absolutely didn't want to harm you and our child. Lu Miaomiao looked directly at Su Luo and continued, Su Luo, you may not believe it, but since you entered the palace, I've admired you. The prince's gaze is always drawn to you. Even though I'm a concubine and pregnant, the prince has never touched me. Suddenly, she went crazy, pointed at her face, and cursed, Su Luo, tell me, shouldn't I hate you? To make you suffer, I didn't hesitate to use my own child as a bargaining chip. She laughed loudly and exclaimed, in the end, I won. You two will never be together. Yan Chen personally put the Su Luo he loved most into a coffin. Su Luo listened, stunned, her body involuntarily wanting to collapse. Bayemo quickly supported Su Luo, comforting her, Luo, it's okay, I'm here. Su Luo tried to smile, showing that she was fine. Lu Miaomiao, I was blind to take you in, Yin Chen pointed at her face, Su Luo, your life is really big, you didn't die even like that, she mocked. Suddenly, Yin Chen reacted and turned to Bayemo in suspicion, did you take Luo away? Bayemo recounted the story, if I hadn't given Luo a fake death medicine beforehand, you would have killed her long ago. Lu Miaomiao's hand slowly approached the sword on the floor. Suddenly, she grabbed it tightly, pointing the blade at Su Luo and threatening, Su Luo, you must die today. Su Luo gasped, stunned. Bayemo quickly shielded Su Luo, and Yin Chen stepped forward to grab the blade tightly. Yin Chen's eyes were dark as he warned, dare to harm her? Seeing Yin Chen's stubborn attitude, Lu Miaomiao released the sword in heartbreak and fell backward, crying out. Sitting on the ground, her tears fell incessantly, why, Yan Chen, why treat me like this? Without a trace of pity, Yin Chen ordered, someone, take this slut back to the mansion. I want her to wish she were dead. Lu Miaomiao was dragged out of the door by the guards, struggling and shouting, Yan Chen, I hate you. The private room of Zui Xinglai returned to silence, with only the three of them facing each other. Yin Chen was the first to speak, Luo, I know I'm inevitably involved in your father's death. Can you give me a chance? Su Luo furrowed her brows and replied, bring Wuma in. A respectful woman slowly entered the room. The woman's face was very kind, this was Princess Anya of Jingyan Kingdom. Wuma saluted, Wuma pays respects to Valley Master of Yawang Valley. Yin Chen was flustered, you are. Wuma, who took care of Luo. Wuma presented a token to Yin Chen and affectionately called out his name, A Chen, it's me, and yeah, I'm your aunt. Yin Chen began to rummage through his robe. He took out an unbelievable ancestral token, and yeah, aunt? Wuma said nervously, A Chen, it's my fault, I'm sorry to you. Aunt, what do you mean by this? What exactly happened? Yin Chen asked. Wuma's eyes darkened as she recounted the events. A Chen, 5 years ago, after the Jingyan Kingdom was destroyed, I fled all the way, and was rescued by the previous Valley Master. From then on, I changed my name and stayed in the valley as a cleaning woman. Returning to 5 years ago, Wuma mused, until that day 5 years ago, the Valley Master met Miss Su and hadn't returned to the valley for a long time, so he ordered someone to look for her. When I found Miss Su, it was just when you were separating, deciding on each other for life. Hiding under the trees, Wuma had investigated both Su Luo and Yin Chen. She continued, I saw Chen was depressed because he knew Miss Su's identity, so I decided to take the lead for you. How could the child of my sister be with the child of the enemy? Afterwards, Wuma served Yin Chen and Su Luo a meal and put sleeping medicine in the wine. Successfully making the young couple dazed in a stupor, Wuma used a memory-erasing drug on him. Finally, Wuma carried Yin Chen's body outside the valley and hurriedly arranged to return home. Returning home, Wuma helped Su Luo into bed. After she woke up and asked what happened, she lied that the wine was strong and Yin Chen had left Lang Valley for the capital. Returning to the present, Yin Chen was angry. The person who made me lose my memory was actually you? Bayamo slowly spoke to defuse the situation. After I rescued Luor, I knew you had lost your memory. Recalling everyone I had to find Luor that year, only Wuma found you. And you separated, so I suspected Wuma's identity. Wuma explained with a sad look, that day, the Valley Master sent someone to find me. Bayamo had summoned Wuma, Princess Anya, I didn't call you wrong, did I? When her identity was revealed, Wuma panicked and asked, how did you know my identity? Bayamo said calmly, before my master died, she told me her identity, instructing me to take care of her. Putting the teacup on the table, Bayamo began to question, it's just that I have one thing I don't understand now. When Luor and Yenchen separated, only you were there. After Yenchen lost his memory, how do you explain this? Wuma had coldly retorted to Bayamo, Su Luo and Yenchen have great hatred, how could I let a Chen marry the daughter of the enemy as his princess? Suddenly, Bayamo placed 2 letters on the table, inviting Wu Ma, "Here are 2 letters, please take a look." Holding the letter in her hand, Wu Ma was shocked and stammered, "Impossible, how could it be?" Returning to the scene in the private room, she took out 2 letters and took all the blame on herself. "Chan, it's all my fault, I wrongly blamed Miss Su. Your mother wasn't killed by Su Qingxiong. It's been 15 years, I've hated the wrong person for 15 years. Chen was horrified and disbelieving. How could this be? Unable to accept the story he just heard, Chen staggered back and exclaimed, "Impossible, where did this letter come from? Before my mother died, she clearly told me that Su Jingrui caused our family to be destroyed." Bai Mo's voice rang out, clarifying Chen's thoughts. "Su Qingxiong feared you. Before he died he entrusted Luo'er to me, and gave me the secret order and handwritten letter." Bai Mo looked directly into Chen's eyes, forcing him to accept the truth. "Yan Chen, whether you believe it or not, this is the truth of the matter." Outside Zui Xinglai, it was very lively with laughter and jokes. Bai Mo was worried about Su Luo's emotions and stopped speaking. She reminded, "Master, don't worry about me, continue." Bai Mo agreed with reassurance. Bai Mo continued to tell the story. The letter clearly stated that the Jing'an kingdom was invaded by the Amo Lin kingdom, and the emperor summoned his ministers to discuss the matter. Su Qingxiong and several ministers suggested rescuing the Jing'an kingdom. During the debate, the emperor suggested dismissing the court. Su Luo said emotionally, "Yan Chen, it was the emperor's secret order, ordering my father to oppose rescuing the Jing'an kingdom. If the Jing'an kingdom is destroyed, the Northern Yan kingdom only needs to negotiate with the Amo Lin kingdom, turning it into a vassal state, then the divine prince will have nothing to rely on." Su Luo recalled the image of the emperor and was dejected. "It's all the emperor's conspiracy." Chen looked at the letter again and again, muttering, "Royal brother, how could it be?" Tears gradually fell in secret. Su Luo said the truth in pain. "Yan Chen, remember, your enemy is the current emperor, the person closest to you, not my father." Having said all that needed to be said, she turned around and walked away forcefully. Chen panicked and reached out to grab her. "Luo'er, don't go," but halfway through grabbing her hand, he suddenly stopped. Suddenly, Chen's voice rang out from behind Su Luo. "Luo'er, although Su Qingxiong was harmed by the current holy emperor, I am also responsible. Don't worry. I will definitely not go back on my word." Bai Mo put the cloak back on her and reminded, "Luo'er, let's go." After everyone had left, only Chen remained in the room in a daze, lost in thought. "Luo'er, I know we can't go back, I hope you can live happily in the future." A person and a horse walked in the heavy snow, Su Luo and Bai Mo reluctantly leaving. Suddenly, she stopped and shouted into the vast space, "Father, mother, Minner, Luo'er has avenged you all, you can rest in peace now." Her eyes gradually drooped, softly calling, "Father, mother." Bai Mo stepped forward to encourage her. "Luo'er, cry if you feel uncomfortable." Su Luo did not cry, but looked up, very grateful for her master's kindness. "Master, thank you for doing everything for Luo'er." Bai Mo said sternly, "Silly girl, as long as you are safe, I will not regret anything." Under the thin falling snow, the master and disciple exchanged a warm and comforting embrace, warming each other. Bai Mo gently said, "Luo'er, if you want to go, I won't stop you, but Luo'er, you must remember, Yawang Valley will always be your home." Su Luo released her master, climbed on her horse, and said goodbye. "Master, take care." Only Bai Mo was left in the vast space. He secretly called in his heart, "Luo'er." Returning to the capital, Chen stepped down to the prison. The guards respectfully saluted. A loud shout echoed from outside the prison. A guard inside a prison cell paid his respects. Chen stared at Lu Miao Miao, who was being held in chains. She raised her eyes and laughed provocatively. "Yan Chen, if I guess correctly, Su Luo and Bai Mo have already run away, right?" Chen snatched the whip from the guard. He angrily lashed at her, cursing, "Slut, trying to provoke this prince to let you have fun, it won't be that easy." Hearing the sound of the whip landing, the guard trembled in fear. Lu Miao Miao, covered in wounds, begged, "Yan Chen, I beg you, kill me." Next, Chen held up a burning piece of coal and challenged, "Want to die? It won't be that easy." The coal in Chen's hand quickly landed on her body, causing her to cry and scream loudly. Unable to endure the pain, she gradually fell into a coma, with tears still lingering in her eyes. Chen turned to leave and ordered, "Make her wake up, keep her alive and slowly torture her." Following Chen's order, the guard splashed a strong stream of water on Lu Miao Miao's face, waking her up. Then, he quickly swung the whip, hitting her repeatedly. She endured each blow with lifeless eyes, her mouth unable to close, constantly screaming miserably. On New Year's Eve, a grand ceremony was taking place in the palace. The emperor said, "Today is the 10th year of Northern Yan's unification. May Northern Yan have favorable weather, prosperity, and eternal scenery." The officials echoed in unison, "May Northern Yan have favorable weather, prosperity, and eternal scenery. May the emperor have good health." Chen raised his glass respectfully. "Your subject wishes the emperor peace and prosperity, and a carefree mind." The emperor smiled. Chen is considerate. At this time an official stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I heard that a dance troupe has arrived recently, specially invited to entertain." The emperor looked excited and waved his hand to approve. According to the order, the dancers entered and began to dance. The emperor was very satisfied. Another official nudged the previous official, "Not bad. Yin Chen silently harbored hatred. All of this was exchanged for my mother's death. When the banquet ended, the emperor was drunk. Yin Chen helped the emperor back to the palace. Royal brother, I'll help you back to the sleeping quarters. Yanjing waved his hand. I still want to drink. Yanjing raised his head and realized that the person helping him was not his close eunuch. A Chen, where's Qin Gonggong? Yin Chen replied, your subject doesn't know. Qin Gonggong isn't on duty tonight. Yanjing rubbed his forehead. Look at my memory. I let him go back home for the new year. Yin Chen helped the emperor step over the threshold. Royal brother, be careful. Waiting until he sat on the dragon throne, Yanjing hurriedly grabbed Yin Chen's hand. A Chen, you were smart since you were young. Father often praised you in front of us, giving all his favor to you, but sent me to Mo Lin as a hostage. Yin Chen helped the emperor take off his headdress. Royal brother, you're drunk, lie down and rest. I'll have someone make a hangover soup and bring it to you. Yanjing had completely laid down on the dragon throne, still mumbling, I'm jealous, I hate. I was afraid that Jing'an Kingdom would make you the emperor. Only when Enfei died could I feel at ease. And these words were like a knife stabbing into Yin Chen's heart. He hurriedly turned around and asked, is the throne that important to you? Yin Chen couldn't contain his emotions, grabbing Yanjing's collar and questioning, that's my mother. Yanjing was so drunk that he lost consciousness, constantly babbling, I feel at ease. In the end, Yin Chen couldn't bear to do it, angrily throwing Yanjing onto the bed and scolding, despicable. He angrily stormed out of the sleeping quarters, saying to the maids, the emperor is drunk, hurry in and serve him. The maids bowed in fear, your highness, please calm down. We'll go in right away. Afterwards, Yin Chen went to see Huixin Abbot. As soon as he saw him, Huixin bowed, I have long admired divine prince, I don't know what brings you to Han Temple. Yin Chen pointed to the child next to him and replied, I want to entrust this child to Huixin Abbot, I hope you can fulfill this wish. Huixin bowed his head, meeting his fate, I will definitely take care of him wholeheartedly. Yin Chen looked at Xing'er and said, Xing'er, thank the abbot. Xing'er obediently clasped his hands. Xing'er thanks Huixin Abbot. After speaking, the boy looked up at Yin Chen, foster father, will you visit Xing'er often? Yin Chen was silent and did not answer. After a while, he finally rubbed Xing'er's head, go. Xing'er was led away by Huixin. The boy looked back at Yin Chen with regret. Perhaps in his young heart he already knew the answer. At the mountain outside the city, a military parade was taking place. Yin Chen said loudly, you have followed this prince for many years, and you are all elite soldiers. Today, this prince is raising troops to rebel for personal revenge. This trip will be more dangerous than auspicious. If anyone doesn't want to, you can leave now. This prince will not stop you. The soldiers shouted in unison, your subordinates swear to follow divine prince to the death. 3 years later, Yin Chen finally led his troops into the palace. The cavalry advanced triumphantly into the forbidden city. Yin Chen, dressed in imposing armor, threatened the emperor in front of him. Yanjing, you killed my family. Yin Chen I have been planning for 3 years, and finally waited for this day. Yanjing was still using emotional tactics. A Chen, as long as you put down your weapons, I can spare your life for the sake of our brotherhood. Yin Chen sneered, you talk about brotherhood with me? Do you know that because of you, I took revenge on the wrong people, hated the wrong people, and killed my 2 children? In your heart, there is only the throne. For your own benefit, you will stop at nothing. I would rather not have a royal brother like you. Yanjing also stopped pretending. Okay, if you are so obsessed and determined to die, then don't blame me for being ruthless. With these words, the hidden palace guards appeared. The soldiers of Divine Prince's faction rushed up in unison, protecting the prince. Yanjing shouted, release the arrows. What happened after that was unclear. Sometime later, in another place, a father and son were strolling around. They stopped at a small shop. The boy poured tea respectfully and invited, Father, drink tea. He asked, Father, when will we find mother? The father picked up the teacup, smiled and replied, I don't know either. As long as we don't give up, we will definitely find her. The boy clenched his fist to show his determination. Yes, Minner will not give up. At this time, the waiter brought the food. Here is your noodle, sirs. Bayamo handed the noodles to Minner. Eat quickly, you gluttonous kitten. At the next table, 2 guests were talking. I heard that a female doctor in Lu Town provides free medical treatment. The other nodded. That's right, she is both kind and beautiful. Bayamo felt a slight stirring in his heart. Could it be Luor? At the same time, in Lu Town, there was indeed a doctor providing free medical treatment. The girl gently and carefully instructed an old man. Old man, your cold has improved a lot. Continue to drink this prescription and you will recover soon. The old man nodded. Thank you, girl, you are a living bodhisattva. The people were discussing, a big thing has happened in the capital. I heard that Divine Prince's rebellion failed, and he was shot through the heart by 10,000 arrows. A very tragic death, that's right. Not long after, the emperor also died. I heard that Prince Jin succeeded to the throne. I don't know if it's true or not. Su Luo's heart stirred slightly. Yin Chen, we're done. She sighed and regained her spirits, then shouted, next person. A village girl stepped forward, also starting a conversation. I heard that you came from the capital. So you must have heard of the Divine Prince's mansion. Oh dear, after that Divine Prince died, his property was confiscated, and 2 crazy women were found. Su Luo guessed in her heart, is it Lu Miao Miao? Su Luo smiled, congratulations, madam, you are pregnant. The girl happily rubbed her belly, I'm pregnant? I finally have a child, thank you, Miss Su. Su Luo's heart was stirred again. If my child was still alive, he would be so big now. After the medical treatment, Su Luo went alone to the back of the mountain in Lu town. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, Luor. As soon as she saw this person, Su Luo was so happy that she almost couldn't stand. Master, why are you here? Bayamo also couldn't hide his happiness. Luor, is it really you? Su Luo looked at the child next to her master and asked, Master, who is this child? He's so familiar, she thought in her heart. If Minna was still alive, he would be this big. Bayamo didn't answer her, but said, I've been looking for you for a year. I heard that there was a doctor in Lu town, so I came here to find you. He continued, Minner, call mom. Su Luo was shocked. This child, is Minner? Bayamo recounted, that day, I infiltrated the prince's mansion, originally wanting to take you all away. But at that time, Minner was very weak. I could only take Minner away first. Minner's injuries were serious. I hid it from you because I didn't want to give you hope and then disappoint you. He rubbed the boy's head. After Minner recovered, I took him to find you. Today we are finally reunited. Minner was a little stunned. Father, is this my mother? Su Luo's eyes filled with tears. Minner. Man also hugged her and called mom. Su Luo hugged her child in her arms. All the pain and humiliation seemed to disappear at this moment. Minner, my child. Regarding the rebellion at that time, when Yanjing shouted to release the arrows, Divine Prince's army resisted fiercely. But in the end, Divine Prince was still hit by arrows. In the moment he was about to leave this world, the image of Su Luo suddenly appeared. Chen reached out to her. Luor, I'm sorry, I have to go first. His memories with her played back like a film. In this life, my happiest moment was meeting you, knowing you, and loving you in Lang Valley. But when I separated from you, I knew your identity, but you were the daughter of the enemy who killed my mother, borrowing Muma's wine. I wanted to forget this. But unexpectedly, it turned into a big mistake. Su Qingxiang asked the emperor to bestow marriage on me. Pressured, I could only accept the order to marry the enemy. Since you entered the prince's mansion, I have tormented you, but gradually, I found that my eyes were involuntarily drawn to you. In order to uphold my own idea of revenge, I let Lu Miao Miao harm you, always making things difficult for you, until the entire Su family was beheaded. Seeing you lose each of our children, seeing you jump into the sea of fire to save Minner, at that time I hated myself so much. Clearly loving you so much, but doing things to harm you. I don't love Lu Roer, nor do I love Lu Miao Miao. They are just pawns for me to take revenge, but I forgot the person I shouldn't have forgotten the most. Luor, you are more important to me than life. I just want you to be by my side. But you want to leave. In order to make you bow your head and beg, I ordered you to be locked in a coffin. In fact, I just wanted to scare you, just as long as you bow your head. Luor, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I have made you fall into a dead end again and again. After knowing the truth, I knew we could no longer be together. The only thing I can do is to avenge the things I have done, for the Su family, for my mother. Lu Miao Miao became the first person I took revenge on. I ordered the guards in the mansion to execute her during the day. At night, I sent people to make her wish she were dead. I want her to taste the pain of this world, to sacrifice to my dead child. As for Xinger, children are innocent. I sent him to the temple. With all the preparations done, I want to destroy with our enemies. Luor, I hope we will have a next life. I will no longer have hatred, just hold hands with you until we grow old. Chen closed his eyes, took his last breath. Luor, I love you.